Chapter 1 of Rugged Water. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. Chapter 1. A dark night, but a clear one. No clouds, no fog, and the wind but a light southwesterly breeze. Warm, too, for November. The little room in the tower of the Setuckit Life-Saving Station was chilly, of course. A landsman might have considered it decidedly cold. But to Seleucus Gammon, the member of the Setuckit crew on watch in the tower, it was warm, noticeably and surprisingly so. Seleucus, who had come on duty dressed for the ordinary November temperature, had unbuttoned the heavy jacket which he wore over his sweater and had hung his cap on the hook on the wall beside the round brass ship's clock. The brass of the clock was polished to a mirror-like glisten. So, too, was the metal of the telescope on its stand in the middle of the room. So, also, was every particle of brass or nickel in that room. There was no light to render these things visible, and no stove or other heating apparatus. Heat within and cold without meant frost-covered window panes and consequent difficulty in looking through and from those windows, in keeping watch up and down the beaches and over the stretches of sea and shoal. In many stations at this period, it was not customary to keep a man on watch in the tower at night. The regulations did not require it, and the matter was left to the discretion of the keeper. At Setuckit, however, night watch in the tower was a part of the regular routine, at least since Captain Oswald Merrick had been in charge there. Seleucus strolled slowly about the glass-enclosed room, stopping to peer from each window in turn. He was a huge, bulky man with a salt sea roll in his walk, and as he lumbered from window to window in the darkness, a seeker for comparisons might have been reminded of a walrus wallowing about in an undersized tank. A bald head and a tremendous sweep of shaggy mustache were distinct aids to the walrus suggestion. The views from each window were made up solely of blackness, spotted with fiery points. To Seleucus, however, the blackness was underlaid with the familiarity of long acquaintance, in every pinprick of fire a punctuation on a page he knew by heart. For example, to the east, 10 miles away, the steady white spark was the Orem lighthouse, shining out from the high sand bluffs fronting the Atlantic. Far out, and more to the south, another brilliant point marked the position of the lightship at Sand Hill Shoal, and still farther to the southeast, and fainter because of distance, were the lanterns of the Broad Rip lightship. Swinging to the south, he noted 2 more lightships, those marking respectively the edges of the Tarpaulin and Hogsback, smaller shoals, but quite as dangerous as their bigger brothers. To the west was still another that moored by Mid-Channel Shoal, and 8 miles beyond, and flashing at minute intervals, was the lighthouse on Crow Ledge, unique because, like the house in the scriptural story, it was founded upon a rock, and rocks are distinct novelties along the Cape Cod coast. On this night, or morning, for it was almost that, and visible because of the unwonted clearness of the atmosphere, one more spark pricked the southern horizon, the light at Long Point on Nonscussett Island. Between these were scattered others, much less brilliant, and these the watcher knew to be the lights of vessels, schooners for the most part, taking advantage of the fair weather to make safe passage between ports south of Down East. From the tower of the Setuckit Life-Saving Station, in the later years of the 19th century, the years before the United States Life-Saving Service was taken over by the Naval Department and rechristened the Coast Guard, before the era of wireless stations and the Cape Cod Canal, on a clear night from Setuckit Tower, one might count no less than 6 lighthouses and 6 lightships, not including that of Setuckit Lighthouse itself, which reared its blazing head 2 miles up the beach and was, therefore, a next-door neighbor. A beautiful coast in summer. In winter, a wicked, cruel coast where, so the records show, there were more wrecks during a period of 50 years than at any other spot except one from Key West to Eastport, Maine. These matters, statistical and picturesque, were not, of course, in the thoughts of Mr. Gammon as he stood, hands in pockets, gazing through the tower window facing west. His mental speculations were engaged with matters much more personal and intimate. The little ship's clock on the wall had just struck twice, so he knew that the time was 2 bells, or 5 o'clock. Therefore, it would soon be daybreak and, later, sunrise, when his watch would end. He knew also that, down below, in the kitchen of the station, Ellis Badger, who happened to be cook that week, was preparing breakfast. Breakfast, the first meal of the 4 in the station routine of those days, was served before daylight. Dinner was at 11, supper at 4, and there was an extra meal about 8 in the evening. Seleucus thought of breakfast, and his always present and enthusiastic appetite hailed the thought joyfully. Then he remembered the sort of cook Badger was, and the joy was chilled with a dash of foreboding. It was Ellis Badger who had accidentally dropped the kitchen cake of soap into the bean pot on a Saturday of the previous winter. The comments of his comrade were expressed with feeling. "You ain't mad, be you, Seleucus?" queried Mr. Badger solicitously. Gammon's reply was non-committal. "I don't know's I'm so mad that they'll have to shoot me, Ellis," he observed. "I ain't bit nobody yet, but I am beginning to show signs. I'm frothing at the mouth." It was he, also, who suggested that the soap be put into the Badger coffee. "So's it'll be strong enough to wash with," he explained, referring to the coffee. His anticipations concerning breakfast were not, therefore, entirely free from misgiving, but 49 years of a life spent amid storms, meteorological always, and matrimonial for the latter half, had endowed Seleucus with a sort of amphibious philosophy, and made him more or less weatherproof. The most savage nor'easter blew itself out eventually, and Mrs. Gammon, her Christian name was Jemima, stopped talking if one had sufficient fortitude to endure to the end. The sane procedure during both trials was patiently to wait for that end and think of something else while waiting. So, true to his code, and reflecting that, after all, a poor breakfast was better than no breakfast, Mr. Gammon shifted his thought, also his position, and walking to the eastern window, looked out from that. As he stood there, the eastern horizon turned from black to gray. The low-hanging stars above it began to dim, and below him the sand dunes and the cluster of shanties and fish houses of the little settlement at Setuckit Point slowly emerged from the gloom, separated and assumed individual shape and proportions. A step sounded on the stair leading to the tower. The door opened, and Calvin Homer entered the little room. Homer was number 1 man at the Setuckit station. That is, his was, next to Captain Oswald Merrick's, the position of greatest responsibility and command. On board a ship, he would have ranked as mate, and his associates would have added a sir to their remarks when addressing him. On the station records, he was Surfman Number One, but his comrades called him Calvin, or Cal, just as they called their commander Captain Oz, or Ozzy. The keeper of a Cape Cod life-saving station at that time had absolute and autocratic control of his crew while the latter were on duty, and the crew recognized and obeyed that authority. But, being independent Yankees, they remained Democrats so far as verbal homage to rank and title was concerned. Homer came into the tower room, closing the door behind him. He was 26, lean, square-shouldered, smooth-faced, gray-eyed, and sunburned to a deep brick red. He'd just come up from his cot in the sleeping quarters on the second floor and was wearing his blue uniform suit with Number One in white upon the coat sleeves. Gammon noticed the uniform immediately. "Hello, Cal," he drawled. "Up early, aren't you? And all togged out, too. Practicing up to show off afore the girls next summer?" Homer smiled. "Next summer is a long way off, Seleucus," he said. "Huh, maybe 'tis when a feller is as young as you be. I'll be 50 next June, and I can smell mayflowers already. How's Captain Ozzy this morning?" "I don't know. His door is shut, so I hope he's asleep, and his wife, too. I didn't hear anybody moving as I came by. It was a quiet night, so maybe they both slept. I hope so. The captain needs all the rest he can get. He starts for home this morning." I know he does. Peleg Merrick's going to take him over, they tell me. Good thing there's a smooth sea. That old craft of Peleg's is as sloppy as a dishpan if there's more than a hatful of water stirring. I went up to Orem along of Peleg my last Liberty Day but one, and, cry musty, I give you my word, I thought I'd be drownded afore we made Baker's Beach. I told Peleg so. "What's the matter with ye?" says Peleg. "This boat of mine'll weather anything," he says, "and this ain't nothing but a moderate blow. You won't get overboard this trip." "I know it," I told him, "and that's the trouble. When I'm overboard, I can calculate to make out to swim, but aboard here, all I can do is sit still and wait for the tide to go over my head. The last sea we shipped filled my oilskins filled to the waist. Let me take your hand pump so I can see how bad my boots leak." Crimus! Peleg named that boat of his the Wild Duck. I told him he'd ought to named her the Loon. "A loon spends half its time under water," I says. Wonder to me Ozzy didn't have a hoss and team to come down over the beach to fetch him and his wife. Don't see why he didn't, do you? Homer shook his head. "It's a rough road and a long one," he said. "I guess his wife thought it would be easier for a sick man to travel to West Harness by water, and it's almost a flat calm just now." "Just now? Do you mean 'tain't likely to last?" "I'm afraid not all day. The glass has fallen a good deal since 10 o'clock, and it's still going down. Well, has anything happened since you came on watch?" "Nothing but watching, and plenty of that. But you ain't told me why you've got your dress-up clothes on. Don't expect no summer boarders down to watch beach drill this time of year, do you?" "Hardly. I put the uniform on to please the skipper. He told me he wished I would. Said it would make him feel a little more as if he was leaving somebody in command here when he quit. He's pretty blue at going, but I tell him he'll be back here as well as ever in a fortnight or so." Mr. Gammon shook his head, sighed, and reached into his pocket for his chewing tobacco. "That's what you told him, was it?" he observed. "Ain't you ever been to prayer meeting?" "I guess I have. What's that got to do with it?" Seleucus inserted the plug of tobacco between his teeth and bit and tugged until he separated a section, which he tucked into his cheek. "I used to go to Methodist vestry meeting myself about 30 year ago or such a matter," he observed. "Used to go considerable in them days, I did, when I was home from fishing. I was young, and my morals wasn't settled in the straight and narrow channel, same as they be now. What'd you say?" "I didn't say anything." "Didn't you? Then it must have been what you looked that I heard. I went to meeting Friday nights pretty regular. I was always the churchy kind." "Didn't you say nothing then?" "No." "You're missing chances. I did go, for a fact. You see, there was a girl that... Well, never mind that part. But at them meetings, time and again, I've heard your great-uncle, Zebedee Ryder, him that kept grocery store, rant and rave about the sin of lying. He wouldn't tell a lie for nothin', your Uncle Zeb wouldn't. Used to make his brags about it right out loud." "Well, it was something to brag about, if it was true." Oh, I guess likely 'twas true enough. Nigh as I ever heard Zeb Ryder wouldn't tell a lie for nothing. If there was 5 cents to be got a hold of, then things might be different. But anyhow, what I'm trying to say is that I can't understand how you, one of Uncle Zeb's own ancestors, can sit in the skipper's room down below there and tell Ozzy that he'll be back here in a fortnight. You know plaguey well he'll never come back. The younger man did not answer immediately. When he did, he said, I surely hope he will. So do I, in one way. In another, I don't. Oz Merrick has been life-saving for 20-odd years. He was one of the first surfmen on one of the first regular crews ever set patrolling a Cape Cod beach. For that, he was fishing on the banks and swabbing decks aboard a square rigger when he wasn't more'n a kid. He's pretty nigh as much of a veteran as Superintendent Kellogg down to Provincetown. It's time he give up and took a rest. Yes, and his check is about ready to be handed in for keeps. He's sick, and it's the kind of sickness folks his age don't get over. Homer nodded. He knows it, he said briefly. Course he knows it. Captain Oz ain't anybody's fool. Told you he was calculating to try and have you appointed keeper in his place, didn't he? Homer looked at him sharply. What makes you say that? He demanded. 'Cause he told me he was calculating to. Good notion, too. His companion shook his head. I'm not so sure that the notion is good, he said. There are at least 5 men here, and one of 'em is yourself, who have been in the service longer than I have. Huh, I calculate you could find plenty of fellers up to Charlestown jail that have been in there long enough, but 'twouldn't be one of them that would be picked out for warden. It takes more'n a keg of salt mackerel on legs to handle this job down here. It takes a man with brains. We've got a good crew, there's no doubt about that. You bet there isn't. I shouldn't take no such bet. They're all right for this Setuckit crew. But what are they? Why, the heft of 'em are fellows like me that have been in and on and around salt water so long the pickle drips off 'em when they walk. They ain't scared of nothing. I give in to that, but that ain't because they don't know enough to be. They're too stubborn to let anything scare 'em, that's why. But they're as independent and cranky as a parcel of washtubs afloat. A man they know and have confidence in, he can handle 'em. But you let somebody try it that ain't that kind and then see. Would I take the job of keeper down here? I, nor Hez Rogers, nor Ed Bloomer, nor Sam Bierce, nor any of 'em? You bet we wouldn't. Why not? 'Cause we've got sense enough to realize the kind of sense we ain't got. A good foremast hand don't necessarily make a good skipper. Takes more than rubber muscles and cod-line hair, that does. Takes brains, I tell you. You've got brains, Cal, along with nerve and the rest of it. You can handle a schooner in a shoal, or a surfman that's been on liberty and has come back full of pepper tea, and do it judgmatically. When you get through, the wreck's afloat, if she's floatable, and the man's ready and willing to go to work again. And all hands are satisfied the right thing's been done. This crew here, the heft of 'em, would row you to hell over boiling water if you give the word to launch. They've seen you go there and back again more'n once since Captain Oz was took sick. They'd be glad to have you for skipper. And Ozzy wants you to be, and so does District Superintendent Kellogg, for the matter of that. There's only one man I know that hadn't ought to want it. Who is that? You yourself. You ain't a Scrabbletown lob-cooser like the most of us. Your old man was a square-rig captain in his day, and your mother was a baker, and time was when her folks was counted high-toned and worth money, so I've heard tell. You're smart. You've been to high school. You could get a job up to Boston and have vessels of your own running ashore afore you died, if you'd mind to set out for it. What in the nation you want to waste your time chasing other folks' wrecks is more'n I can make out. If you want to be keeper of Setuckit Life-Saving Station, I calculate you can. But why you want to, that I don't know. Why do you, Cal? What makes you stay here? The young man shook his head. I don't know, he replied. I guess it's because, Well, you could have had a good job ashore last winter, Seleucus. I know of at least one that was offered you. Why do you stay here?" Gammon grinned. "'Cause I was born a darn fool and ain't growed out of the habit, I calculate," he said. "I swear off every fall and vow I'm through life-saving. Then I turn to and swear on again. There's something about this crazy job that gets a feller, same as rum. I like it." Homer nodded. "I know," he said, "and it's the same way with me. I like it, and I can't give it up, yet. I went into the service just as a time filler 4 years ago. I had been at home up in the village for 3 months with Mother. She was sick, and I had to be there. Then she died, and, well, there was nothing else in the way of work in sight, and here was 65 a month and a good deal of fun. I meant to stay 6 months, perhaps. I'm here yet." "Yes, so you be, but you don't have to stay here 12 mile from nowhere, do you?" "No, but, well, I seem to be married to the job." Seleucus shivered. "Boy," he said solemnly, "don't talk that way at your age. If you was married, you'd have an excuse for the 12 mile. Yes, or 50. There, let's talk about something cheerful. There was a Swede drowned off a schooner down along Race Point last week, so Wally Oakes was telling me. He see it in the Boston paper day afore yesterday when he was over to harness." The clock struck 3 bells, and later 4. The gray streak along the eastern horizon broadened, turned to rose, and then crimson. Over the edge of the Atlantic, seen beyond the distant roofs of Orem, rolled the winter sun. Seleucus yawned, stretched, and took his cap from the hook. "And that's over," he observed thankfully, referring to his term on watch. "One more night nigher the graveyard, as my grandmother used to say, by way of brightening up breakfast. Well, I don't need no brightening up for my breakfast, and you ain't had yours neither, have you? Here, Sam, Cal, let's you and me go down and mug up." Sam Bierce, raw-boned, tanned, and mustached, had entered the room while his fellow surfman was speaking. He grunted "How be you, Seleucus?" "Hello, Cal," and hanging his cap on the hook, prepared to take over the tower watch. Homer and Gammon descended to the kitchen. Then they mugged up, that is, they ate breakfast together. The other men, having already breakfasted and washed the dishes, each washing his own, were now smoking and skylarking outside the station in the sunshine. It being clear weather, no one was on beach patrol that morning. Homer finished first, and leaving his comrades still busy with coffee and doughnuts, rose from the table and prepared to go out. "I'll attend to my dishes when I come in, Seleucus," he said. "I'm going to look around a minute or two." Seleucus nodded. "Heave ahead," he observed, his mouth full. "I'll be done after a spell, calculating to have another cup of Ellis's coffee." "That'll be the 4th, won't it?" "Uh-huh, but it takes about 5 of this slumgullion to make 1 of regular coffee. If I didn't have no more body to me than this coffee's got, I'd have to hire help to find myself on a dark night. Like drinking fog, 'tis. Every doughnut I eat sinks right down through to the bottom." There was a chill in the air, in spite of the sunshine, but to Calvin, Homer, and his associates, the morning was astonishingly mild and balmy. A little breeze had sprung up, and had shifted more toward the north. The beach grass in the hollows between the dunes and on their crests was waving. The water of the bay was blue and sparkling. Overall, as always at Setuckit, sounded the surge and hiss and thunder of the surf along the beach on the ocean side. Hezekiah Rogers, Surfman Number 4, hailed Homer as the latter passed. "Wind's breezing on a little mite, Cal," he said, "and canting round more to the north. Have you noticed the glass? Fallen, ain't it?" "Yes, it has been falling all night." "I bet you. Never see a day like this time of year, but it turned out to be a weather breeder. We'll have one old bird of a nor'easter by night time, see if we don't. And I have to turn out on patrol at 12. Godfreys, who wouldn't sell the farm and go to sea?" Homer smiled, but did not answer, and turning the corner of the station, walked toward the buildings at its rear. 2 cats and a weather-beaten terrier, the latter a survivor from a wrecked schooner, came trotting to meet him. In a lath enclosure adjoining the barn, a half-dozen hens and a rooster, with most of his tail feathers blown or pecked away, were scratching, presumably for exercise, at the sand. In the barn itself, the station horses, a pair of sturdy animals named respectively Port and Starboard, were standing in their stalls. The horses were almost as valuable members of the Setuckit Life-Saving outfit as the humans. They pulled the boat wagons to the shore, hauled the heavy car bearing the beach apparatus, the latter comprising the Lyle gun, the breeches buoy, the life car, and all their paraphernalia, on the rare occasions when the apparatus was used, and were respected, pampered, and better fed than their 2-legged comrades. Homer patted their heads, made sure that they had been given their morning rations, and turned to go out, as Rogers met him at the barn door. "Olive's looking for you, Cal," he announced. "She says Ozzy's up and rigged and ready to leave and wants to see you." Olive Merrick was the captain's wife. Her home was at West Harness, 9 miles distant across the bay, but she had come down to the station when her husband was taken ill and had been living there for 3 weeks. The keeper was permitted, under the regulations, to have his wife with him. In some stations, she acted as cook and general housekeeper, receiving a small allowance for the work. Homer found her waiting for him in the kitchen. She looked tired and worn and anxious, as she had reason to be. "Oswald wants to see you, Calvin," she said. "We're going over to the Main just as soon as the boat's ready, and he's set on talking with you afore he leaves. Go right in." The skipper's room at Setuckit was on the first floor, leading from the mess room. Entering, Homer found Captain Merrick dressed and sitting in a rocking chair. The skipper was pale and haggard, and his clothes hung loosely on his body. He had lost weight during his illness. Calvin hailed him cheerfully. "Good morning, Captain," he said. "Well, well, you look fit as a fiddle, all taut and rigged and ready to put to sea, eh? We're going to miss you, but we'll all be the more glad when you come back, and you couldn't have better weather for the trip." Merrick ignored the reference to his appearance and the weather. He motioned to the only other chair in the room. "Sit down, Cal," he ordered. "I've got a word or so to say to you." Homer took the other chair. Captain Merrick drew a long breath. "Calvin," he went on, "I'm starting on my last cruise, and I know it." His subordinate hastened to protest. "No, no," he exclaimed. "You shouldn't talk that way. What you need is rest. You'll be all right in—" "Shh! We ain't young'uns, you and I, and there's no sense in making believe. I'm never coming back. I've got my orders, and I'm bound in. I know it, although I try to let Olive think I don't. But I do, and so does she, and so do you and all hands. I'm through." "But, Captain—" "Shh! You're wasting time. I ain't got much more to waste down here. There'll be a new skipper at the Setuckit station inside of a month, inside of a week if my say-so counts, and you're the man that'll have the job if you want it. What I want to make sure of is that you do want it. Do you?" Homer hesitated. He did want the appointment, wanted it more than he had ever wanted anything in his life, but he liked and admired the man before him, and his sense of loyalty was strong. "I don't see any use in talking about that," he declared stubbornly. "You're the keeper here, and there never was a better one. I've enjoyed working under you, and I'd like nothing better than to keep on doing it as long as I stay in the service." "Uh-huh. Well, what I'm asking you is if you're figuring on staying in the service. Are you?" "Yes, I guess so, for the present anyway." "You guess so? Ain't you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure, but—" "Never mind the buts. What do you want to stay for? It ain't the pay. I've been chasing wrecks for 20-odd years, and all I'm getting is $75 a month. You could earn more than that, a smart young feller like you, at almost anything ashore. What are you wasting your time life-saving for?" It was the same question Seleucus Gammon had asked that very morning, and Homer had asked himself that question many times during the past months. And the answer, however unsatisfactory, was always the same. "I like the work, Captain," he replied. "I realize the pay amounts to nothing. It isn't that. It's just, well, there is something about it that I know, and I know what 'tis, too. It's the same thing that makes a feller go out cod fishing right along, winter and summer, when he could earn more money sawing wood at home." "Yes, but you see, well, it's a man's job." "So's sawing wood. But I know what you mean. This life-saving game is a man's job for a boy's wages. And it's more than that. There's a gamble in it. You kind of gamble against all outdoors for your life and the other man's. I know. Lord, don't I? It's that and the salt in your blood and mine that makes us stick to it. And there's a kind of pride, too. Cal, the average man would call me a fool, and I guess I am, but I've took more pride in keeping this station the way it ought to be than I would being President of the United States." "I understand, and you've kept it well, too." "Yes, I calculate I can say I have. And that's another thing I wanted to say to you. If you are sure you want to be keeper here, I'm going to recommend you, and my word ought to carry some heft with the superintendent. But if you are skipper of this station, I want you to promise me you'll keep up the Setuckit record. Since I've been here, we've handled I don't know how many wrecks. Some of 'em we got afloat again, and lots of 'em we didn't, but we never lost one life. I'm kind of proud of that." "You ought to be." "Maybe so. I am, anyhow. And there's another thing I've took pride in. There's never been a call come to this station yet that we ain't answered. There never was a vessel in distress off our section, and some that weren't ours, that we ain't gone out to her, no matter how much of a gale of wind was blowing, nor what kind of a sea was running. And we never started and then give up and turn back. There ain't so many stations can say that. There aren't any others round here that I know of." "Well, I've took some pride in that, too, and I want you to promise me you'll try to keep up that record." "I promise you that I'll do my best." "That ain't quite enough, not at Setuckit, 'tain't. You've got to do a little mite more than your best. You have to do things that ain't possible, if you understand what I mean. That's what makes it worthwhile, this gambling game of ours. A feller has to look off to windward and sort of grin and say, 'Well, by thunder, we'll see,' and then go and see it through. Do you get my meaning?" Calvin nodded. "I ought to. I've watched you," he said grimly. "Look here, Captain Oz, I don't want to brag, but I think you can count on me. I like the gamble, as you call it." "All right, boy, all right. I ain't afraid of you, and I haven't been. Just wanted to tell you how the old man was feeling when he got his clearance papers, that's all. I'm backing you, and I'm betting on you, too. Now, one thing more. You know this crew pretty well." "There's none better." "No, there ain't. They'll go anywheres and do anything with the right man to lead them. But with the wrong man, you know, a crew like ours is made up of kind of rough stuff. That's why they're here. There's some hellions amongst them, bound to be. You've got to handle them easy. They'll get drunk, some of them, if they have a chance, and they'll come back from liberty ready to take charge and run things. Some of them, as I say. Well, you've got to use judgment. You've got to see some things and put your foot down on them hard. And you've got to forget to see some other things. A parcel of husky men all alone down here on the beach, not so much to do a good deal of the time, is like a school full of young ones. If a new teacher comes on deck, the first thing the young ones do is to find out whether he's boss or they are. If he is, they're for him. He can handle 'em like a breeze. But if they find he ain't sure whether he's boss or not, then look out. You know this crew of ours well as I do. Give 'em a pretty free helm, but don't let 'em come up into the wind on you. See?" "I see." "Well, I calculate that's about all. Good luck to you, Cal. Don't forget your old skipper altogether. And if you can find a chance to run over to Harness and see me, do it. Only don't put it off too long, or I may not be there." "Now, Captain, what makes you talk like that? You know." Yes, I do. So do you, boy. Whew, I wouldn't believe talking would make me so tuckered. I've rowed 5 mile through a headwind and sea and had more breath left than I've got now. Well, Olive, what is it? His wife had entered the room. You must get your things on, Oswald, she said. Peleg is here, and the boat's ready. So, then I calculate I'll be ready in a couple of shakes. So long, Cal. See you outside. Tell the boys to stand by so's I can say goodbye to 'em. That goodbye was a short ceremony. Peleg Merrick's catboat, the Wild Duck, was anchored in the little cove on the bay side near the station. Peleg's dory was hauled up on the beach, and its owner was standing beside it, ready for his passengers. Mr. Merrick, he was not related to Captain Oz, was a stubby specimen of marine architecture, the skin of his hands and face tanned to the color of mahogany and looking more like leather than a human cuticle. The skin of his feet and his legs from the knees down was of similar shade and consistency, a fact perfectly obvious during spring, summer, and fall, when he was accustomed to go barefoot. Now, as it was winter, he wore a mammoth pair of high rubber boots. The remainder of his attire was a hit-or-miss jumble of black shirt, sou'wester, faded sweater, and patched trousers. His eyes were small and blue, his nose big and red, and his mouth and most of his chin hidden beneath a tousled heap of mustache, which, as Seleucus Gammon described it, looked like, quote, a mess of dry seaweed that had blowed up under the lee of his face and stuck fast, end quote. He lived alone in a shanty 4 miles up the beach, and the summer visitors called him the Hermit. In his youth he had played the fiddle at the Orem dances. He had that fiddle yet, and lonely surfmen on evening beach patrol heard it wailing as they passed his shanty. He earned the few dollars he needed by clamming and fishing. Between times he prophesied concerning the weather. He stood by his dory's bow, and about him stood the off-duty members of the Setuckit Life-Saving crew, Calvin, Homer, and Seleucus among them. Captain Oswald, leaning on his wife's arm, walked slowly from the station to the shore. Peleg got the dory afloat and stood knee-deep in the water, waiting. Captain Merrick turned to his crew. Well, boys, he said, with a one-sided attempt at a grin, I'm going ashore on a little mite of a spree. First liberty I've had for quite a spell. I leave you and Cal to run things. Take care of yourselves. We will. Sure thing. Keep sober as you can, Skipper. See you back again pretty soon. Give my regards to the girls. These were some of the responses. Peleg helped his passengers into the dory. Then, giving the boat a final shove, he swung over the side and took up the oars. Gammon hailed him. Say, Peleg, he drawled, what's the matter with your prophesying factory? Broke down, has it? This is about as good a day as we've had for a month, and last time you and me talked, you was calculating on one of them East Ingy typhoons. Said 'twas going to blow the lighthouse out to sea or something like that. Peleg's retort was a repetition of the soothsayer's reply to Caesar. Day ain't done yet, he snorted. You'd have to tie your hair on afore tomorrow morning, if you had any to tie. He swung forward and back with the oars. So long, boys, called Captain Oz. Good luck, Calvin. The dory moved off, drew abreast of the stubby, broad-beamed catboat, and, a few minutes later, the Wild Duck stood out into the bay. The lifesavers watched her go. Then they turned back to the station. Seleucus made the only remark. There goes a good man, Cal, he observed sententiously. Homer did not answer. All that forenoon the breeze continued to freshen and to pull more and more from the north to the dreaded northeast. Beach drill that afternoon was held beneath a lowering sky and in the face of what was already a young gale. The car containing the Lyle gun and accompanying apparatus was dragged out by the horses, and the men went through the maneuvers of shooting the line over the drill mast set in the sand, rigging the breeches buoy, and pulling one of their comrades from the cross trees to the dune, which represented dry land and safety. Ordinarily, the drill was a matter of routine, but today there was a sort of grim prophecy in its details. The glass was still falling, and the thermometer was falling also. From a morning phenomenally warm for the time of year, the temperature had changed until, at 3 o'clock, it was so cold that every gust was a broadside of icy needles penetrating oilskins and sweaters, and causing the lifesavers to slap their mittened hands and kick the heels of their rubber boots together to stir reluctant circulation. As they put the car back in its house again, Gammon turned to Homer with a shrug. "I'm going to bow down and make reverence to Peleg next time I see him," he declared. "The old skate knew what he was talking about when he'd give out his proclamations about dirty weather coming. It's mean enough now, but it'll be a snorter afore morning, or I miss my guess. Feels like snow, too. Figuring to give the new skipper a regular break-in, ain't they, eh?" Homer nodded. He did not feel like talking. The responsibility of absolute command was heavy upon him. If mistakes were made now, they would be his. If blame came, he must take it all. And the Setuckit station had never lost a life. He was not afraid in the ordinary sense. Gales and seas, and the dangers that come with them, he had experienced often enough. But always before he had been under the command of another man. During Captain Myrick's illness, he had led the crew in many rescues, but upon the return to the station, he had made his report to his superior, and there his responsibility ended. Now, as temporary skipper, it was different. He was not there to obey orders, but to give them. And he knew the crew would be watching to see how he bore himself on trial. They were watching him already. He caught sly glances and was conscious of whispers behind his back. Those that he heard were not unkindly in tone. The men liked him, but they were non-committal. They were waiting for him to prove himself, and if he did, well and good. If he did not, if he faltered or hesitated, or for one moment showed that he doubted or was not certain, then, like the school children with the new teacher, his rule was forever ended. He might as well resign at once, for they would force him out of the service sooner or later. Walter Oakes, the newest member of the crew, and the one that Homer liked least, drew alongside as they walked to the station. "Well, Captain Cal," he observed, in a tone loud enough for the others to hear, "how does it seem to be boss of the ship? Ain't going to be too stuck up in your new job to speak to common folks, are you?" Calvin smiled. "I haven't got any new job yet, Wally," he replied. "That's so you ain't. Only just a tryout, as you might say. Well, it looks as if you'd have something to try you pretty soon. It's going to blow a little mite afore morning, they tell me. Don't get scared, Cal. If we have to go out and you upset the boat, we'll all hang on to Seleucus and drift ashore. Fat'll always keep afloat, so they say, and Seleucus has got enough of that." Gammon himself made answer. "Hot air's what they fill balloons with," he observed. "You're considerable of a gas bag, Wally. If we capsize, I'm calculating to grab a holt of you and rise right up out of the water." By supper time, snow had begun to fall, and when, at 10 o'clock, the order was given for those not on watch to turn in, the station was trembling in the grip of a northeast blizzard, such as seldom visited even that storm-whipped locality. The hurricane shrieked and howled. The snow and flying sand thrashed against the windows, and above the swish and clatter and scream sounded the eternal bellowing boom of the great rollers beating the outer beach. Calvin Homer went to his room, the keeper's room just vacated by Captain Myrick. He went there, but he did not undress or go to bed. He left the room at frequent intervals to visit the watchman in the tower, to speak with the returning beach patrols, to attempt to peer through the windows at the chaos outside. This last procedure was wholly useless. The flying snow and sand were jumping back from the panes like fine shot, and more than once he momentarily expected those panes to be beaten in. At 4 a.m, he was in the kitchen when Joshua Finney came in from patrol. The man was muffled to the eyes, but the lashes of those eyes were fringed with icicles, and his frozen oilskins cracked and split as Homer helped him to remove them. Finney's first move after being taken out of his shell was to seize the huge coffee pot, capped hot and full always at the back of the range, and pour and drink 3 cups of its scalding contents. "Nothing in sight, Josh?" queried Calvin anxiously. Finney was picking the ice from his brows. "In sight," he growled. "Lord A'mighty, there ain't any sight. You can't see 3 feet ahead of your jib boom. All you can do is feel, if you ain't too numb even to do that." "The telephone's gone, so Hez tells me." "Gone? I fell over 2 poles myself on the way up. I don't know's the halfway house ain't blowed flat by this time." The halfway house was the little hut on the beach 2.5 miles below the station. It contained a stove, the fire in which the patrolmen were supposed to keep alight and replenished, a telephone instrument, and the keys to the time clocks carried by those on patrol. At the halfway house, the patrolman from Setuckit met the patrolman from the Orem station, the latter building another 2.5 miles further on. "Did you meet the fellow from Orem?" inquired Homer. "Yep, he fell in just as I was trying to pick up spunk enough to crawl out." "Did he say anything? Was there any news?" "News? No. He was so froze he couldn't say nothing at first, and when he thawed out, all he did was swear at the weather. 'Twas Esry Cooper, so you can know that the swearing was done proper, nothing left out." "Sea is over the beach, I suppose?" "You suppose right. Down abreast that point where the Sarah Matthews come ashore, it was running 5 foot deep and 100 foot wide. I had to go half a mile out of my way to get around it." "You didn't hear anything from outside? No guns or anything?" "Hear? I had to grit my teeth afore I could hear myself think. If the whole United States Navy was off the sandhill and every ship blowed up to once, you couldn't hear it tonight, I tell you." "Well, anything else, Cal? If there ain't, I'm going aloft to turn in. Got to roust out Sam first, of course," with a grin. "He'll be real thankful to me, won't he, when he finds out what he's got to go out into." He went up the stairs to the sleeping quarters. 3 minutes later, Sam Bierce, muffled, booted, sou'westered, and oilskinned, his Cowston signal at his belt, came stumbling sleepily down. "Dirty morning, Sam," was Homer's greeting. "There'll be something doing as soon as it is light enough to see, I shouldn't wonder. Keep a sharp lookout. Use your Cowston, of course. The telephone is down." Bierce was filling himself with hot coffee and merely grunted. Then, pulling on his mittens and buttoning his sou'wester beneath his chin, he pushed open the door and went out into the churning blackness. It took all of Homer's strength to pull that door shut. At 5:30, the call came. Calvin was on his way up to the tower when he met Oakes, the man on watch, coming down. "Sam's burning his Cowston, Cal," Oakes blurted excitedly. "He must see something. Lord, it's an awful mess to go off in, ain't it? Cal, do you think you'd better—" Homer did not stop to hear the rest. He hurried to the tower room. The window toward the southeast was open and banging in the gale. Leaning out, he peered down the beach. The wind was as strong as ever, and the cold intense, but it had stopped snowing. A mile or more away, a brilliant glow of red light with an intensely blazing core spotted the black background. Homer sprang to the stairs, ran down the first flight, and into the room where the crew, each on his cot, were sleeping the sleep of the entirely healthy. "Turn out, boys," he called briskly. End of Chapter 1. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 2 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. They were ready in 3 minutes. Beside each cot stood its occupants' rubber boots, their tops folded down, and socks, underclothes, and trousers stuffed inside, ready for instant donning. Before Homer turned from the door, the men were on their feet and dressing. He went down to the skipper's room, his own now, and hurriedly scrambled into woolen jacket, oilskins, and sou'wester. Pulling on a pair of mammoth mittens and taking the lantern from its hook and lighting it, he pushed open the door and went out. The gale struck him as he turned the corner on his way to the barn. Its force was tremendous. Like a giant's hand, it pushed against him, and the blown sand cut his face as he leaned forward and fought on. The door of the stable was closed, but not locked, and the horses, awakened by the lantern light, turned to look at him as he entered. He backed them out of their stalls and began harnessing. In a few moments, others of the crew joined him. In less than 10 minutes from the time of his leaving the tower room, the cart, bearing the lifeboat, was on its way down the beach. It was a fight all the way. The sand was deep and the wheels cut into it. The horses did their best, but they, unaided, could never have made the trip that morning. The men helped, each tugging at the ropes attached to the sides of the cart. No one spoke. Breath was a necessity not to be wasted, and conversation in the midst of that screeching whirlwind would have been unheard. Each head was bent, each foot planted doggedly in the sand, and every muscle strained. The panting horses pulled like the humans. Animals and men had been through it all many times before, and each knew what was expected of him. In clear weather, under ordinary conditions, they would have covered the distance in a short time. As it was, almost half an hour had elapsed before they reached the foot of the high dune, from which the spot where Bierce's signal burned was visible. There, Bierce himself met them. He plowed close to Calvin and bellowed in the latter's ear. "'Tain't any use to try to get down any further," he panted. "Surf's running clean over the beach just below here. I got in pretty nigh to my waist coming up. Might's well launch her right abreast here, Cal. Whew, you ever see such a blow in your life? And cold, my Godfreys!" Homer did not reply. Instead, he asked a question. "Where is she?" he shouted. "On the south end of the sand hill, pretty well out. Two-master, looks like. She was sending up rockets a while ago, but not now. Come up yonder. I calculate it's light enough to make her out. A little of her, anyhow." He led the way to the top of the dune, and Homer followed. At this elevation, the extreme force of the hurricane was most evident, and, for the moment, Calvin was conscious of nothing else. Then, after he had caught his breath and mopped the sand and spray from his eyes, he looked seaward. It was a gray and white upheaval over which he looked. In the dim light of early morning, he saw the huge breakers running in creaming ridges, out, one behind the other. Immediately before him, they fell in frothing, leaping tumult to surge up the shelving shore to the very base of the dune. The middle distance was obscured by driving scud. He turned to his companion. Bierce pointed a mittened hand. "There she is," he roared, and above the thunder of the sea his words came only as a faint whisper. "Off yonder. You can sight her once in a while between squalls. There, look." Homer looked and saw a mass of crazy wave, a huddle of jumping froth, and at one spot above it, 2 black masts slanted against a slaty background. He nodded and turned back. As they stumbled down the sheltered side of the dune, Bierce laid a hand on his own. "Going to try it?" he queried. "Oh, all right," with a one-sided grin. "Just as you say, I always did like exercise." Back at the cart, Calvin shouted brief orders. Once more the men and horses bent to the tugs, and the cart and its burden emerged from between the dunes and came out at the top of the sloping beach. "Man the surf boat," shouted Homer. Each man took his position. The cart was turned broadside to the sea. "Unload. Take out bolts." The bolts which held the vehicle were removed, and the rear and forward wheels of the boat carriage separated. Set! The boat was lowered to the sand. Haul out wheels! The wheels were pulled out of the way. With the lifting bar under her, the boat was skidded bow on to the surf. Take life belts! Each man took a life belt from the racks inside the boat and strapped it over his shoulders and about his waist. The only one who did not do this was Badger, the cook, who, according to rule, would be left ashore in charge of the station during his commander's absence. Ship rowlocks. Take oars. Each man at his place, a place fixed by regulation and confirmed by constant drill, put his rowlock in position and laid his oar crosswise on the boat. Homer gave the outfit a hurried glance of inspection. Shove her down, he ordered. With a rush, they slid the boat down the slope and into the surge. The men at the bow were knee-deep in water. Seleucus Gammon found time to shout a comment. Crimus, that feels nice and cool, he bellowed. Come in, boys, the water's fine. What's the matter, Wally? Tired? This'll freshen you up. Oakes, the comparatively new member of the crew, did not answer. He was looking at the walls of white water just ahead. In bow, ordered Calvin. Seleucus and his opposite surfmen sprang over the gunwale and seized their oars. Down with her. As she moved out, the other men scrambled in. Start rowing. Go! The boat leaped forward into the breakers. As she did so, Homer, the last man to leave shore, swung over the stern and took up the heavy steering oar. A long stroke, another, a moment's wait as a wave broke just before them and swept beneath. Then another mighty pull, and a rise that lifted them up and up. Flying foam, a deluge of icy water, a series of strokes, and then a coast. They were over the first breaker. The men settled to their long pull. Homer, again swabbing his dripping face with a drenched mitten, peered ahead and bent his strength to the steering oar. A good launch, and a lucky one, conditions considered. They were off. So far, so good. But the launch was only the beginning, a fact which every man realized, the new skipper most of all. There remained a row of at least 3 miles through a sea which was establishing a record even for that coast, and with weather conditions about as bad as they could be. Even as exacting a disciplinarian as Superintendent Kellogg, the hardy veteran in charge of the district, would have excused the keeper for not risking the lives of his crew that day. Homer knew this, and knew that the men knew it. Surely, as Oakes had intimated, his first tryout as temporary head of the Setuckit Station was a tough one. He was not afraid, for himself. The excitement of the battle was too keen for that. There was a fierce joy in it, but the sense of responsibility was always there when he permitted himself to think of it. Responsibility not only for those lives aboard the stranded schooner, but for the safety of his comrades and the clean record to which Merrick had referred. He set his teeth, and when Gammon, tugging at the bow oar, caught his eyes and grimly grinned, he smiled in return. The seas were enormous. Only from their crests could he see ahead. Each time the boat swung up to the top of one of those hills of water, he peered apprehensively out, fearing that the 2 black marks, the masts of the wrecked craft, might no longer be in sight. But they were there. They still stood. He looked into the faces under the sou'westers. Every face was set, and every man was pulling with all his might. No one spoke. They were too busy for that. Even Seleucus, the loquacious, was silent, and no ordinary combination of wind and wave could have prevented him from shouting a profane joke occasionally. The boat moved on, slowly but doggedly. The spray shot over it in sheets and froze when it struck. Men, oars, and rigging were covered with ice. The cold, that was the worst of all. Oilskins glistened like suits of armor. Mittens cracked at the knuckles. Eyebrows and mustaches hung with icicles. But they were gaining. With every stroke they drew nearer to Sand Hill Shoal and the wreck at its southern extremity. Suddenly, Oakes, at number 6, stopped rowing. Homer, watching the expressions of his men, had of late watched his in particular. He had seen it change, and so he was, in a measure, prepared. "Go on, Wally," he shouted. "Row! What's the matter with you?" Oakes tried to rise from the thwart, would have risen had not Sam Bierce at number 7 freed one hand and jerked him down again. "Row, you fool," growled Sam. But Oakes did not obey. His chin was quivering, and, in spite of the cold, there were beads of perspiration on his cheeks. "Put me ashore, Cal Homer," he shrieked. Put me ashore. I can't stand this. For God's sake, Captain, put me ashore." The other men kept on rowing. It was mechanical with them, but their looks expressed the wildest astonishment. This was something new in their experience, brand new. Calvin was as astonished as the rest. "Put you ashore?" he gasped. Yes, put me ashore. My God, we can't make it. We'll be drowned. I've got a wife to home. She, turn around, Cal Homer. You're crazy. We can't make it. We'll drown, I tell you. You put me ashore." The man's nerve was completely gone. He let go of his oar entirely and shook both fists in the air. Bierce pulled the oar into the boat. Oakes's threats changed to pleadings. "Oh, Captain, please," he begged. "I'll pay you for it. My paycheck's coming due next week. I'll give you half of it. I swear I will. I'll give you all. I can't stand it, I tell you. Turn around and put me ashore." There was silence in the boat for an instant, silence broken by a tremendous "ha-ha" from Seleucus Gammon. The other men, still rowing as hard as ever, looked at each other, then at Oakes, and then at their skipper pro tem. Homer, catching that look, knew they were waiting to see how he would meet this entirely unprecedented emergency. It was another test, a test of his capacity as boss. "I'll pay you," shrieked Oakes again. "I'll give you—" But Homer interrupted. "Sit down," he ordered savagely. "Sit down and row." "But Cal, please." Calvin lifted the big steering oar from the water. "Down," he roared. "Down, or I'll cave your head in with this. Down. Now row, or I'll brain you first and drown you afterwards." At that moment he would have done it. The men knew it, and what was more important, Oakes himself seemed to realize it. Sobbing and hysterical, he sank back upon the thwart, took up the oar which Bierce pushed into his hands, and began rowing once more. Homer glared at him, swallowed hard, and then laughed aloud. A bellow of laughter came from the boat. What might have been a calamity was now a joke to be remembered and talked about, when the time for talking came. "Almost there, boys," shouted Calvin cheerfully. "Keep her going." The wreck was in plain sight now, only a quarter of a mile away. A little fore and aft schooner, hard and fast aground, at least every third sea breaking over her from stem to stern. Men were in the rigging, 5 of them. Calvin waved to them, and a hand was waved in return. The sea was more wicked than ever there at the tail of the shoal. It required judgment and experience and skill to bring the lifeboat up under the lee of the wreck. But this, with the exception of Oakes, was a veteran crew, even if their leader was comparatively new to his job, and, after several trials, it was done. The schooner's deck was aslant and formed a partial shelter. The grapnels were made fast. "Come down," shouted Calvin, addressing the men in the rigging. "We'll look out for you. Hurry!" One of the men, the captain, shouted a reply. Above the tumult of wind and water, only a few words were audible in the boat below, something like, "Half froze." "We'll have to go after 'em," called Calvin. "Come on, one of you. You, Seleucus, come with me. The rest of you, stay in the boat." Watching his chance, he climbed over the tilted rail, Gammon at his heels. The slant of the deck and the coating of ice upon it made each step an effort and a risk. The schooner's crew were in the rigging of the foremast. Their captain, when he realized the danger his craft was in, had ordered the anchors thrown over. They had held, but the wind and tide had not only swung the vessel around until she grounded, but their force had ripped the windlass bodily from the deck and jammed it tight in the bow, in the eyes of her, as a sailor would describe it, and over that bow the breakers poured in icy cascades. The men in the rigging had managed to cast off the lines with which they had secured themselves there, and, stiffly and slowly, were climbing down to the lee rail. Theirs was now more than ever a precarious position. Again and again the flying water poured over them. Plainly the schooner was being beaten to pieces, and the masts, the foremast especially, might go by the board at any second. Homer and Gammon slipped and stumbled forward. Each time a wave went over, they were obliged to cling with hands and feet. After one tremendous sea, Calvin, brushing the water from his eyes, looked anxiously for his companion. "All right, are you, Seleucus?" he gasped. Seleucus's voice, punctuated with coughs, made answer. "All here so fur," it panted. "Crying musty. Have to do some hanging on, don't you? Monkey up a tree ain't got nothing on us. Yes, he has too. He's got a tail, and that ought to help considerable. Wish to the Lord I had one. Here you go. You, give me your fist." The first man, a foremast hand, was at the foot of the shrouds. Between them, and aided by the other life-savers, he was lifted over the side into the boat. The other four followed, the captain last of all. He had reached the rail and was about to jump to the boat when a huge breaker, timed exactly right, or wrong, reared its head above the schooner's bow. "Look out!" bellowed Gammon, and from the boat came an echoing yell of warning. Homer made a flying leap and a clutch at the oilskin collar of the man at the rail. Then the wave broke, and he and the owner of that oilskin were thrown headlong to the slanting deck, and over, like a couple of pumpkins, as Seleucus described it afterwards, until they struck the foot of the lee rail with terrific force. It was Homer who struck first, and for an instant he was stunned. His head had hit a stanchion of the bulwark, and, if it had not been for his sou'wester, the latter buttoned tightly under his chin, he would almost certainly have been killed. As it was, his head was cut, and when Gammon dragged him out of the surge of water, the blood was running down his face. But he still clutched the collar of the schooner skipper, and the pair scrambled dazedly to their feet. Seleucus, who had saved himself from similar disaster by seizing and holding fast to a rope's end, was clear-headed and adequate. "Over with you," he shouted, pushing the skipper to the rail. "Come, wake up," with a shake. "Into that boat now. Look out for him, you fellers." The rescued man was bundled over the side into 3 pairs of outstretched arms. "Now, Cal," ordered Gammon. But Homer was capable of taking care of himself by this time. "You first," he commanded. Why, you darn fool, this ain't no time to—" "All right, just as you say, Captain." He jumped into the boat. Homer cast a comprehensive glance over the abandoned schooner. She was doomed. There was absolutely no hope of saving her or anything aboard her. He, too, climbed over the side. "All right, Cal, are you?" asked Bierce anxiously as Calvin took his place in the stern. "Yes, cast off, lively now." The boat swung away from the wreck. "All set? Row." He braced himself at the steering oar. The crew began rowing. The men from the schooner crouched between the thwarts. The row home was longer than the outward trip had been, and, although not quite so hard, was hard enough. Homer's head was throbbing wickedly, and he wiped the blood from his face with his frozen mitten from time to time. He had determined not to attempt, with such a load aboard, a landing in the surf upon the outer beach, but to go around the end of the point to the sheltered waters of the bayside. On the rips at the end of the point, the seas were higher than any they had yet encountered. The boat climbed, and then dipped and slid. The cook of the schooner, a half-breed Portuguese, crouching near the bow directly in front of Gammon, began to pray aloud. Seleucus lost patience. "Shut up," he roared. "You can hold meetin' when you get ashore. Sing hymns then and take up collection if you want to. But now you shut up. Shut up or I'll step on you. Look at Wally. See how nice he's behavin'." Oakes had remained quiet since his outbreak on the way to the wreck. He was white and shaking, but he had not spoken, and he was rowing after a fashion. The other man laughed. Homer smiled, but he shook his head. "That'll do, Seleucus," he ordered. "Don't talk. Row. We want to get home, where it's warm." The boat soared and coasted over the huge waves. Midway of the rips, at the crest of a billow, Calvin looked back in the direction of the sand hill. The two black marks no longer slanted against the sky. The sea had swallowed its prey. The schooner had gone. Landing in the cove at the back of the point was an easy matter. They beached the boat, and the rescued men, the cook's prayers now turned to profane thanksgivings, staggered through the sand to the station. Homer drew a long breath. "Leave her where she is," he commanded, referring to the lifeboat. "We'll attend to her later. I don't know how you boys feel, but I want a cup of coffee." Gammon, as usual, was the first to answer. "Coffee," he repeated. "I'm so fur gone I want about another hogshead of that stuff Ellis calls coffee. That shows the state I'm in." As they walked up the beach, he came close to his commanding officer. "How's your head, Cal?" he asked. "Oh, it's aching a little, but it's all right. A bump, that's all." "Bump? Crimus! If that's a bump, then a man with his head cut off has been scratched. Cal," he added under his breath, "you've done a good job this morning. You'll make out as skipper at Setuckit. I said you would, and now I know it." A moment later, he was inquiring solicitously concerning Oakes. "That wife of yours ashore, Wally," he observed. "She ain't lost you yet, I'm afraid. Don't have no luck, does she?" Oakes, sullen and downcast, made no reply. He was the first to enter the station, and after swallowing a cup of red-hot coffee, went up to the sleeping room to change his clothes. His immediate future was destined to be unpleasant, and he knew it. Calvin, too, drank coffee, or Badger's substitute for it, and ate a few mouthfuls. But there was too much to be done, and done at once, to permit of rest. Dry clothes and warmth were restorers in themselves, and water and a bandage helped his cut head. He treated himself to these luxuries, and then set about the duties to follow. The men from the schooner had been fed and warmed and dried, and were now stretched on the cots in the room provided for such waifs. There were cases of frostbite among them, and the skipper, his name was Leary, had a badly bruised knee. All this had to be seen to, and the regulation entries concerning the wreck made in the log of the station. Badger reported that nothing of importance had happened during his comrade's absence. Telephone poles and wires were down, and there was no communication with other stations or with the main. The glass was still very low. The gale had abated but little, and it was beginning to snow once more. Homer went down to the mess room, where the men were sprawled about the stove, smoking and joking. Wally Oakes was not among them, and Calvin asked concerning him. A general grin was his only answer at first, and then Seleucus spoke. "Wally's gone out to the barn," he explained. "He ain't comfortable, Wally ain't. Don't seem to be satisfied nowhere. When he was off yonder, he wanted to be put ashore, and now he is ashore, he acts kind of as if he wished he was to sea again. I calculate he's telling the horses about his having a wife to home. Seems to me I heard old Port laughing a minute or two ago." The men chuckled. Josh Finney winked at his companions. "The heft of us have got wives, fur as that's concerned," he observed. "You've got one, ain't you, Seleucus?" Mr. Gammon regarded him gravely. "I've got a number 11 boot, too," he announced, "but I ain't making any brags about it. I'm just keeping it to use on folks that get too smart and fresh in their talk." Finney swung round in his chair. "I wouldn't keep it too long," he said cheerfully. "It might spoil. If you ain't had enough exercise this morning and want more, I calculate maybe I can accommodate you." Homer raised a hand. I can give you all the exercise you need, he said. It's snowing again, and it's thick as mud outside. Seleucus, you better go up to the tower and relieve Ellis on watch for a while. He's been there off and on all the forenoon. Ed, you can get ready to go out on patrol. Ed Bloomer's freckled face lengthened. Lord Almighty, he groaned. Ain't you got no heart, Cal? I'm so stiffened up now that my joints snap like a bunch of firecrackers. I've got a wife up to Orem myself. Well, when you get to the halfway house, you'll be 2 miles nearer to her. Think of that and be happy. I'm sorry, boys, but it's the dirtiest weather I've seen since I came here. Make the most of what rest you can get. We're likely to have another job before this storm is over. Leaving Bloomer to lament and don his spare suit of oilskins, Calvin went out to the barn. In that chilly, gloomy shed, he found Oakes seated on an empty mackerel keg, his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. He looked up, recognized his skipper, and sank back again. What's the matter, Wally? Queried Homer. What are you doing out here? Oakes did not answer, and the question was repeated. What are you doing out here alone? Asked Calvin. Nothing. I want to be alone. Let me be. I wish I was dead. I'd be better off if I was. Oh, I guess not. Yes, I would too. I'm going to quit. I'm going to quit right now. Them fellers will never give me any peace. I wish I drowned. Yes, savagely. And I wish they'd drowned first, so's I could see 'em doing it. Look here, Wally. Oh, shut up. I've quit this job. I'm through. You haven't got any more say over me, Cal Homer. Yes, I have. So long as you're here, I've got a lot to say. You lost your nerve out there this morning, and you made a fool of yourself, but that's nothing. Nothing? If you heard all that gang guying me, you'd think 'twas something. I'll kill that Josh Finney, I swear to God I will. I'll quit here, but I'll kill him and Seleucus Gammon first. No, you won't. Stop. The boys will guy you for a while, but they'll get over it if you behave like a man and not like a kid. That mess off there scared you. Well, it scared all of us. But the rest have been at the work longer than you have, and they didn't let it get the best of them. Get up off that keg and stop playing crybaby. Go ahead and do your work and behave like a man, and they'll forget it by and by. Forget it? They'll tell it from one end of Cape Cod to the other. I'll never... If you behave yourself, they won't. I shan't tell, and I'll ask them not to. When they tease you, grin and keep on grinning. There's no fun in guying a man that laughs. Square yourself with him. See here, I'll tell you how you can begin the squaring. Ed Bloomer is pretty well used up, but it's his turn to go on patrol. Go in and offer to go in his place. His place? Why, it's his turn, ain't it? 'Tain't mine. I took mine last. Homer swung about in disgust. It looks as if you were getting about what is coming to you, he said. Nevertheless, when, a little later, he went up to the tower, he found Gammon chuckling to himself. Crimus, announced Seleucus gleefully. What do you suppose has happened, Cal? Josh was up here just now, and he says that Ed Bloomer was all rigged and ready to go down the beach when Wally comes tearing in and gives out that he's just dying to go instead. Ed was so surprised he commenced to holler for a doctor, but Wally kept saying he meant it, and by Crimus he went, too. What do you think of that? Homer nodded. See here, Seleucus, he said, I want you fellows to let up on Wally. He isn't very heavy in the upper story, and he made a fool of himself this morning, but we ought to give him another chance, seems to me. He's new at this game. Ain't much newer than you, is he? Why, yes, a little. And, well, never mind. I want you and the rest to stop plaguing him about it. Give him his chance. He may make good next time. Gammon was skeptical. Wanted to quit, didn't he? He asked. He hasn't quit. Cal, I know them Oakses. Knew Old Man Oakes and old Caleb Oakes, his uncle, and all the rest of 'em from way back. They're yeller, I tell you. Got a streak of it in 'em, and they'd have to be boiled afore 'twould come out. Why, old Caleb, one time Never mind. You get the crew to let up on Wally, and I want you and the rest of the boys to keep quiet on this whole business outside of our own crew. You understand?" Seleucus turned and looked him over. "All right, Captain," he said grimly. "They will, I calculate, if I tell them you want them to. After the way you handled things this morning, they'll do most anything you ask. But, so far as Wally's concerned, 'twon't do much good. He'll go out patrolling to make up along with Ed, and he'll suck around and run errands and wash dishes and all that to keep the gang from ragging him. But he'd do as much for anybody else if he could get something for himself by doing it. He's yeller, like all them Oakses, and he don't belong in a Setuckit crew. Up to Crooked Hill or to North End, with the contemptuous scorn of one station for a rival, he might get on well enough, but not down here to Setuckit. No, sir, you see if I ain't right." All that day and the following night the storm raged. There were no more wrecks, however, and for so much Setuckit was thankful. By morning the wind had gone down, and the sun was shining over an ice-bound coast with a tumbling sea visible to the horizon. The mainland of the Cape was white with snow, and even at wind-swept Setuckit there was snow in the hollows between the dunes. The mercury was climbing in the barometer, and there was every prospect of fair weather for the immediate future. It was Saturday, house-cleaning day at the station. The men were washing their clothes, sweeping and scrubbing. The members of the crew of the David Cows were, most of them, up and about and helping wherever help was permitted. Captain Leary, his bruised knee bandaged and limping with an improvised cane, was nervous and anxious. He was, of course, eager to get away and to get word of the loss of his schooner to his owners, and to send to his family at Rockland tidings of his own safety and that of his crew. Toward Homer and the men of the station, the feelings of himself and his shipmates were of sincere gratitude and admiration. He expressed these feelings in his talks with Calvin. "Oh, I know you don't want to talk about it, Captain," he said, "but you can't blame us for saying thank you. I had about given up hope when you fellows hove in sight, and even after we sighted your boat, I didn't think there was one chance in 1,000 of your getting alongside in time. 'Twas a good job you did, and if anything I can say will help you or your crew at headquarters, it's going to be said." Calvin nodded. "Much obliged, Captain Leary," he said, "but don't trouble yourself. It's what we're here for and what we're paid for. We have got a good crew at this station, and they've never laid down yet. I'm sorry about the telephone, and a little anxious, too. That was about the wickedest gale I've ever been through, and Cameron and the other men who have been in the service for years say they never saw a worse one. When we do get news, it will be pretty serious, I'm afraid. There must have been more wrecks than ours, and we'll hear about 'em in a little while." "How do you expect to hear?" "Oh, somebody will be coming down from Orem before long. Some of the fellows up there have shanties and fishing gear down here, and they'll be anxious to find out what damage has been done. Superintendent Kellogg will be worried too, and he'll want to get in touch with us. Maybe they've got some news at the Orem station by this time. If they have, they'll get it to us as soon as they can." "How soon do you figure I and my men can get off? I don't want to hurry you, but I'm mighty anxious to get word to my owners and home." "Of course. Well, we'll get you off sometime this afternoon if this weather holds. If nobody comes down from Orem, we'll get sail on the spare boat and have somebody get you up that way." By noon, however, word came from the watchman in the tower that a sailboat was in sight coming from the direction of Harness. Homer went up to investigate. "Who is it, Hez?" he asked of Rogers, then on duty. "Looks like Peleg," replied Rogers. "That's who I make it out to be." It was the hermit, sure enough, and he arrived, wet and chilled, but garrulous. The Cape had been storm-swept from Race Point to Buzzard's Bay. Telephone and telegraph poles were down all along the line, and no trains had been through since Thursday night. Someone had driven over from Bayport in a sleigh just before he left and brought rumors of a wreck at Crooked Hill Shoal. "Didn't have no particulars, he didn't," declared Peleg, "but from what he heard there was a considerable of lives lost. They just got a wire through from Trummet to Bayport, and that's how he heard about it, so they say. Look here, Cal, how about my weather prophesying? Didn't I tell Seleucus Gammon he'd have to tie his hair on afore morning? Didn't I, Where is that Gammon critter? I want to preach to him. He had, so he said, landed Oswald Myrick and his wife safely before the storm broke, and they had been driven from the landing place to their home at West Harness. Peleg departed to crow over Seleucus, leaving Homer more anxious than ever to hear from the mainland. The next item of news came by way of the beach. One of the crew at the Orem station had tramped as far as the halfway house to bring it, and Sam Bierce had, on his own initiative, walked down there on the chance of hearing something. What he heard was sufficiently sensational to pay, in Sam's estimation, for the exertion of the trip. The wreck at Crooked Hill Shoal had been that of a three-masted schooner from New York to Portland, loaded with coal. She had struck on Thursday night, and the Crooked Hill station crew had gone out to her early the next morning. They made the outward trip safely and took off all but two of the schooner's crew, those two having been washed overboard before they reached the vessel. But the real sensation of Bierce's news was to follow. On the way back to the beach, the crowded lifeboat had, somehow or other, been permitted to swing broadside with the trough of the sea. She was overturned, and every man, life crew and all, had been drowned. Only one was dragged from the surf with the breath of life in him. The group of listeners in the kitchen of the Setuckit station looked at each other aghast. Accidents, and even occasional deaths, were more or less to be expected. They were risks of their trade, but this wholesale killing was staggering. Only one saved, you say, Sam? Queried Homer incredulously. So they say, declared Sam. That's the yarn. Who was the one? Demanded Finney. Crooked Hill feller, name of Bartlett. Number 2 man he was, I understand. Anybody here know him? Seleucus Gammon nodded. I do, I calculate, he said. If it's the feller I think 'tis, it's Benoni Bartlett. He's been in the service for a long spell, most as long as I have. 'Bout my age he must be too. Huh, Benoni, eh? And he's the only one got ashore? Sho, well, if it's Benoni, he'll figure 'twas the Almighty himself picked him to be hauled out of the wet. Crimus, yes, he'll think that sure. Why? Asked Rogers. 'Cause he's kind of cracked on such things. Regular Bible crank, so some of the Trummet fellers tell me. Sho, Benoni the only one saved out of all that crowd. Some good men gone on that load. Boys, the newspapers will make talk about this, won't they? Remember what a fuss there was when the Orem crew was lost? Bartlett'll be what they call a hero if he don't look out. Tut, tut, tut. Sho, crime musty. End of Chapter 2. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 3 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The news of the Crooked Hill disaster reached the Boston papers the moment the telegraphic communication was reopened. It was but one fatal incident of the great storm, but, coming so closely on the heels of a somewhat similar happening at Orem a few years before, it attracted wide notice. The editors, sensing its dramatic qualities, sent their reporters down to investigate. The reporters interviewed the townspeople at Trummet, the fishermen at the little settlement near Crooked Hill, and anyone else who seemed likely to furnish details and help to fill space. Bartlett, the sole survivor, was besieged. He was in a state of complete nervous collapse, and the doctors permitted him to see no one, but the newspapermen saw the doctors, the longshoremen, and the townspeople generally, and made the most of everything they were told. The first batch of papers brought to Setuckit displayed photographs of the Crooked Hill station, of the crew, a snapshot taken 2 years before of the beach opposite the shoal, of the men who helped Bartlett ashore, of the house where he was being taken care of Bartlett himself. Another ancient snapshot, and one enterprising sheet exhibited a smudgy and libelous likeness of Miss Norma Bartlett, his daughter. This last was a vague cross-hatching of inky lines through which one caught glimpses of a young woman, apparently not more than 16, and as a recognizable likeness, was of about as much value as a portrait of a rooster taken through the wires of his coop at twilight on a foggy afternoon. The lifesavers at Setuckit found the papers immensely interesting. The long stories of the reporters were read silently and aloud. The pictures were scrutinized with care. Seleucus, the only Setuckitite who had known Bartlett, was cross-questioned and catechized. Mr. Gammon obligingly remembered everything he could, and, when his memory failed, called upon his inventive faculties. Their own exploit, the rescue of the crew of the David Cowes, was completely overshadowed and practically ignored so far as public notice was concerned. There were brief paragraphs mentioning it, but they were but items in a long list of maritime casualties. Captain Leary and his men had shown no symptoms of forgetting, however. They were taken to Orham the afternoon of the day following the rescue. At the beach, as they were about to leave, Leary again expressed their gratitude and admiration. "It was the finest job I've ever seen done on salt water, Captain Homer," he declared. "I'm going to tell my owners so and everybody else that asks me. We wouldn't, one of us, be here now if it wasn't for you fellows, and if we can ever get even, you bet we'll do it. I'll make it my business to write to headquarters and tell them what I think of it. It'll be the first letter I write after I get home, and my whole crew will sign it. They'll be tickled to death at the chance." Homer thanked him, but urged him not to trouble. "To tell you the truth, Captain," he said, "it was only by mighty good luck that we got to you in time. What happened over at Crooked Hill might just as well have happened here, and we can be thankful our pictures aren't in the papers instead of those poor fellows." Gammon and some of the other men were not so magnanimous. "Huh," grunted Seleucus, tossing his copy of the Boston Star aside. "All this kind of makes you tired, don't it? After all, by Crimus, a life-saving crew job is to save lives. If the Crooked Hill gang had got their boat to shore with all hands safe and sound, 'twould have been something to hurrah about. They didn't. They got upset and drowned, which wasn't their job at all. Somebody bungled something, and all hands paid for it. It's too bad, and I'm sorry for 'em, the Lord knows, but just the same, the bungling was a fact. Did you read that piece about Superintendent Kellogg preaching what a wonderful critter Bartlett is? Why is he wonderful? 'Cause he was lucky enough to be hove up on the beach and was snaked out of the wet by the scruff of his neck. He's a hero, Bartlett is. Says so in the paper. Well, why ain't I a hero? I got ashore, and nobody else hauled me there neither. I am a hero. I'll bet you on it. Smoke up a piece of glass and look at me through it. No, don't risk your eyesight without the glass. I'm liable to dazzle you." Josh Finney grinned. "We're all heroes, Seleucus," he declared. "Pretty ones. Trouble is, nobody else believes it, and we can't prove it." "Kellogg knows it," declared Seleucus. "He talks that way about Bartlett 'cause he has to. He'd have been swimming against the tide if he didn't. But suppose them Crooked Hillers had lost their boat and all got ashore themselves. Do you calculate the superintendent would have called them heroes then? Huh, he'd have given 'em blue toffet for smashing up the boat. He ain't any old maid crying over yarns in a newspaper, Kellogg ain't. He's been life-saving or bossing lifesavers for 20-odd year. He knows what's what." Ed Bloomer leaned over and scratched a match on Gammon's trouser leg. "What ails you, Seleucus," he observed, "is that you're jealous, that's all. If they'd printed your picture, you'd be all set up. I'd like to see your picture in the paper. Seleucus Gammon, the noble Sea lion, put in Finney. I see some of them sea lions up to Boston at a show one time. One of 'em stuck his head up out of the water and hollered, and I swear I thought 'twas Seleucus in swimming. Yes, I did. I was just going to answer him. Seleucus rose. Wasn't going to tell him dinner was ready, was you, Josh? He queried. If you was, I bet he was glad to hear it. You're cook this week, I've heard tell, but I should be glad to have a little mite of proof of it. Proof will be on the table in about 10 minutes now. Keep your patience boiling, hero. Huh! Takes a hero to keep patient when you're cook, Josh. Hello, speaking of heroes, here comes Wally. I understand Wally's favorite hymn up to prayer meeting is Pull for the Shore, Sailor. Let's sing it for him. What do you say? They sang a verse with gravity and gusto. Oakes pretended not to notice. Generally speaking, he had been tormented less than he expected, a fact due entirely to Homer's request that the crew let up on him. If the papers and the public paid little attention to the Setuckit exploit, Calvin and his men received gratifying acknowledgment from other sources. Oswald Merrick wrote, expressing congratulations in no stinted phrase. Superintendent Kellogg sent a commendatory letter and notified Homer that he was coming down to see him as soon as he could get away. Partly on business and partly on pleasure, the letter ended, although I am hoping the business may be pleasant for us both. From this hint, Calvin inferred that his appointment as keeper at Setuckit was assured. The crew seemed to take it for granted and to be thoroughly satisfied at the prospect. In a dozen ways, they made it quite plain that their commander's handling of the David Cowes affair had proved his case as far as they were concerned. But the Crooked Hill sensation was destined to be more than a 9 days' wonder. The stories in the Boston dailies were copied elsewhere, in New York, in Philadelphia, even as far away as Chicago. The tale of the loss of the life crew was given columns of space, and editorials were written praising, quote, the gallant fellows who had died in the performance of their duty, end quote. Benoni Bartlett, the only one who had not died, was invariably given more space than anyone else. Even in the halls of Congress he was talked about, for the newest representative for Massachusetts used his name and the loss of his fellow surfmen as texts for his maiden speech, a speech in which he attacked the administration for shameful neglect of the public service and general misbehavior. The speech, the small portion of it which was reported, was gleefully read in the mess room at Setuckit. Seleucus, we're getting talked about, declared Finney. Listen to this. And I say to you, gentlemen, that the neglect which causes men like these to die on the beaten shores of the old Bay State is but another instance of the disregard of the common people, a disregard of the worker, and a pandering to the interests which is making the name of the party in power a stench in the nostrils of decent men and women. Hear that, do you? Now, will you keep on voting the Republican ticket? Seleucus, whose political adherence had remained fixed since the candidacy of Rutherford B. Hayes, snorted defiance. Bah, he exclaimed. Didn't say nothing about raising no wages down in this section, did he? I presume likely not. Who was it saved this country in 61 and has been saving it ever since? 'Twa'n't no copperhead Democrat, I'll tell you that. Ha ha! You're a stench, Seleucus. Says so right here in the paper. Burn some sugar, somebody. In Boston, they were raising a fund to present Bartlett with a watch and a chain, a gold medal, or a house and lot. The exact nature of the reward was not yet determined, and there seemed to be marked differences of opinion on that point, but they were bound to give him something. The good weather continued, and the days and nights at Setuckit were singularly free from incident. Jupiter Pluvius, or old Boreas, or whoever was responsible, seemed to have exhausted all his efforts in the record-breaking storm, and to be willing to rest for the time being. On a Thursday, about a fortnight after the Cowes wreck, District Superintendent Kellogg made his promised visit. He was a square-shouldered, burly man whose 60 years and gray hairs had not diminished his vigor to any appreciable extent, and who knew the life-saving game from the first deal to the final bet. The men in the service respected and liked him. He was strict, but just. He did not overpraise, and he was prompt to punish, but his punishments were always deserved, and the culprit usually grinned in public, even if he swore in private. He called each one of his men by his first name and knew all about them and their records. Calvin Homer was very fond of him and felt sure that the liking was reciprocated. Remembering the hint in the superintendent's letter, he could not help feeling a bit excited when his superior officer's boat was sighted coming down the bay. But the excitement proved to be unjustified. Nothing whatever was said about the appointment of a keeper. Kellogg inspected the station, watched the drill, expressed himself as satisfied, and offered almost no suggestions. He was not as talkative as usual, and seemed to have something on his mind, something not altogether pleasant, which was troubling him a good deal. Only during the last few minutes, as he was about to sail away again, did he even remotely hint at the appointment. "You're doing first-rate, Calvin," he said. "I knew you would. The men are all back of you and are contented and satisfied. If I had my way—" He paused and then repeated the last words. "If I had my way," he said again, and again paused. Calvin thought he must be waiting for him to speak. "Well, don't you have it, sir?" he suggested. "It always seemed to me that if anybody did about as he liked, it was you, Captain Kellogg." Kellogg sniffed. "I generally calculate to, that's a fact," he replied. "I generally figure that I know my business and expect to be left alone to mind it. Sometimes, though, other folks try to mind it for me. There's a lot of interfering damn fools in this world. Did you know it?" Homer did not know exactly how he was expected to reply to this statement. "Oh, why, yes, so I've heard," he agreed. "You've heard right, and most of them have been elected something or other. Politics are all right in town meeting or up to the State House, but, by holy, they don't belong on the beach. Cal, if things don't turn out exactly as you and I know they ought to, why, but there, maybe they will. I'll see you again pretty soon. You'll hear from me before long, anyhow. Goodbye." He went away, leaving Homer disappointed and apprehensive. Apparently his appointment was by no means a certainty. Something had interfered. Politics, presumably. But what politician would care to bother with a $75 a month job in the life-saving service? Politics made men postmasters, of course, but so far it had let the lifesavers alone. He worried about the matter for a time, and then determined to put it from his mind. He had not taken a day from the beach for nearly 6 weeks, and, the good weather continuing, decided to go up to Orem for an afternoon and perhaps part of an evening. There were some errands to be done in the village, and, well, there were other reasons which tempted him. Peleg Mirek took him up in the Wild Duck. Peleg was still boastful concerning the accuracy of his prophecy in the matter of the big gale. "What did them Weather Bureau folks at Washington give out the day afore she landed on us?" he wanted to know. "Did they say 'twas going to blow hard enough to lift the scales off a mackerel? No, sirree, they never. 'Twas old Peleg said that. They said, 'northerly winds and cloudy,' that's what they said. All right as far as it went, I give in, but 'twas like saying a young one was freckled when he had smallpox. I said, 'It's going to tear loose and let her rip, and you want to stand from under.' Folks laughed. Seleucus Gammon, he laughed, but thinks I, them that laughs last laughs later on. Well, I was right, wasn't I? I calculate I was. I don't make out to call myself a weather bureau. No, nor a weather washstand either. But when I—" and so on most of the way up the bay. Calvin paid little attention. He had heard Mr. Merrick before. The sole question he asked was the usual one asked by all acquainted with the hermit, the question asked by every summer boarder, and the answer to which was a byword in Orem and its vicinity. Homer knew that answer by heart, but he asked the question merely because answering it pleased Peleg. "Let's see," he observed. "How is it you get your points on the weather? Something in your bones, isn't it?" That's it. It's a gift, the way I look at it. My grandmother, she had some of it too, but not so strong as I have. Her bones used to ache considerable, according to the way the wind was, but she never studied of it out. She never systemated it the way I have. I get a snitch in my starboard elbow, we'll say. That means, generally speaking, sou'west wind, more or less of it, according to the ache. If she keeps on a-running till she gets fur's the wrist, then, says I, look out, it's going to blow hard. Smoky sou'wester, maybe. Now, when my knee gets tuning up—" His passenger interrupted. "Say, Peleg," he broke in, "you must have been a sort of all-over jumping toothache week before last." Peleg groaned at the recollection. "Man alive," he declared, "I was just one twist and titter from jib-boom to rudder." Safely landed at the Orem wharf, Homer strolled up to the village, did his few errands at the stores, exchanged casual comments with acquaintances, and then walked briskly away. The acquaintances would have been glad to talk longer had he given them the opportunity. The wreck and the stories in the papers were, so to speak, dispensations of Providence to the gossips. This was the dull season for them, and topics were scarce. All sorts of rumors were flying about, rumors intimately connected with the life-saving service and the Setuckit crew in particular. Calvin Homer might have confirmed or denied some of these rumors had he been persuaded to talk, but apparently he could not be so persuaded. They tried, they threw out hints, they asked leading questions, but received no satisfaction. He was pleasant and willing to chat on subjects of no particular importance, but when the one absorbing topic was broached, he, as one of them described it, shut up like a quahog. The gossips at the post office watched him as he walked out, and one or two of them followed him as far as the door and peered after him as long as he was in sight. "Headed to the south'ard, ain't he?" queried Obed Halleck, who, occupying the most comfortable seat by the stove, had prudently resisted temptation and remained where he was. Seth Burgess, one of the pair who had gone out to the platform, nodded significantly. "South'ard it is," he answered. "Course, it ain't none of my business, but if anybody offered to bet he was bound down in the latitude of the Neck Road, I wouldn't take him up." Gaius Cahoon, his comrade on the platform committee, grinned. "Cal don't tell much more'n he figures to, does he?" he observed. Mr. Halleck winked. "Not to us, he don't," he admitted. "If you was better looking, Gaius, and had red hair, you might be talked to more, I shouldn't wonder." "If his name was Myra, he would, sartin," observed Seth. "He'd tell Myra all there is to tell. She'll make 'em. Myra generally makes out to get what she sets out after." "And she's set out to get him," concurred Gaius. "Well, she's some girl, Myra is, and smart, too. I don't know's I blame 'em for hanging round down there. If I was younger, I might be cruising down the Neck Road myself. I was some cruiser in my day," he added complacently. Burgess chuckled. "Yes, you was, Gaius," he declared, "and so was I. You and me was a team in them times. Do you remember that night when we went over to the Thanksgiving ball at Denboro? There was a couple of girls over there that—" The remembrance was lengthy and given in detail. Whenever the narrator omitted a remark or incident, Mr. Cahoon broke in to supply it. Meanwhile, Calvin Homer was walking down the Neck Road. It was nearly 6 o'clock, Orem's supper time. Windows in the rear of the houses were alight, and smoke was rising from the kitchen chimneys. It was a crisp, fine winter evening, a snap in the air, and the early stars like electrically lighted pinholes in the blue-black canopy of a cloudless sky. There was almost no wind. Calvin's conscience was as clear as the weather so far as absence from his post was concerned. He had, while at the post office, telephoned Setuckit and learned from Gammon, who had been left in charge, that all was well at the station. "Stay as long as you want to, Cal," Seleucus had said over the phone. "Calculate we can manage to keep house while you're gone." Wait a minute. Well, never mind. Thought maybe Wally'd want you to see his wife and find out if she was still ashore, but seems he ain't particular. So long. The Neck Road was not in those days, nor is it even yet, a populous thoroughfare. The dwellings along it are scattered and placed well back from the street. The house occupied by Mrs. Sarepta Fuller and her daughter was one of the largest of a type of architecture inflicted upon this country in the early 50s and displaying much jigsaw ornamentation. Calvin turned in at the gate and walked up the path to the side door. Before he could knock, the door was opened by Mrs. Fuller herself, who had heard his step. She resembled a house in some respects, being rather large and, for her age, still ornamental. She welcomed the visitor warmly. "We're so glad to see you, Captain Homer," she declared. "We've been counting on it ever since we got your letter. Myra is as excited as can be. I declare you'd think it was a year since you were here. And it is a long time, and we see so few people, of the right kind, I mean. Come right in. Take off your things. Supper will be ready in just a few minutes. Shan't I get you a cup of hot tea or something? It's real wintry out, isn't it?" Homer declined the tea. While he was removing his hat and coat, Myra Fuller came hurrying to greet him. She was a striking-looking young woman, her hair that certain shade of red which so many like, and each one describes differently. A pair of large and most expressive blue eyes, red lips, and a determined chin. Her figure was what her mother's had been 20 years before. In fact, Mrs. Fuller often said that Myra was the image of herself when she was a girl. Those who remembered the lady when she was Sarepta Townsend were satisfied to agree with this statement, just as they had been satisfied with Sarepta in her day. A great many young fellows, and older ones too, found Myra perfectly satisfactory. She herself seemed less easy to suit. She was, owing to what her mother often referred to as their reduced circumstances, teaching in the Orem High School. She was a satisfactory teacher and a remarkably good disciplinarian. She sang a little and played a little more and danced very well indeed. Why she was, at 25, still single was one of Orem's mysteries. The men, most of them, were certain it was not because of the lack of opportunities. The women, practically all of them, seemed less sure, although they expressed little discontent with the fact itself. Calvin Homer had, of course, known the Fullers all his life. He had known Myra when a schoolgirl. Then she went away to study at Bridgewater, and he had not seen her for a long time. After her return, he met her infrequently at dances and parties. Rumors of her engagement to this fellow or that had been spread about the town, but they were always denied. Of late, he had seen her more frequently, had called, when on liberty, and was always asked to call again. People wondered why Myra Fuller, an ambitious young woman with aspirations, inherited and cultivated, should care to bother with one as humble as a member of the life-saving service. Captain Ziba Snow, one of Orem's influential citizens who lived in the big house at the corner of the Neck Road and the West Main Road, expressed that wonder one evening at the supper table. "I noticed Calvin Homer up street this afternoon," said the captain. "He's ashore on liberty, I presume likely. And, later on, I noticed him and Myra Fuller walking along together, sweet and sociable as a couple of rats in a sugar hogshead. I don't blame him. She's a mighty good-looking girl. But why Sarepta Fuller's child should be wasting time with an ordinary young chap life-saving along shore, I can't make out. Nellie Snow, his 17-year-old daughter, answered his remark. Because he isn't a bit ordinary, she declared with conviction. He is one of the handsomest and nicest fellows in Orem. All the girls say so. And smart, too, even if he is a lifesaver. If Myra Fuller gets him, she'll be lucky. I hope she doesn't. Her father turned to regard her with sudden and significant scrutiny. Huh, he said after a moment. That was all, but a huh may express much. Miss Fuller's welcome was as cordial as her mother's. The supper was a distinctly pleasant meal. Since his own mother's death, Calvin had learned to appreciate and look forward to the comparatively few home meals which came his way. Life at the station was interesting, tremendously interesting to him, or he would not have remained there. But there was a flavor of rest and homely comfort and domesticity about a supper like this one, which awakened memories and gratified senses which, at other times, he was scarcely aware he possessed. The shaded light, the table linen, the polished knives and forks and spoons, the quiet ease of it all. He found himself contrasting these with the bare mess room at Setuckit, the glare of the bracket lamps and their reflectors, the hit or miss service, and the noisy jokes. He liked his work. He was tremendously fond of his crew, enjoyed being with them, and was proud to consider himself one of them. But this was different, and he liked this, too. This supper was like the old-time suppers at home. It was good to hear feminine voices once more, a pleasant change from Seleucus Gammon's gruff sallies and Josh Finney's strident rejoinders. The Fullers did their best to make him feel at home. The supper was a good one. Sarepta and her daughter were competent cooks, and the food was a cheerful contrast to that prepared by Ellis Badger. Mrs. Fuller and Myra kept up a steady flow of conversation, dealing, for the most part, of course, with the wrecks at Setuckit and at Crooked Hill Shoal. "We're all awfully proud of you, Calvin," declared Sarepta, beaming above the teapot. "We know what you did down there, and everybody has been talking about it. I declare, it makes us proud just to know you are such a friend of ours, doesn't it, Myra?" Myra nodded. "Indeed it does," she agreed. "Everybody says that if it hadn't been for you, the folks on that schooner would have been lost, just as sure as could be. And they all say you are the best captain in the service, don't they, Myra?" Miss Fuller again agreed. Calvin thought it time to protest. "But I'm not a captain," he put in. "Yes, you are, or what amounts to the same thing, and you're going to be one, really, just as soon as the appointment is made." Their guest shook his head. "That isn't sure by any means," he said. "There are plenty of others who deserve it as much as I do." Myra's eyes flashed, and her color deepened. "Nonsense," she explained. "There isn't anybody like you in the service." Calvin laughed aloud. "I guess you don't know the rest of the boys," he suggested. "Of course I do. I know them as well as you do, or better. You are head and shoulders over them all. Look at the rest of them. Who are they? Just ignorant common fishermen and lobstermen and people like that. They don't know anything except how to row a dory and walk up and down the beach." "Well, that's about all a lifesaver needs to know, isn't it?" "Perhaps so, but it isn't all you know, Calvin Homer. Everybody says you're too good for the work. Everybody. But they are going to make you keeper there at Setuckit. They have got brains enough for that." "Well, I don't know about the brains, and I'm not so sure about—" "Oh, don't. It makes me cross to hear you run yourself down. Of course you'll be captain. You know you will." Mrs. Fuller put in a word. "Myra has been so put out about all these things in the papers lately," she observed. "All this praising up of those Crooked Hill people. It makes her provoked, and I don't wonder. It does me, too." Myra's eyes snapped. They were handsome eyes, and the sparkle was becoming. Provoked, she repeated. I should think I was. Who wouldn't be? It is all so ridiculous. Those people at Crooked Hill, that Bartlett and the rest, what did they do? Nothing, except blunder and get themselves and everyone else drowned. Bartlett wasn't drowned. Well, he deserved to be. It was only luck that saved him, and yet they are printing his picture in the paper and calling him a hero and goodness knows what. It is outrageous. You didn't get yourself drowned, or your men either. You ought to be in the papers. You ought to be talked about in Washington. Oh, if I were a man, if I wouldn't say things. Calvin, looking at her, was conscious of a feeling that for her to be a man would be a pity. Yes, a great pity. He was glad that she was not. And, in spite of himself, he found her indignation flattering. Oh, now, he said, that doesn't amount to anything, all that newspaper stuff. It does, too. It amounts to a lot, and you ought to have it. I wish I could see that Kellogg man. I'd tell him what I think. Why doesn't he come out and tell those newspapers the truth? He knows well enough. Why don't you make him? Homer laughed at the idea. I should have a good time making Captain Kellogg do anything he said. Miss Fuller tossed her head. I could make him, she declared. I only wish I had the chance. How? What do you mean? Another toss of the head, a droop of the eyelids, and a little smile. Oh, I could, repeated the young lady. Her mother smiled indulgently. Myra's got a real convincing way with her, she said, and she is so cross when she talks about what she calls your wrongs, Calvin. I never saw her so put out before. She has talked about nobody but you ever since those newspaper stories began. I don't know what does ail her. Miss Fuller was prettily confused. Oh, Mother, stop, she commanded. Don't be so silly. Now, let's forget the old papers and talk about something else. So they did, to their guests' relief. Mrs. Fuller spoke feelingly concerning bygone days when her husband was alive and they were, quote, able to have things, unquote. This led, by tortuous paths, to the present, its inconveniences, and her daughter's capabilities as a teacher and household manager. After a time, Myra again felt called upon to protest. Oh, Mother, do stop talking about me, she begged. Sarepta bridled. Why shouldn't I talk about you, she wished to know. You're all the child I've got, and nobody ever had a smarter or better one. Do have another cup of tea, Captain Calvin. When they rose from the table, Mrs. Fuller insisted upon doing the clearing away unassisted. Myra, she said, you and the captain go right into the sitting room and talk. He'll be having to go back to the station pretty soon, and goodness knows when he'll be able to come again. There are only a few dishes. We never have anything but an everyday supper when you come, Calvin. Treat you just like one of the family, you see, and I'd just as soon do them as not. So Calvin and Myra went into the sitting room, the big square room with a square piano and the black walnut set, and on the walls the oil portraits of Sarepta's father and mother, portraits painted by an unknown artist who should have been an undertaker. The hanging lamp in that sitting room gave but a dim light. Myra declared she did not know what was the matter with the old thing, and so, when they sat together upon the haircloth sofa to look over the scrapbook which Miss Fuller had kept since she was a girl, they were obliged to bend low in order to see. The scrapbook she had brought down from her own room at Calvin's request. How he came to make the request he could scarcely have told. Miss Fuller had, for some reason, happened to mention it, had casually spoken of her possession of such a book soon after they came into the sitting room. Then they had talked about it, just why he was not sure, for he had not at first been greatly interested. But the young lady said it was her chief treasure. There were things in it she would not show to anyone, oh, not for worlds and worlds. That is, to hardly anyone. Didn't he wish he might see it? Being thus challenged, he, of course, declared he wanted to see it. Miss Fuller at first laughed, was provokingly obdurate, and then flutteringly hesitant. Would he promise not to tell if she showed it to him? He would. And promise not to read anything in it unless she gave permission? Yes, he would promise that. So, after more hesitation, becoming and pretty hesitation, the scrapbook was brought, and they bent over it, sitting close together upon the old sofa. And, as they bent, strands of her hair brushed his cheek. He could hear her soft breathing. He was conscious, increasingly and peculiarly conscious, of her nearness to him, and of the perfume she had used, of the full curve of her neck, and the touch of her hands as they turned the pages together. There were many of these pages, some with schoolgirl pictures and clippings from normal school magazines, and invitations to parties and the like. All these Miss Fuller passed by quickly, some of them very quickly, but over the pages in the latter portion of the book she seemed to linger just a little, and suddenly Calvin, bending beside her, became aware that these recent pages were filled with clippings dealing with the exploits of the Setuckit crew, his own crew. There was a picture of the crew, with himself as number one man, prominent in the foreground. There were long stories of wrecks, and in each, he could not help noting, his own name was mentioned. In 2 or 3 instances, the name was underscored in pencil. He felt an odd thrill. She must be very much interested in him, this attractive young woman beside him, to keep and treasure all these. And why had she penciled his name more than those of his comrades? It was flattering, yes, but to him it was more than that. A sophisticated person might have felt it a trifle obvious, but Calvin was anything but sophisticated so far as the opposite sex was concerned. He had been a shy boy, and he was now a man's man. Women were scarce at Setuckit, even in the summer months, and when they visited the station, he had made it a rule to keep out of their way. He turned again to look at the rich gold of the head beside him, and the thrill returned and lingered. The rustle of the pages ceased. The book remained open. There was silence in the room, a significant, dangerous silence. It was Calvin who broke that silence, and his voice trembled a little as he spoke. "Why have you kept all those, Myra?" he asked in a low tone. She did not answer immediately, and when she did, her tone, too, was almost a whisper. "Oh, I don't know," she faltered. I wanted to keep them." "Have you read them all?" "Yes, I think I know them about by heart." "But why?" "I don't know. Please, don't ask me." So, of course, he did ask her. His hand moved toward hers, clasped it. She did not withdraw her own. "Why have you kept all these?" he repeated. "I don't know, Calvin." "But you say you know them by heart. Do you really?" "Yes." "Myra, was it because you like to read about me?" The golden head turned. The big blue eyes looked up into his. As has already been said, they were expressive eyes. Oh, Calvin," she breathed. The inevitable followed, as, time, place, and personalities considered, it was bound to follow. He kissed her. A few minutes, or more than a few, later, he came out of a giddy sort of daze to find himself seated there upon the haircloth sofa, holding a handsome young woman in his arms, and stammering various things. He was not quite sure what. But the young woman seemed to be sure. If she also had been in a daze, there was little trace of it remaining. She snuggled comfortably in his arms and looked up at him again. "Oh, Calvin," she murmured, "isn't it wonderful?" It was wonderful, certainly, so far as he was concerned, so wonderful that he scarcely realized what it was all about, least of all what it really meant. And then, at that psychological moment, the door from the dining room opened, and Mrs. Fuller entered. If she had been listening at the other side of that door, the moment could not have been more psychological. She uttered a little scream. So did Myra. Calvin said nothing. Words were not among his possessions just then. "Well, why, I never," gasped Sarepta. Her daughter gently disengaged her waist from the partially paralyzed arms encircling it and rose. "Mother," she said, "Calvin and I are engaged to be married. Isn't it wonderful? Calvin, dear, it is only Mother. Can't you speak to her?" He could not, of course, but it really made little difference, for Mrs. Fuller did sufficient speaking for the two. At first she declared she believed she should faint right straight away, but it was an erroneous belief. She did not faint. She exclaimed and choked and wept a little, and then kissed Myra over and over again, after which she threw her arms about Mr. Homer's neck and kissed him. Calvin, whose kissing experiences outside of his own family had been pretty closely limited to games at boy and girl parties and a few casual flirtations on straw rides or returns from dances, was overwhelmed with guilty embarrassment. There was no reason why he should feel guilty, but somehow he did. And even yet he could scarcely comprehend the situation. The after-effects of the days were still with him. Mrs. Fuller wept and hugged him, and she and Myra hugged each other, and then the former declared she was so glad she did not know what to do. "If I had had the picking of a son-in-law," she vowed, "I couldn't have found a better one. And, oh, Calvin, I don't believe even you realize what a dear, lovely, smart wife you're going to have. She is a blessing. We'll all be so happy together, won't we?" And so on for a time. Then Sarepta turned to the door. "I must run back to my dishes," she said, and added archly, "I guess likely you can spare me. Engaged folks aren't very particular about having other company around. At least, I know I wasn't when I was engaged. Of course, I'll see you again, Calvin dear, before you go. Oh, I'm so glad for all our sakes." She went away, carefully closing the door after her. Myra sat down again upon the sofa, and Calvin, still giddy, sat down beside her. It was nearly 10 when he rose to go. He had told Peleg that he would meet him at the wharf at 9, and his odd sense of guilt was not lessened by this knowledge. He and Myra had said many things since her mother left them. Miss Fuller said most of them. She had spoken of the future, their future together, but she had spoken of his own even more. She was very ambitious for him, she declared. He was going to get that appointment as keeper, that was sure already, but that was to be only the beginning. "You are going right on," she said with confidence, "right on up and up. My husband isn't going to be just a lifesaver, he is going to be more than that. Superintendent Kellogg is getting pretty old for such a place as he has. He won't be there very much longer. He'll make some mistake or other, and then someone else will be appointed district superintendent." Calvin protested. "Oh, no," he said. "Captain Kellogg is a fine man, and—" She put her fingers on his lips. "He's an old man," she insisted, "and he's an old fool, too." "Now, Myra." "He is, or he would have appointed you keeper 2 weeks ago, and he wouldn't have allowed those idiots of newspapermen to print all those lies about that Bartlett and the rest. I hate that Bartlett." "Why, you don't know him, do you?" "No, but I know his daughter, or I did know her over at Bridgewater. She was there for a little while, a freshie, when I was in my senior year. I met her 3 or 4 times, and I didn't like her a bit. She's a silly goody-goody thing, pretending to be too honorable to have any fun, or— Oh, I hate hypocrites, don't you?" But there, dearest, we won't talk about her, will we? We'll talk about you. I want you to promise you'll do everything you can after you are keeper to push yourself forward. I'll help you. Oh, I can. There are ways. I know lots of people, and some of them, the men especially, like me pretty well. We'll make you superintendent some day. But we won't stop there. You're not going to stay in the life-saving service, you know. Well, I don't suppose I shall, always. There isn't much future in it, but I shall hate to give it up. I do like it. The fellows in it they aren't your kind, and you don't belong with them. You're going to be a rich man some day. I always said I should marry a rich man, and I'll make you one before I'm 40. You just promise me to push yourself forward all you can, and we'll show some of those narrow, self-satisfied Orem ninnies a few things. Now, don't look so frightened, dear. Kiss me, Calvin. They said good night at the side door, an affectionate, lingering farewell it was, on Miss Fuller's part especially. He was to write her every day, and she would write him, and he must not forget his promise. Keep yourself in the front of things all the time, she urged. If the reporters come down there, don't let them talk to anyone but you, and I shall be helping and contriving here. You'll be surprised at what I can do to help. A girl that isn't too homely and that knows a thing or two can help a lot. Good night, you dear boy. Remember the promise. Homer, walking briskly along the deserted sidewalks on his way to the wharf, was in a curious state of mind. If there was one thing certain, it was that, when he came to the Fuller home that evening, he had no intention of leaving it an engaged man. He had given little thought to marriage. His plans for the future had been indefinite enough. They had centered about his work and the new responsibilities of command, which seemed likely to be his, and women had no part in them. And now one woman had taken charge of them, would, and ought to, monopolize them. Myra Fuller was a pretty girl, an attractive and very clever girl, but there should be no buts. He realized that keenly, and his conscience smote him. It was wonderful to think that such a girl loved him. He did not understand it. And yet she did love him. She had said so, and he must believe it. He should be very proud. She was one of the most popular girls in Orem. When other girls had been neglected by masculine followers, Myra had always had at least one hanging about. He remembered rumors of her engagement, or rumors that she was just as good as engaged to this fellow or that. And now, of all the list, she had chosen him. As his wife, the word smote him almost like a chill. He was to take a wife. He was engaged to be married. He was. She herself had suggested that the engagement be kept a secret for the present. He had agreed to this, had, in fact, felt a sort of relief in agreeing. He did not quite understand why she wished to delay the announcement. The delay, apparently, had something to do with those ambitious plans for his future which she talked so much about. It was fine of her to be so interested in him. She had said he was to become a rich man. She was to make him one. He had never dreamed of riches. The acquiring of money had never attracted him greatly. But it attracted her. She meant to make him rich in spite of himself. And she would do it. Yes, when a girl like that set out to do a thing, she would and could achieve her object. He felt perfectly certain of that, and with the certainty came a sense of helplessness, almost as if he were in a trap with no way out. His walk to the landing was not the path of glory which a triumphant lover is supposed to tread. The loom of the sail of Peleg's boat at the end of the wharf brought him out of his mental maze, and Mr. Merrick's voice impatiently hailing him awoke him from the future to the immediate reality. "Well, so here you be at last," vouchsafed the skipper of the Wild Duck. I began to think you got lost in the dark somewhere. Been roosting here over an hour, I have. I don't know as you realize it, but it's beginning to breeze on, and I've got a couple of aches in my port knee joint that means blow, if they don't mean more than that. Where you been cruising to, anyhow? I'm pretty nigh froze to a crisp. This ain't no 4th of July night, didn't you know it? Good thing I had company, or I'd lost my grip onto myself and swore a few. Climb aboard, lively. My fingers are so numb, I don't know as I can unlimber 'em enough to cast off. To most of this tirade, Homer paid no attention. He swung over the string piece of the wharf and dropped into the cockpit of the catboat. Then he became aware that he and Merrick were not the only persons aboard the Wild Duck. Someone else was seated there in the stern near the tiller. This individual rose to his feet. A heavy, bulky man he was, and, against the background of starlit sky and water, Calvin caught sight of the fringes of a thick beard stirring in the wind. He did not recognize the man, but he took it for granted that the latter must be someone he knew. "Why, hello," he said. The man held out a mittened hand. His voice, when he spoke, was deep, and his method of speech what Cape Codders describe as moderate. "How are you, Mr. Homer?" he said. "Glad to know you." Calvin shook the proffered hand, but he was puzzled. The man was a stranger. Merrick grinned the grin of superior knowledge. "Don't know who 'tis, do you, Cal?" he observed. "Well, it's somebody that we've all heard considerable tell of lately. Cal, let me make you acquainted to Mr. Benoni Bartlett, Crooked Hill Shoals. You know, Cal, he's calculating to sail down to the point along with us, Mr. Bartlett is. Ain't you, Mr. Bartlett?" Bartlett bowed, gravely and deliberately, as he seemed to do everything. "Going to ask you to take care of me at the station for a little while, Homer," he said. "I'm going down there to kind of look things over, the Lord willin'." Calvin stared at him. Why was Bartlett going to Setuckit Station to look things over? What on earth did it mean? What might it mean? The catboat swung away from the wharf. Merrick came aft to the tiller. "All set, be ye?" inquired Peleg. "Mm-hmm. And time enough, too, I'd say. Let her go." End of Chapter 3. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 4 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. During the sail down to Setuckit, Peleg did most of the talking. Bartlett seemed disinclined to converse, and his answers to Merrick's questions were monosyllabic. These questions dealt with almost every conceivable topic, but centered, naturally enough, about the great storm and the disaster at Crooked Hill Shoal, the tragic happening of which, the Wild Duck's unexpected passenger, was the sole survivor. And of this particular subject, it was increasingly plain that Bartlett was determined not to speak. "You've had a terrible time, ain't you, Mr. Bartlett?" observed Peleg hopefully. Silence. Merrick tried again. "I say, you and the Crooked Hill crew had a terrible time," he repeated. Still no acknowledgment. Persisted the hermit, by no means discouraged. "What did you say, Mr. Bartlett?" "When?" "Why, just now." "I didn't say anything." "No, I don't know's you did, come to think of it. I was saying that you Crooked Hill fellers had a terrible time in that wreckscape of yours. I guess likely you didn't hear me." "I heard you." Oh, I want to know. Well. What?" Why, I thought you was just going to say something about it." "I wasn't." Mr. Merrick swallowed hard, opened his mouth, closed it, and then attempted another attack, strategical this time, and addressed by way of his other passenger. "Me and Calvin and all the boys down to Setuckit, we've been talking about you Crooked Hill folks a lot lately," he observed. "Been reading the papers every chance we could get, ain't we, Calvin?" But this move, too, was a failure. Homer was as sparing of speech as Bartlett. He had no wish to talk. He was doing a vast amount of thinking, and his thoughts were speculative and distrusting. Benoni Bartlett, the newspaper sensation, was on his way to the Setuckit station to look things over. Why? Again, he remembered his recent talk with Superintendent Kellogg and the latter's evident ill humor and his hint at interference in high places. The hint had made him uneasy at the time, but he had tried to forget it. Now it came back to him with all its possible implications, including one of which he had never dreamed as a possibility. Even the mental disturbance following realization of the fact that he was engaged to be married was crowded out of his mind. So he, too, snubbed the garrulous Myrick. Peleg, however, was not the type to accept a snub. If the others refused to talk to him, he, at least, could talk to them, and he continued to do so. The wind was, so far, but a mild and steady breeze, and the weather, in spite of the prognostications of his various joints, as fine as could be wished. His task as skipper and pilot was, therefore, an easy one, and his mind and tongue were free. He used the latter unsparingly. It was not every night, or day for that matter, that the Wild Duck carried a real live hero, one whose name and photograph were published abroad. Once, years before, he had acted as cook for a party a member of which was an ex-governor of the state. Peleg had talked of that happy week ever since. The subject was, except with strangers, utterly worn out. His Setuckit acquaintances hailed the least reference to it with derisive cheers. Now, by good luck, he was thrown in contact with another celebrity, someone else to furnish floods of embellished reminiscence in the months to come. So Mr. Myrick's exultant tongue wagged alone. Neither of his passengers paid the least attention to him. They sat, one on each side of the cockpit, each engrossed in his own musings. Bartlett, his heavy beard blown by the wind and his cap pulled down over his eyes, was a bulky shadow, mysterious, silent, and in Homer's eyes increasingly ominous. Calvin, his knees crossed and one arm resting upon the rail, stared ahead over the water. He lit his pipe, and then, remembering that he had brought some cigars at the store in the village, offered them to his fellow voyagers. Peleg seized his with enthusiasm. Bartlett refused. "I don't smoke," he said gravely. "Much obliged." Myrick thought he saw a possible crack in the social ice and jumped at it. "Don't care about tobacco, Mr. Bartlett?" he asked. "Don't like it, eh?" "Yes." "Eh, what? Oh, you do? But you don't smoke? Well, some folks had rather chew, I know, and some of them had rather do both to once. I knew a man one time. Used to play the bass fiddle, he did, along with me, up to Thanksgiving and 4th of July balls. That man." The heavy beard lifted. "I don't chew and I don't smoke," said Bartlett slowly, "and I don't go to dancing times either." "Huh! Don't you believe in dancing?" The reply was prompt this time. "Believe?" scornfully. "I believe in the devil, so far as that goes." Even Mr. Myrick was stumped for the moment. The stumping was but momentary, however, and although he changed the subject, he continued to talk. The next time he struck fire was with what should have been a much less inflammable topic than tobacco. He had wandered, by circuitous ways, back to the Crooked Hill wreck. "Well, Mr. Bartlett," he observed, "I presume likely you ain't feeling quite yourself even yet, be you?" His passenger straightened in his seat. "What do you mean by that?" he demanded sharply. Why, nothing special. I was just thinking that considering all you'd been through, you couldn't scarcely be what you'd call fit yet a while, so—" Bartlett lifted a big hand. "Fit," he repeated. "Did anybody tell you I wasn't fit?" "Tell me? Why, no, nobody told me. I just thought. I'm as fit today as ever I was. As ever I was. Do you understand?" Why, certain I understand. All I meant was that considering how you'd been next door to drownded, just saved by luck, as you might say." "It wasn't luck that saved me." "No? No, of course 'twasn't, not really. Them fellas on the beach, they didn't save me either." Peleg was surprised. So was Homer. "They didn't?" cried Merrick. "Why, do tell. Is that so? The newspapers, they said. Why, who did save you, Mr. Bartlett?" The answer was solemnly given. There was a tremendous earnestness in it. "God Almighty saved me," declared Bartlett. "Him and nobody else." Mr. Merrick gasped. "Eh? Why, I never thought of him," he stammered. The big beard nodded. "Most folks don't," declared Bartlett. "It would be better for 'em if they did." He did not speak again until the end of the trip was at hand. Then occurred an incident which, in the light of after events, was prophetic. At the time, however, it seemed odd. That was all. The Wild Duck had drawn up to her moorings in the sheltered cove in the bay side of the point. Peleg's dory was anchored there, and he had picked up her anchor rope with a boat-hook and drawn the dory alongside. "All ashore that's going ashore," he announced. "Hop in, Cal. Get right aboard, Mr. Bartlett." Homer swung over the side into the dory. His fellow passenger followed suit, but more slowly and carefully, and seated himself on the after thwart. Merrick, having lowered the sail of the catboat and anchored her, tumbled after them with the ease and lightness of a hippopotamus. The dory heeled down until her rail touched the water. Calvin laughed. "Great Scott, Peleg," he exclaimed. "You're as spry and handy as a ton of coal, aren't you?" Bartlett did not laugh. He, too, uttered an exclamation, but it was more like that of a nervous woman. "Careful!" he cried sharply. "Look out!" It was not so much the words as the tone which was odd. Homer stared at him in surprise. Even Merrick seemed to share the surprise, for he, too, stared. "Sit still, you!" snapped Bartlett. Peleg grinned as he fitted the oars between the thole-pins. "Certain sure, Mr. Bartlett," he agreed. "Settin' still is my job for a few minutes now. Think I was going to upset you, did you? Well, I ain't. This old dory of mine is kind of a crank if you aren't used to her, but she'll stay right side up, give her own way. Strangers, though, she makes 'em kind of fidgety sometimes, and I don't know's I blame 'em." The passenger in the stern laughed then, and in an uneasy and embarrassed fashion. It was the first time Homer had heard him laugh, and even now he seemed to do it with an effort. "I began to think I was in for another spill," he explained. "So this is Setuckit, eh? I haven't been here for over 10 years. They landed on the beach, said good night to Merrick, who was booked for another long sail before reaching his home moorings opposite his shanty, and walked together through the heavy sand up to the station. The mess room was untenanted. All the crew, except the man on beach patrol and the watchman in the tower, having turned in hours before. Bartlett looked about the room with interest. "Keep things taut and shipshape aboard here, don't you?" he observed. "Well, I calculate I'll go aloft and turn in myself. I presume likely you've got an empty berth up in the spare room, haven't you?" Homer told him that the room was empty. It had been unoccupied since the departure of the men from the David Cows. Bartlett nodded. "First rate," he said. "Well, I'll sleep there then, for tonight anyhow. I'm going to stay here for a day or so and, look around, same as I said. You and I'll have some talks together tomorrow or next day." Homer offered to go up with him and light the lamps, but the offer was declined. "I guess likely I know the ropes aboard here," was the answer. "I've been in the service long enough to know 'em. Thank you just the same. Good night." Slowly and heavily the bulky figure climbed the stairs. Calvin watched it go. Then he sat down by the stove to think. His thoughts were more bewildering than ever, and no more pleasant. When, a half-hour later, he passed the door of the spare room, the quarters for wrecked sailors. On his way to the tower, he noticed that the door of that room was ajar and that the lamp was still burning. Glancing in as he passed, he saw Benoni Bartlett seated beneath the bracket lamp, reading a book. It was a small leather-bound book, and Homer judged it to be either a pocket Bible or a testament. Next morning, the appearance of the unexpected guest at the breakfast table aroused tremendous interest and much speculative gossip among the men. The guest himself was as uncommunicative as Merrick and Homer had found him the previous night. He was agreeable enough in his solemn way, and answered when spoken to, on all subjects except those dealing with the Crooked Hill tragedy and his own narrow escape. Of these he simply would not talk. He inspected the station and its surroundings thoroughly and without waiting for an invitation. The barn, the horses, the boats, and their appurtenances, all these he seemed to find most interesting. This interest, considering the fact that he had spent years of his life in the life-saving service, was deemed peculiar, to say the least. Seleucus Gammon, watching his chance, spoke to Homer concerning it. "What in the nation is he loafing down here at Setuckit for, Cal?" demanded Seleucus. "Just now I caught him in the boat-room pawing over the breeches buoy gear. How do you like the looks of 'em, says I, looking to see him squirm a little mite. Most anybody would, you know, being caught nosing around where 'twarn't any of his particular business. But no siree. Crime musty, nary a squirm did he squirm. Just said everything 'peared to be all right, for as he could see, and that's all he said. I swear if he didn't seem to be waiting for me to clear out so's he could do some more pawing. I said one or two more things, and he never said nothing, so after a spell I had to go. But what's it all mean? What's he here for? Who told him to come?" Calvin shook his head. "I don't know any more about it than you do, Seleucus," he said. "He's here to look things over, that's what he told me, and that's all he told. Of course, he wouldn't have come on his own accord. Probably we shall know more by and by." "Humph, maybe. But what do you calculate it means?" "Don't know, Seleucus, and there isn't much use guessing." "I calculate not. But say, Cal, he's a queer critter, ain't he? I heard he was, and maybe this narrer squeak of his has made him queerer. Don't talk much, and don't laugh once in a dog's age. Only time I see him get the least mite stirred up was when Josh Finney hove out some joke or other about Noah and the ark. Josh was saying he calculated old Noah must have took some of the animals aboard in the breeches buoy, long towards the last of the high water. 'Twarn't much of a joke, but 'twas as good as most of Josh's regular run. The rest of us laughed, but old Baloney, that's what the gang is beginning to call him behind his back, Baloney Sausage, you know, Baloney never laughed. No, sir. Finney winked at us fellers and asked him if he didn't think 'twas probable that Noah shot a line over the tree where the monkeys was and took 'em off that way. Now, if it had been me, I'd have said that one thing was sartain he got 'em aboard somehow, because one of their great-great-grandchildren was settin' right in front of me. But all Baloney done was get up and go out. Well, I always heard he was pious as Jabez Lothrop's dog that wouldn't eat his Sunday dinner nowheres but on the meetin' house back steps." "Huh. What did you say, Cal?" "Nothing. Ain't much use of saying anything, is there? The boys are saying it, though. Josh vows he calculates Baloney must have been one of Noah's fo'mast hands. Says his whiskers reminded him of some of the pictures in the Sunday school books. Say, Cal." "Well, what is it?" "Cal," Seleucus was serious enough now, "you don't suppose it's possible that Superintendent Kellogg's gone crazy, do you?" "What do you mean?" "I shouldn't wonder if you know what I mean, don't you?" Homer hesitated. "I don't know anything," he answered after a moment, "and if I did, it wouldn't be my business or yours to talk about it." "Huh. Well, all we can do is wait and see, I suppose, likely, same as the old woman waited for the pullet to lay so's to make sure the critter wasn't a rooster. I always knew there was a lot of plaguey fools in this world, but it don't hardly seem as if the plaguiest ones could be plaguey enough to... All right, I'm through, but don't worry, Cal, this crew's behind you. All that day Calvin waited, expecting one of the promised talks with his visitor, but the latter made no move toward a confidential interview. He was, as always, quiet, solemn, and for the most part gentle of speech and mild in demeanor. He treated Homer with marked politeness, but he made no explanation concerning the real reason for his visit. And on the following forenoon, the mystery was solved. Kellogg drove down the beach in the buggy behind a sturdy little bay horse. It needed but a glance at his superior's face to show Calvin that the district superintendent was not in a pleasant frame of mind. His first question was concerning Bartlett's whereabouts. The latter was, at that moment, in the boat room, and thither went Kellogg, closing the door behind him. The two men remained there for more than half an hour. When the superintendent emerged, he looked more gloomy than when he entered. He laid a hand upon Homer's arm and motioned toward the keeper's room. "Come along with me, Calvin," he said. "I want to talk with you." They entered the bedroom and sat down, Homer upon the bed and Kellogg on the only chair. There they looked at each other. Kellogg seemed to find it hard to begin the conversation, but as his companion remained silent, he was obliged to begin. He drew a long breath and spoke. "Calvin," he said, "I've got some bad news for you. I never found that it did any good to mope around and growl when I had the toothache. Better have the thing out and be done with it. Benoni Bartlett is going to be keeper of this station. He's got the appointment, and the only question was whether, after he'd come down here and looked the place over, he'd want to take it. He does want to take it. Fact is, he's just told me that he has made up his mind to take it. So that's settled. He's the new keeper here at Setuckit." Calvin did not answer. At the moment, he had no comment to make. It was what he had feared, what he had increasingly expected ever since his meeting with Bartlett aboard the Wild Duck. The confirmation of his forebodings, however, was not the less a shock. The injustice of it and the bitter disappointment were overwhelming. He did not trust himself to speak yet. There were many things to say, and he intended to say them, but he would let Kellogg finish first. His feelings showed in his face, and the superintendent needed no words to understand them. He leaned forward and laid a hand upon the young man's knee. "I don't want you to blame me for this, Cal," he said earnestly. "Speaking between ourselves here, with the door shut, I don't mind telling you that you can't feel any worse about it than I do. It's a shame, and if it would do any good, I'd write those fellows at Washington a letter that would blister the paper and finish up by handing in my resignation. I'm district superintendent down here, and I generally figure to know what's what and who's who a whole lot better than a parcel of politicians. I recommended you as high as I ever recommended any man for any job. You were in line for keeper here. You were fit for it. You'd earned it. The men wanted you, and I wanted you. As a general thing, the department lets me have my way, and my word goes. But here was a case where, for once, it didn't go. 'Twas the papers and the politicians that did us both. Bartlett's been played up as a hero from Dan to Beersheba. He's been preached about and speeched about ever since he was lucky enough to be hauled out of the surf there at Crooked Hill. He'd got to be rewarded. That's all there was to it. And some smart aleck decided that the fitting reward for him was to make him skipper of the newest and best station on this section of the coast. So they shoved you and me to one side and made him that. And now he is keeper. See how it was, don't you?" Calvin nodded. "I see," he said shortly. "I don't blame you, Captain Kellogg. I don't want you to, but let me say this much more. Last time I talked with you, I could see what was in the offing, and I did my level best to steer it off on another tack. They were bound to make Bartlett captain of something, and I suggested making him keeper of his old station at Crooked Hill Shoal. Nothing doing. Crooked Hill was a smaller station than this one, not so new nor so well found. And, for some reason or other, Bartlett himself didn't want to go there. Just why he didn't, I'm not sure. He was always queer and cranky, but since his narrow squeak, he's been queerer and crankier still. He won't talk about Crooked Hill, won't go near the place, acts, well, if you ask me, I'd say he acted scared of the very name of it. He wouldn't hear of being captain of a Crooked Hill crew, that was that. But when the dumb fools at Washington, is that door shut tight? When they nosed in and began to talk of Setuckit, he pricked up his ears. And now it's gone through. Calvin, what are you going to do about it? Homer smiled. I'm going to look for another job, he said. Meaning you're going to quit the service? Of course. I expected to hear you say so, but I'm hoping you'll change your mind. Why should I? Look here, Captain Kellogg, I hope I'm not a quitter, generally speaking, but here is a case where quitting is the only sensible thing for me to do. I like this job here. I don't know why I do, but I do, and if I had been made captain of this crew, I should have stayed on and done my darndest to make good. How long I should have stayed, I don't know, for of course I realize that there is mighty little future in it, but I'd have stayed for a good while, until I decided I must make the move that I shall have to make sometime. But now, well, this looks like the time, doesn't it? Maybe it does, Cal, in a way. But you know what all hands will say, don't you? They will say that, when you couldn't play the game your own way, you took your dolls and went home. You won't call it that. Maybe I won't, but about everybody else will. Let them. I shan't care. Oh, yes, you will. You'll care a lot. It's no fun to be misjudged and lied about. You might lick some of the liars, but you couldn't lick 'em all, and 2/3 of the lying will be done behind your back. You say you like the service, and I know you do. You and I are made that way. We can't help liking it. You tell me you were bound to quit it sometime. Well, I guess likely that's pretty good judgment for an ambitious young fellow. But when you do quit, you'll find considerable satisfaction in doing it just when you want to, not when other folks expect you to. Eh, what is it? Calvin had smiled again, a sudden and bitter smile. Kellogg was talking to him much as he, Homer, had talked to Wally Oakes that day of the big storm. The irony in the situation was, in its way, funny, but the smile lasted only a moment. I suppose you're right, Captain, he admitted. All you say is true enough, but the fact is that this business... Oh, I guessed it when Bartlett came here, even before that, when you were here last. This business has made me sick of the whole game. I thought the United States Life-Saving Service was one line that was out of politics. I'm no politician. I don't belong with them. I'm going to try for a job ashore. I ought to be getting on in this world if I'm ever going to. It's high time I did, I guess. There are reasons why I must. Kellogg regarded him with interest. Special reasons, he asked. What do you mean? Homer had said more than he meant to say. He had been thinking aloud, and the last sentence had slipped by his guard. He hastened to protest. Oh, nothing, he evaded. I guess I didn't mean anything in particular, Captain. Huh. Well, here's another thing for you to consider before you hand in your papers. This isn't the only open job in my district. Maybe I've got a little influence left in spite of politics. Somebody's got to be keeper at Crooked Hill. How would you like to go down there, Cal? Calvin's reply was prompt and decisive. I don't know how I should like it, he said. I don't know I would take it if it was offered me. This was my station, and the only one I care about. Kellogg nodded. I understand, he said. I thought likely you'd feel that way. I didn't think you'd be interested in seconds. I shouldn't if I was in your shoes. But, Homer, there is one thing you ought to care about, something that, knowing you, I honestly believe you do care about, same as I care. It's the good of this service. He had lighted a cigar. Now, tossing it, still alight and smoldering, upon the little table, he leaned forward once more and tapped his friend's knee with his forefinger. "The good of the United States Life-Saving Service," he repeated. "That service you was talking about a minute ago. I'm not much a hand to preach sermons. I ain't a minister, and you know it, boy. But sometimes I do feel like climbing into the pulpit and letting her go. What keeps men like you and me on the jobs we've got? It isn't the pay. God knows we don't get any pay worth talking about. We get into the work, first, because of the kind of risk and snap and fun there always is in taking chances, and then we stay in it because we like it better than anything else. And pretty soon we don't think of anything but the work and shoving it through. Don't think of our own selves hardly at all, do we? Of course, that don't hold with the bulk of surfmen. Lots of 'em are here today and gone tomorrow. But it does hold with fellows like Oswald Merrick and me and you, unless I'm mighty mistaken. That being the case, when things don't go as we want 'em to, it looks to me as if we didn't have any right to jump overboard and wade ashore. We ought to stick by the boat closer than ever. Calvin, you've got to stay down here at Setuckit, a spell anyhow, on just one account, the good of the service. Where did I heave that cigar?" He found the cigar, which had fallen to the floor, relighted it, and gazed intently at his friend, plainly anxious to see what impression his sermon had made. And it was just as plain that it had made little or none. It did resemble the preachment Calvin had delivered to Oakes. Calvin himself was obliged to admit that. But this was different. He was still stubborn. "I can't see that my staying here will help the service," he said. "And honestly, Captain, I think it is time I thought about myself a little." "Maybe it is in a way, but in another way it isn't. The service—" Homer interrupted. "The service hasn't thought much about me, I should say," he broke in impatiently. "Why should I think of it?" "Because you should. Hang it all, Cal, you know you ought to. It hasn't thought of me much. It has turned down the strongest recommendation I ever made. Turned it down flat. I'm as mad over this thing as you are, and, just like you, I was all for resigning. But I've made it a habit to think a spell before I act, and, after I had thought, I decided I couldn't resign. 'Twas my job to stay and keep the craft off the shoals. And it's yours, too. You're going to be needed, or I miss my guess." Calvin looked at him, and the look was returned intently and earnestly. "Just what do you mean by that?" demanded Homer. "What I say. Cal, how much have you seen of this Bartlett?" "Seen of him? Why, I sailed down with him in Merrick's boat, and I have talked with him a dozen times since. What do you— Wait, I'm going to tell you. Have you noticed anything funny about him?" "Why, I don't know. He is a sort of crank on the Bible. The men have noticed that. Anyone would notice it." "I know. He's that, and always was, but more so since the wreck escape. But have you noticed anything else? Pretty, nervous sometimes, isn't he?" "Nervous?" "Yes, I ran across Peleg Merrick driving down just now, and Peleg told me how Bartlett yelled at him to be careful when you fellows got aboard the dory. Of course, he told me a lot more than that. He'd have been talking yet if I'd stopped to listen, but he did tell that about the dory. You noticed it, of course?" "Why, yes, I noticed that he did seem rather nervous, then, as you say." "Mm-hmm. And he's been as nervous as that every time we have talked about the wreck and the upsetting of the lifeboat. He doesn't want to speak of that, and when he and I drove down to Crooked Hill from Trummett a little while ago, he acted so queer that I couldn't keep my eyes off him. I caught him standing, staring off at the breakers where the schooner went to pieces. And it was a cold day, but I give you my word, the sweat was standing out on his forehead like melting frost on a window. I don't know that was so queer, considering how near he came to being drowned with the rest in those very breakers." Maybe not, but there was a look in his eyes that I didn't like. I've seen that look in a man's eyes before, and, Cal, sometimes a close shave, same as Benoni Bartlett has been through, has an effect that you wouldn't expect. Particularly where the man is as high-strung and odd as this fellow has been ever since I've known him. Yes, and getting more so every year. Sometimes, and I've seen cases, a thing like that gets a man. Gets his goat, as the boys tell about. If it does get it good, that man isn't liable to be the right one to take out a Setuckit life crew in gales such as we have down here. There, I shouldn't say this to anybody but you, and of course you'll keep it under your hat. Of course, but see here, Captain, I don't think anything special. The appointment wasn't mine, and I've told you so. But this district is mine, and this station is under me, and I'm responsible for it. Calvin Homer, I want you to stay here, for a while anyhow, as number one man of this crew. I can depend on you, and the crew depend on you too. Will you stay on? Homer was silent. Kellogg waited a moment, and then made another attempt. There's one thing more I might say, he went on. Politics or not, the skipper of one of my crews has got to make good. There'll be no favorites played while I'm district superintendent. Now, Bartlett will probably make good enough, but if he doesn't, well, then I will have the say as to who takes his place, and you know who that will be. This move was a mistake. Calvin frowned. Never mind that, he said. I shouldn't stay anywhere with the idea of taking another man's place. Nobody expects you to, sharply. Leave yourself out of it for a minute, can't you? Your own concerns don't count a mite. Neither do mine, in one way. What does count is what I've been preaching at you for half an hour, the good of the service. I tell you the good of the service calls for a man down here just now that this crew knows and likes and will stand by. They don't know Bartlett yet. They do know you. If you've got to have something personal in it, why, I'll be the person. I want you to promise me you'll hang on here as number one man for 3 months anyhow. I need you. You can cuss the service if you want to, but stick by it for 3 months. And stick by me. Come, will you? For the first time, Homer's determination was really shaken. He liked and respected his superintendent. Every man in the service did that. Kellogg he counted as a firm friend, and, in spite of his assumed indifference, the appeal to his loyalty to the service was effective also. He hesitated. Kellogg grinned and sighed in relief. You will, he said. I thought you would, and I don't believe you'll lose out in the long run. You stay the 3 months, and then we'll see. But how do you know Bartlett will want me as his number one? 'Cause he said he did just now. Told me he liked what he'd seen of you first rate and did hope you'd stay. But if he didn't, it wouldn't make any difference. I want you as number one, don't I? Damn it all, man, do you think the politicians have taken all the backbone out of me? My name is Cyrus G. Kellogg, by holy. When I change it to mush and skim milk, I'll let you know. Even then, the matter was by no means settled. The most that Calvin would concede was that he would think matters over and give his decision to his superior before the latter's departure. Kellogg, however, seemed satisfied. That's all right, he declared. I'll be here till after dinner. You can say yes then, just as well as now, if you'd rather. There, I feel considerable better. Now we'll go and give Bartlett a few points. He's going to ride up to the Main along with me. He'll be down tomorrow or next day to take charge. His optimism concerning the decision was justified. When dinner was over, Calvin took his friend aside and gave the latter his promise to remain at Setuckit as number one man until the 1st of March. It was now the middle of December. But I tell you, Captain, he added, I still don't like the idea a bit. The way you argued it, I don't see how I can do anything else, but I don't like it. And you didn't say so, but I realize that you have another reason, besides those you mentioned, for wanting me to stay a while. You figure the crew, Some of them will flare up a little at having an outsider rung in as skipper, and you're hoping I can smooth them down. I'll do what I can, of course, but I do think it puts me in a rotten position." Kellogg slapped him on the shoulder. "It puts you in just the right position, for now," he vowed, "and I'll put you in the better one the first chance I get. And meantime, I shall sleep a little better nights. Thanks, Calvin. And now, here's another tooth to be hauled. We'll collect Benoni and break the news to the boys." The crew, even the man in the tower was called down for the moment, were brought into the mess room, and there the superintendent told them of the new appointment. "Captain Bartlett is to be your skipper now," he said in conclusion. "The rest of you will keep your rankings just as they are, with Homer as number one. I shall count on every one of you to do your best for the new skipper and for me. Anybody that doesn't will hear from me in a hurry. Now, maybe Captain Bartlett would like to say a word." Bartlett, thus appealed to, stepped forward. He was as grave and unsmiling as ever, and his eyes, beneath their heavy, grizzled brows, regarded the group before him. "Men," he said, "I didn't take this appointment without a whole lot of prayerful thinking. It does seem to be a call on me that I hadn't ought to put by. I've got a daughter, and she seems anxious to have me get on, and I'm taking it full as much for her sake as my own. Of course, I realize that, same as Captain Kellogg says, I've got to count on you to help. You'll find me, I calculate, a just man to them that do justly by me and their work. I ain't liable to be very strict. It ain't my way to be, but of course I can't stand for any rum drinking or nothing like that. Rum's a curse, one of the worst on earth, and sailors and men along shore suffer from it full as much or more than anybody. I've been life-saving a long spell, and I tell you I've seen—" He had raised his hand in a gesture, but Kellogg touched his shoulder, and, with a start, he dropped it and turned. The superintendent whispered, and Bartlett nodded. Yes, that's so," he said, in acknowledgment of the whisper. "Captain Kellogg says he and I have got to be going," he added, turning to the men, "so I shan't say any more now, nor any other time," with an apologetic smile. "I calculate we'll all be too busy to make speeches or listen to 'em. I'll do my best to be square with you, and you will with me, I know. And, with the good Lord's help, we'll make a go of it. I guess that's about all." A few minutes later, he and the superintendent climbed into the buggy and moved away up the beach. The men, silent so far, watched them go. But Homer was quite aware, and the expressions on their faces proved it, that they would not remain silent long. There would be talk enough as soon as they recovered from their astonishment. Would it be talk and nothing more serious? That was the question which troubled him most. His foot was on the threshold of his own room, the room which, in a day or two, he must relinquish to another man. But he turned back. "See here, boys," he said earnestly, "I want you to listen to me a minute. We're going to have a new skipper here, and when he comes, I'll be number one man again. But until he shows up, I'm in charge, and I don't want any growling or fool business. Now, get to your work. Rogers, you're on watch on the lookout, aren't you? Tumble up there, lively. Peleg says we're going to have a blow before night. He may be right. He is sometimes. On the job, all hands." He did not wait to see what effect his orders may have had, but he went into the skipper's room. As he closed the door, he heard one word. It was Josh Finney who uttered it. "Hell!" exclaimed Josh. That was all, but no more, and no deeper disgust could have been expressed in a volume. All the rest of that day, a gunpowdery atmosphere pervaded the Setuckit Life-Saving Station. It was apparent always. Wherever Calvin happened to be, he was aware of it. In the mess room, in the kitchen, on the beach during signal drill, wherever a group of the crew were gathered, there was always that air of sullen rebellion and obstinate discontent. During supper, usually the jolliest of station meals, the jokes were few, and most of these Homer himself supplied. The men ate in silence, with occasional mutterings or sidelong whispers. But when they were alone, when he was not of the company, he knew they talked much. Seleucus Gammon admitted it under cross-examination. Calvin called Seleucus into his room, and there the admission was made. "Of course the fellers are sore," grumbled Gammon. "Why wouldn't they be? The heft of 'em are like me. They've been at Setuckit a long time. Oakes is the only new one, and he ain't much account and shouldn't ought to be here by rights. We had Oz Merrick as skipper for years. He was a good man, one of our own crowd, and the boys liked him and was for him. They like you too, Cal. You're one of the gang they know, and all hands figured you'd be made keeper, and they wanted you to be. But now they put this Bartlett over us, a feller from outside. What for? That's what all hands are asking. What for? Kellogg—" Homer interrupted. "You mustn't blame Kellogg," he said. "Not a bit. He is under orders, same as the rest of us, and he obeys those orders and keeps his mouth shut. That's what you fellows are expected to do, and you will, as long as I am in charge anyhow." Seleucus flapped an enormous paw in protest. "Who said we wouldn't, Cal?" he demanded. "You won't have no trouble. It's this dragging in a whisker-faced, Bible-backed outsider that makes the row, and shoving an able man like you to one side. Why—" "Hold on there. I'm the one who was shoved aside, as you call it, and that is my business, and not yours, nor Josh Finney's. You say you're for me. That's what you said, wasn't it?" "You bet, Calvin," with enthusiasm. "We're on your side, every man jack." "All right, then do what I tell you to do, and go to work and shut up. And when Captain Bartlett gets here, give him as fair a show as you would have given me. If you want to prove you're on my side, prove it that way." Seleucus pulled his mustache. "I don't blame you for being touchy, Cal," he said, with an air of sympathetic tolerance which was exasperating. "Heave ahead and lay into me all you want to. I can stand it. I feel just the same as you do." Calvin's patience was on a hair trigger that afternoon. "Oh, get out, you idiot," he ordered. "But if you or anyone else shirks on his job and I find it out, I'll make him step lively. And if you take my advice, you'll stop growling and whispering and behave yourselves. As for the skipper's appointment, do as I'm going to do. Forget it." Which was comparatively easy as advice to give others, but tremendously hard for the adviser to live up to. Calvin could not forget. He thought of little else during his waking moments, and they were many that night. Merrick's prophesied blow amounted to little or nothing. The fair weather continued, and the crew were not called out. Homer devoutly wished they might be. A risky launching and a hard, strenuous adventure in the line of duty would be heaven-sent distractions just then. Disappointment, resentment, yes, and discouragement were his, and he could not shake them off. A dozen times he repented of his promise to Kellogg. How could he hang on here, wasting his time, for another 3 months? And what would Myra Fuller say when she heard the news? She had promised to marry him. He had promised to marry her. The thought of that promise and what it meant was more overwhelming than all else. Myra was ambitious. She had boasted of it. She was, most of all, ambitious for him. He was to make good, in the service first, and in larger fields of endeavor afterward. She had declared that she would make him successful, and the first step toward that success was to have been his captaincy at Setuckit. He groaned at the thought of her disappointment. She was a wonderful girl, so clever and handsome, and so greatly sought after. Why she should have chosen him he could not comprehend, had given up trying to do so. But she had so chosen, and he ought already to be proving himself worthy of his luck. And now, within a few hours of their betrothal, she would learn that he had been passed over, and the appointment upon which they had both counted had gone to another. If it had happened before, if Kellogg had told him the truth when he came to Setuckit on his former visit, if he had spoken out instead of hinting then, why, then he and Myra may not have become engaged. He might not have called at the Fuller house, would not have felt like calling anywhere, and the disappointment would have been his alone, and therefore so very much easier to bear. Almost he found himself wishing that he had not made that call. Then he realized that such a wish was ungrateful and disloyal, even dishonorable. It was a pretty bad night, and he was glad when morning came. A clear, bright morning it was, so the distraction of hard work for him and the discontented crew was not likely to come that day. The discontent and undercurrent of rebellion were just as evident at breakfast. His pointed counsel to Gammon had apparently no effect. Yet a distraction did come that forenoon, and in an unexpected way. The distraction not so much for him as for the crew, and, in particular, for Seleucus. The latter's brother-in-law, a man named Philander Jarvis, was what Cape Codders call a, quote, boat fisherman, unquote. He owned a catboat and went off to the fishing banks along Orham's borders after cod. He made his trips daily, except on Sundays, winter and summer, and it took more than an ordinary gale to keep Philander on shore. He owned a shanty, a tiny 4-room house at Setuckit, within a few hundred yards of the station. This particular fall, and thus far into December, he had been making his daily voyages from South Orham and living with his sister Jemima, Seleucus's wife, at the Gammon home in that village. It has been already noted in this chronicle that Seleucus was a married man. The casual stranger, seeing how closely he stuck to his work at the Setuckit station, how seldom he visited the mainland, and how infrequently he availed himself of the 1 day in 9, the shore liberty allotted each surfman under the regulations, might never have suspected the fact that he possessed a wife. But he did, or she possessed him, and all Orham knew it and had talked and chuckled over it for years. Seleucus was quite aware of the gossip and the chuckles, but he never joined in them. The jibes which he failed to appreciate were those dealing with matrimony. The surest way to stir him to wrath was to hint that his excuses for remaining at the station when he might be at home were rather flimsy. One sly reference to that effect, and Seleucus was ready to fight. He boasted loudly of Jemima's smartness as a money-saver and housekeeper. He often remarked that he missed her like fury, and when the 1st of July came and the crew, the keeper excepted, left Setuckit for their month's vacation, he was loud in proclaiming joy at the prospect of getting back to the society of his life-partner. But when, at the beginning of August, the rest of the crew returned to duty, they usually found that Mr. Gammon had arrived there a day ahead, and with a more or less plausible excuse for so doing. Never, except on rare occasions, and then only to particular friends like Calvin Homer, did he even intimate that his married life was not a dream of bliss. Once, during Captain Merrick's illness, when the latter's wife was at the station, Homer had found him, an open letter in his hand, gazing dolefully from the tower window. "What's the matter, Seleucus?" Calvin asked. "You look as if you had given up hope. Bad news from home?" Seleucus stuffed the letter into his pocket and turned away from the window. "Cal," he demanded with apparent irrelevance, "do I look like a fellow that would be liable to try to be shining up to an old married woman with a sick husband?" Calvin laughed. "I shouldn't say that you did, no," he replied. "I guess not, and there ain't no other females, except hens and cats, down in this neighborhood this time of year, is there?" "Not many." "Many? There ain't nary one. Then what's the use of heaving out hints about not knowing what I may be up to and the like of that, and all on account of my not writing no letters for 3 weeks? Crimus! 1 letter a month ought to be enough for anybody that's married anyhow. And why don't you get Liberty Days same as the other men? It looks pretty suspicious to me." "Why don't I? With all I have to do down here, now Captain Ozzy's laid up? Cry Musti." On the forenoon of the day following the announcement of Bartlett's appointment, Homer happened to be in the keeper's room, writing a letter to Myra. It was a letter he dreaded to write, for in it he would be obliged to tell her of the dashing of their hopes. It was a hard task, but he had rather she learn the news from him than from anyone else, so he settled himself to it. The letter was scarcely begun when he heard a commotion outside the station. Someone was running up the beach, shouting as he came. The men in the mess room heard the shouts, and Calvin heard them rising and moving to the door. Then that door was flung open, and Hezekiah Rogers's voice was raised in delighted announcement. "Oh, boys," yelled Rogers, "boys, here's the best fun since they killed the pig. Who do you think's just come? Come here to Setuckit to stay the rest of the winter. If it ain't Rich, then I don't know." They demanded in concert to be told what he was talking about. Who had come? Hezekiah's joy made him scarcely articulate, but he did his best. "Philander Jarvis has just landed," he proclaimed. "Come down in his catboat, he did. He's going to open up his shanty and go codding from here instead of South Orham. Oh, hold on a minute. That ain't nothing. The rich part's astern. Who do you calculate's come to keep house for him? Come to live right next door. Jemima Gammon, that's who. Seleucus spied him from the tower, and he was down to the beach when they landed. You'd ought to see his face. He's there now, helping get the dunnage ashore. Come on, fellows, quick." There was a howl of ecstasy from the mess room and a tumultuous exit. Calvin, leaving his letter, rose and followed. In the cove, the Jarvis fishing boat was anchored. A dory was pulled up on the beach, and from that dory, Mr. Gammon and a stolid individual whom Homer recognized as Philander Jarvis were lifting bundles and a battered trunk. Superintending the trunk's transfer was a little, sharp-featured woman with a protruding chin and lips which snapped together like the spring lid of a tin tobacco box. Surrounding the trio was the group of delighted lifesavers. The little woman's lips were shut only occasionally. For the most part they were open, and words, many words, issued from between them. "For mercy's sakes, be careful of that trunk," she commanded shrilly. Look out! You'll drop it right souse into the water. Seleucus Gammon, if you get them things of mine wet, I declare I'll make you go in swimming after 'em. Be careful. Of course," with some sarcasm, "a lady might think there was grown men enough standing around here to bear a hand, but it appears everybody's too busy. I've heard," the sarcasm more emphatic, "about how busy some folks are down here, but— Oh, how do you do, Mr. Homer? I'm having a time, ain't I? Seleucus, you be careful of that box. It's got well, never mind what's in it. I don't want it wet, anyhow. Nice day, ain't it, Mr. Homer?" She and Calvin shook hands. Some of the men, apparently a bit abashed by the lady's hint, stepped forward and assisted with the luggage. Mrs. Gammon continued to talk. "I guess likely you're surprised to see me coming here to live," she said. "Well, I'm kind of surprised to be here myself, but when a person's got a brother who's set on living in such a Lord-forsaken place, and a husband that just seems to love that place a good sight better than he does his civilized home and them that's in it, well, then maybe it's time that husband's wife came to find out what there is makes him love it so much. 1 letter in 6 weeks, and no sight nor sound of the man you're married to may do for some folks, but it don't for me. Thinks Now, Philander, you and Seleucus take them things right up to that shanty of yours, quick as ever you can, and then you get a fire going. I'm as nigh to being froze as I want to be in this world." Philander and Seleucus took up the trunk. Finney and Bloomer followed, carrying packages. Mrs. Gammon, carrying nothing but an umbrella, brought up the rear. The little procession was suggestive of a funeral, so Homer thought. Then he caught a glimpse of Seleucus's face, and the suggestion changed. It was much more like a march to the scaffold. Jemima, of course, was the sheriff, and there was no doubt whatever as to the identity of the condemned. End of Chapter 4. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 5 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The joyful surprise of Mrs. Gammon's arrival, joyful to everyone with one possible, even probable exception, furnished the distraction for which Homer had been hoping. The surfmen at Setuckit Station forgot for the time their discontent and incipient rebellion, and laughed and joked and behaved more than ever like schoolchildren. Their treatment of Seleucus was that of a group of sympathetic friends congratulating a comrade upon his good fortune. They were so kind and thoughtful, and so ready to suggest opportunities for him to be with his wife. If he happened to be busy at some task not immediately in the line of duty, one of them was certain to offer to take it off his hands. For example, "Now, Seleucus," urged Finney, "there ain't any need for you to be staying in here painting that door. Let me do it for you. You run over and see Jemima. She's lonesome, I'll bet. You cruise right along and cheer her up." Mr. Gammon, dripping paintbrush in hand, was not as grateful as he should have been. "She knows I've got this door to do," he growled. "It'll take me half the morning to finish it. I told her so. You've done your part, Josh. 'Tain't likely I'll shove mine off onto you." Finney's generosity was touching. "No shoving about it," he declared. "If I couldn't oblige an old chum that much, I'd be ashamed. Give me that brush." Yes, you will too. Jemima's expecting you. I told her I could do the paintin's well as not, and that you could come right over." Seleucus turned. "You did?" he exclaimed. "What are you interfering with my affairs for?" "Interfering? Why, how you talk. I'm doing you a favor, if only you knew it. Philander's off codding, and she says she wants you to chop up some kindling wood. Said you promised to do it this morning afore you left, but you never done it. She says she can't understand why 'tis you have so much work to keep you here at the station. Said the rest of us seemed to have loafing time enough. Seemed to think 'twas kind of mysterious. I told her you was a whale of a feller for working, was doing odd jobs about all the time since Olive Merrick went. Kind of taken up your mind, seemed so." Mr. Gammon started and frowned. He deposited the brush in the paint pot. "What in time did you tell her that for?" he snapped. "What's Oz Merrick's wife got to do with my mind, I want to know?" "She wanted to know that, too, Jemima did," confided Josh solemnly. "I told her nothing, of course, only that when there was a nice, pleasant woman around, lots of odd jobs got done of themselves, as you might say. I said you was a great hand to help Olive when she was here, and probably you kind of got in the habit of it." Seleucus rose and slammed out of the room. At the door he turned as if to speak, but meeting Mr. Finney's gaze of kindly solicitude, he changed his mind and said nothing. The mess room now was minus his society during the off hours of the day or evening, but his comrades called on him at the Jarvis shanty quite frequently and seemed to find happiness in so doing. During these calls Seleucus said little, but his conversation was not missed. Wherever Mrs. Gammon was, there was sure to be talk sufficient. Calvin had written Myra Fuller the fateful letter telling her the bad news of his loss of the captaincy, and was now awaiting her still more fateful reply. He and she had had 2 conversations over the phone since the evening of their betrothal, but these talks were brief and necessarily not intimate. The telephone instrument was on the wall of the mess room where the men spent much of their time, and, as the engagement was to be kept a secret, no word of it or other closely personal subjects could be mentioned. He told her, during the most recent of these talks, that he had written an important letter, but she had not then received it. He promised to come up to Orem just as soon as he could get away, but added that that was not likely to be for some time. She would understand why when she read his letter. She must have received and read it before this, but he had not heard from her again. And 3 days after his first visit, Benoni Bartlett came again to Setuckit and took formal charge of the station. Homer vacated the skipper's room and stepped back into his old place as number one. The newspapers, Peleg Myrick brought them down, gave columns to the Bartlett appointment and much praise to the department for its wisdom in fitly rewarding the hero of Crooked Hill Shoal. These praises were read by all at the station and its vicinity, which included the Jarvis shanty and the home of the lightkeeper 2 miles up the beach. There was lively comment concerning those praises, comment which might have burned the ears of the new skipper had it reached them. Calvin took care that it did not, nor would he listen to any of the sympathy which his fellow surfmen were eager to hand him. The thing was done. It was settled and over. Forget it and attend to business. These were his orders. And, in a way, the men did appear to be forgetting it. Nevertheless, he was quite aware that they were watching Bartlett and waiting to see what sort of leader he was. Prejudice was still there, plenty of it, but the new skipper could overcome that if he proved himself. He was a peculiar man. That had been his reputation, and of its truth there was no doubt. Big, strong, and to all outward appearance, experienced and adequate, but as odd and moody an individual as Homer had ever seen. In all matters pertaining to the station routine, he was alert and exacting. The daily drills, beach, boat, signal, or the practice in resuscitating the nearly drowned, went on under his eye precisely as they should. The watch and the patrols were not permitted to shirk. He was likely to be up and about at any hour of the night, and this the crew learned. It was in his manner and habits that the peculiarities showed. The men commented on them. "He's the queerest old skate I ever come across," declared Finney. "Talk with you sociable and folksy as can be 1 minute, and the next march right by you and not see you at all. Talks to himself, too, he does. Have you noticed that? And he has the Bible right along his bed, so's he can gaffle into it night or day. Takes a dose of that Bible a mighty sight more regular than he does his meals. I found out one way to start him going. Tell him you think rum is a Custer creation, and he'll tune up like a hand organ. Grind away on that hymn for a week he would, I calculate. Wally Oakes has found that out. Wally's beginning to pull a strong oar with him already. Never mind, he'll tumble to Wally pretty soon, if there's any tumble to him." "It's his eyes I noticed special," observed Seleucus, who, because it was his turn to go out on the next patrol, was temporarily free from the apron-string tether. "He's got the funniest eyes ever I see. 1 minute they're blazing under them big eyebrows of his like a clambake fire under a heap of seaweed. And next time you see 'em, they're as flat and fishy as them in the head of a dead haddock. Seems to know his work, he does, too. But if he ain't cracked somewheres, then he's liable to crack afore he dies. We ain't had a wreck to go off to yet since he's been here. We can tell better about him after we see how he handles one of them jobs." The opportunity to watch the new skipper under stress of active duty came the very next day. A thick fog, complicated with a light snowstorm, decoyed a lumber schooner off her course early that morning, and daylight found her aground on the lower end of the Hog's Back, with distress signals set. The fog had cleared, and Bierce sighted her from the tower. There was but a moderate sea running, and the job looked like an easy one. Bierce called Homer, and the latter notified Bartlett. The 2 men went up to the lookout, and each gazed at a stranded vessel through the spyglass. Calvin expected a prompt order to get out the boat, but that order was not given immediately. Bartlett turned away from the telescope and stood there, pulling at his beard. "Come down to my room, mate," he said, after a moment. Homer followed him down the stairs to the skipper's room. There he waited, wondering at the delay. Benoni walked the floor, his hands in his pockets, and, so it seemed to his companion, a peculiar expression on his face. Then he turned. "What do you think of it, Homer?" he demanded. Calvin did not understand. "Think of what?" he asked. "Her? That schooner? I suppose we better go off to her, hadn't we?" If he had asked whether or not the crew should be fed that day, the question, to Homer's mind, could not have been more extraordinary. Why, she is signaling for us, isn't she?" he stammered in amazement. Yes, looks as if she was. You think, then? All right. Turn out the crew. Go ahead. I'll be right with you." Calvin hurried out to give the orders. At the door, he happened to look back. The skipper was standing by the little table, his eyes closed, his head bent, and his lips moving. Was he praying? It certainly looked so. But he was businesslike enough during the next few hours. The boat was dragged to the shore, launched, and headed for the Hog's Back. Calvin, tugging at the oar in his place as number one, could see the skipper's face as he stood in the stern, and he watched it keenly. Bartlett, except for the necessary orders, said not a word. He steered well. He gave his orders crisply and in a voice that carried command. His gaze was fixed on the vessel ahead, and his lips, except when he issued those orders, were shut in a grim line. Homer could find no fault with his actions or manner. He seemed to know what to do and how to do it, as, of course, he should, considering his long experience. The only possible criticism might have been that, for such an ordinary expedition, with conditions as favorable as these, he appeared to be under an unnecessary mental strain. But it was his first trip as captain of a crew, and Calvin, realizing this, found it sufficient excuse. In fact, he never would have noticed it, or fancied that he did, had it not been for Superintendent Kellogg's hints and forebodings. And, doubtless, Kellogg's words were founded on prejudice, and his own suspicions merely imaginative. He was more than ever convinced of this by Bartlett's behavior when they boarded the schooner. She was in no pressing danger, lying easily on the very edge of the shoal and on an even keel. Moreover, the tide was rising, and the wind moderate and favorable. She could be floated at high water, and this Benoni plainly realized and set about bringing to pass. Her anchors were carried off to deep water, her deck load of boards were cast overboard or shifted, and her jib and foresail made ready for hoisting when the time came. In all this, and it deepened Calvin's favorable impression, Bartlett was in absolute command and permitted no interference. The vessel's captain was anxious and irritable, but his suggestions and protests were ignored, and when the schooner did swing off the shoal and started on her course once more, the profuse thanks were ignored also. All right, said Bartlett gruffly. "You needn't thank us. We ain't nothing but the Lord's instruments. Thank Him. He's the one to thank. And keep a sharper lookout when you come over these shoals next time." Altogether, the new keeper's first salt water test was a personal success. The crew, even the most exacting and anxious to find fault, were obliged to admit that he had come through satisfactorily. Gammon and Finney, of course, admitted it grudgingly. "He handled everything all right enough," agreed the latter, "but he'd ought to. 'Twas a cinch. Only I wish he wouldn't be so everlastin' solemn about everything. Every time I looked aft while we was rowing out, there was his old owl face staring at me. Never cracked a joke, nor so much as a grin. Don't make things any easier, that don't. Look how jolly Cal Homer was when we went off to the David Cows, and that cruise was something to be solemn about. I don't mind owning up. I didn't feel much like grinning that day, but Cal was singing out his funny sayings half the time. That's the kind of skipper I like to ship along with." This was, of course, mild exaggeration. Homer's jokes on that strenuous trip had been few, and these few limited to its start and finish. During the rest of the time, the uproar of the wind and wave would have prevented the hearing of his witticisms, even if he felt like uttering them, which he most decidedly did not. But the crew remembered the one or two, and willing imagination supplied the rest. Seleucus chimed in. "That's so," he declared. "I like to laugh when I get my orders. Ain't any preaching against laughing in the scriptures that I know of." Just here the door opened, and the diminutive figure of Mrs. Gammon bounced in. As Bloomer described it afterward, her feathers were all on end. "Oh, there you are," she snapped, addressing her husband. "Settin' here spinning yarns, and I not knowing whether you'd got back safe or had been drownded off to that schooner. Wonder you wouldn't come far's the door and holler anyhow. Long's I've got a husband, I wouldn't mind being sure that he was alive." Seleucus stared at her in bewildered amazement. "Why, Jemima," he protested, "how you talk. If I'd been drownded, I guess likely you'd have heard of it afore this. I was coming across in a minute. I was just settin' here warming my feet. They got kind of chilly off yonder." It seemed a reasonable excuse, but the lady's reception of it was as frigid as her husband's toes. "You can bake your feet just as well over to my cook stove," she announced. "That is, after you do what you promised to the very first thing this forenoon. Fix it so's a body can build a fire in it without being choked to death with smoke. Come right along now. I'll keep you busy enough to stay warm if that's all that ails you." She bounced out again. Most of her movements were bounces. Mr. Gammon slowly rose from his comfortable chair. His expression was of funereal gravity. "Well, Seleucus," drawled Bloomer, "it looks to me as if you'd got your orders. Why don't you laugh?" Mr. Gammon did not laugh. Perhaps he thought that, under the circumstances, more hilarity would be superfluous. Homer, naturally, was more in the company of the new keeper than anyone else. Bartlett consulted him on various points of station routine, and, little by little, the pair grew better acquainted. The acquaintanceship never developed into anything closer. Benoni Bartlett's peculiar character was not one to make friends easily. His moods were much more variable than the weather, which, in spite of Peleg Merrick's dire predictions, continued surprisingly good for the beginning of the week before Christmas. There were hours during which the new keeper scarcely spoke to his number one man, and others when he was almost confidential and mentioned intimate matters not connected with work. He told of his religious experiences, how he had been a mighty tough customer in days gone by, and how, later, at a revival meeting in Trummett, he had seen the great light. "I tell you, boy," he said, his eyes smoldering beneath the shaggy brows, "I never knew what comfort of mind was till I found the Lord. Since then I've cast my burdens on to him, and he's hauled me through. Why was I the one picked out to be saved over yonder on Crooked Hill, the only one of a dozen men?" It was the first time Calvin had ever heard him mention his recent harrowing experience, and he looked at him curiously. Bartlett was quite unconscious of the look. "Why was I saved?" repeated the keeper. "I know why. Know it just as well as I know you and I are standing here this minute. 'Twas because the Almighty was proving to me that he looked out for his own. In all that mess over there, when the boat capsized and they was drowning all around me, hollering for help and screaming, Lord above, I hear that screeching yet. Nights I hear it. He stopped abruptly. Homer spoke to him, but he paid no attention, nor did he say more at the time. Instead, he walked away, his head bent and his lips moving. These were the times when Calvin was inclined to be doubtful of his complete sanity. But there were others when he was chatty and reminiscent and even likable. This was especially true when he spoke of his daughter, Norma, who was, he said, a librarian in a mid-Massachusetts city. He was tremendously proud of her. Here, the sternly literal follower of the Scriptures had broken the law and set up an idol to be worshipped. "She's an awful smart girl, Norma is," he confided. "I don't care if she is my daughter, and I say it. She is, and you'll say so, too, when you see her. She'll be coming down here to see me some of these days. She says so in her letters. Writes me every twice a week, she does, and I write her full as often. I don't know's I'd have felt like taking this job here at Setuckit if she hadn't been so set on my doing it. I didn't seem to have any hankering for any more life-saving. I've been around boats and on salt water about all my life, but after that Crooked Hill business, I... He stopped again, just as he had in their former conversation. This time, however, Calvin brought him back by a reference to his daughter. "She wanted you to take it, did she?" he suggested. "Huh? Oh, yes, she did. All those pieces in the paper, they seemed to, well," with an odd air of shy apology, "they seemed to make her kind of proud of her old papa. That's what she calls me, Papa, same as she used to when she was little. You see, she ain't like me. She's like her mother. I'm rough and tough and one-dicated. Never had much chance for schooling, I didn't. But her mother, now, she was pretty and smart and knew everything. A school teacher she was. Yes, sir, a school teacher. And she married me. I never could understand it. Or I never used to. Now, of course, I realize that 'twas the Lord's doing. He had reasons of his own, same as he always does. Same as he see fit to take her away when Norma warn't much more'n a baby. He moves in a mysterious way his wonders to perform. That's poetry, boy, a hymn tune. Did you ever read it? Mary, that was my wife's name, she used to read it to me. I get Norma to read it sometimes. And it's true, too. It ain't for us to go prying into God Almighty's affairs. He knows." And so on. He was off again, his eyes alight. But this little glimpse into his heart and of the love he bore his daughter made Homer like him better and feel more charitable toward him. He was eccentric, almost unbalanced on some subjects, but he was human and rather pitiable. Calvin was still sore at the loss of the appointment which should have been his, but he could not hold a grudge against the man who had received it. Myra Fuller could hold that grudge, however. Her letter, when at last it did come, proved that. Badger, returning from his Liberty Day, brought down the station mail, and the letter which Calvin had been expecting was there with the others. He opened the envelope with fingers that trembled a little. Considering that it was the first written word he had received from the girl who was to be his wife, his feelings were strange. There was more dread than eagerness in them. He feared to read what she had written. Yet, in a way, the fear was unjustified. Myra did not blame him in the least. She said so, and more than once. The manner in which he had been treated was mean and wicked, but it was not his fault, of course. Superintendent Kellogg was to blame, he and the idiots at Washington, and the newspapers. She hated that Kellogg, never did like him, and Calvin was to remember that she had said he was an old fool. "But he is old, Calvin dear," she wrote, "and that is what we mustn't forget. He can't keep that position of his much longer, and when he resigns, or is forced out, you and I know who should have that superintendency, don't we? And I know a few men in politics myself. Perhaps you think I am only a girl and can't do anything to help. There are some things a girl can do, with men, better than men can do them. Wait and see. Just wait and see." It was upon Bartlett that her resentment seemed to center most fiercely. "I hate him, hate him, hate him," she declared. "I never met him, of course, but I have met that daughter of his, so I know what the family is like. We'll get even with them, though, you and I, and it may not take so very long either. He is captain there at Setuckit, but he is only on trial, and you are number one man under him, and the men all like you. It will depend on you and them whether he makes good or not, after all. I mustn't write any more about what I mean. You understand why. But you must make an excuse for coming to Orem very soon, and when you come, we will have a long talk. But I am sure you understand how to act and what to do every minute of the time until then. You must not miss a chance, and for my sake you won't, will you, dearest? There was more, but the remainder was very intimate indeed, and dealt not at all with Benoni Bartlett nor the captaincy, and after the signature was an underscored P.S. Burn this letter just as soon as you have read it. Homer followed instructions so far as the burning was concerned. He read the letter through twice and then put it carefully upon the hot coals in the kitchen stove, not replacing the lid until he had seen the closely written sheets crumble to ashes. Then he went out and took a walk up and down the beach, thinking. Myra had not blamed him. Even in her great disappointment, she had not done that. And so much was, or should be, comforting. She still trusted in him and believed in him, but it was evident that she was by no means resigned to the situation. She considered it to be but temporary, and more than hinted that, at least, it could be made so. She was going to help, and she expected him to do so. But how? If the meaning between her lines was what it seemed to be, well, but of course, after all, she did not mean that. But she was absolutely wrong about Kellogg. Kellogg was not at fault. He was a fine fellow and a friend, and any scheme which involved forcing him out of the superintendency must not be considered for a moment. He must make her see that. He must contrive an excuse for getting to Orem for that long talk. And on the second day before Christmas, the excuse came. There were supplies in the way of holiday extras to be brought down from the village, and there were also presents and Christmas boxes waiting there at the express office and post office. Josh Finney was the lucky man who was to have liberty on Christmas Day, but Josh had received permission from Bartlett to remain overnight. An expected baby in the Finney household was the reason for the extension of time, and the happy father played that reason for all it was worth. Possibly a little more than it was worth, according to some of the skeptics. "What's the matter with you, Hez?" demanded the exultant Mr. Finney. "Don't blame Baloney for letting me have a few hours extra, I hope. He see the right thing, Baloney did, and done it. He'd ought to. Don't have a baby every day." "Huh. Some folks have one every year, and the last couple or so I've heard you do more growling than hurrahing over. Didn't know what you was going to pay for their board and clothes with, you didn't." "That's all right. I haven't got to worry about this one's board yet a while. It's provided for. Go on, Hez. You're jealous. That's what ails you." But the men expected their Christmas mail in boxes before the holiday, and as Peleg was not going to Orem at the time, someone else, they felt, should go. So Calvin, seizing the opportunity, intimated to Bartlett that he had a few necessary errands which should be done, and the keeper gave him permission to make the trip, provided he got back before supper that same afternoon. Philander Jarvis was laid up with an attack of lumbago, and his catboat was idle, so Homer and Finney borrowed it. The morning was mild and hazy, and the wind light but fair. The pair got an early start and landed at the Orem wharf before 10. Josh wished his comrade a Merry Christmas and hurried up to the shops to buy small presents for a large family. Calvin waited until he was out of sight and then walked away in the general direction of the main road. He, too, intended visiting those shops, but his errand was entirely personal to himself and one other. After a perplexing half-hour in the store of Laban Bassett, jewelry, silver, notions and fancy articles, watches, and clocks repaired, he at last bought a ring which cost more than he could afford, but which Laban assured him was, quote, the newest and most stylish thing out, unquote. With this neatly boxed and in his pocket, a pocket now otherwise very nearly empty, he left the main road and, walking across the fields, came out upon the West Main Road close to its juncture with the Neck Road. Into the latter he turned, and, a few minutes later, into the gateway of the Fuller home. He fondly imagined himself unobserved. But he was not. Nellie Snow was watching him, so also was her mother. To be unobserved in Orham was then, as it is now, almost an impossibility, especially in the winter months. Mrs. Fuller answered his knock. She was in her morning wrapper, and her hair was somewhat disarranged. Altogether, her appearance was in marked contrast to what it had been on the occasion of his former visit, and she seemed quite aware of the fact. If Calvin had been of a critical turn of mind, he might have considered her expression when she opened the door and saw him standing there on the step, not one of overwhelming joy. She colored, frowned, and was evidently embarrassed. But he, too, was embarrassed, so he did not notice these things, and her confusion was but momentary. She was so glad to see him, and so surprised. Myra had not told her he was coming. He explained that his visit was unpremeditated, and asked if Myra was in. Why, no, she was not. She was at school. The vacation did not begin until the following day. He had forgotten that? He had, of course, and apologized. Oh, that was all right. It didn't make a bit of difference. Myra would be at home for dinner, and he must come right in and visit. Oh, yes, he must. And he would dine with them? She wouldn't take no for an answer, that is, provided he wasn't too particular and would be satisfied with just an everyday picked-up meal. You see, having to do her own housework, they lived very simply and just got along with as little as possible. Myra insisted on that. She would not let her mother work too hard. She was the most thoughtful daughter that ever lived, so Mrs. Fuller really did believe. It was a good deal of a come-down for them both, for in the old days, when the captain was living, everything was so different. Then, when company came unexpectedly, it was all right. They kept help then, of course, and... Homer, more embarrassed than ever, interrupted when the lady paused for breath and said that he guessed he would not wait, but would come back later. He had not intended to stay for dinner anyway, and... But Sarepta would not hear of his going. He must come right in, and he wouldn't mind if the dinner wasn't much, would he? After all, you're one of the family now, Calvin, she announced with a smile, the archness of which was a sort of faded reminder of her daughters. And home folks aren't fussy, are they? So he entered the house, and Mrs. Fuller, still protesting her pleasure in seeing him, and lamenting over the dinner, and begging his pardon for looking so like fury because she had not had a minute to change her clothes, relieved him of his hat and coat, ushered him into the sitting-room, and departed, tucking up the stray fringes of her hair as she went. Calvin was vaguely conscious that hair did not seem to be as plentiful as when he last saw it. Left alone in the sitting-room, with the haircloth set and the portraits of the departed, he waited. His hostess bobbed in and out occasionally to ask questions concerning affairs at the station, or to deliver an item of local gossip. She would have talked much concerning the Bartlett appointment, but he was discouragingly silent on that point. She declared it to be a sin and a shame, and that everybody was saying so. Everybody that amounts to anything, that is, she added, with a somewhat tart emphasis. There's a few that pretend to believe Kellogg did the best he could, but they don't say it when we're around. Captain Zeba, here at the corner, was standing up for the Kellogg man the other day, and Myra heard him. She told him what she thought of it. You better be sure of that. Myra says Captain Zeba's all right enough. She and the captain are nice and friendly. But it's that daughter of his, that Nellie Snow, she can't bear. So many of the girls here in Orem are jealous of Myra. She gets along real well with the men. The school committee now, she can do anything she wants to with them, but some of the women and girls are hateful as they can be. Just jealousy, that's all it is. They can't stand superiority, and Myra is superior. I guess you think she is, don't you, Calvin? With each appearance, she was a trifle more ornamental. The wrapper vanished and was replaced by a becoming gown. Her hair was neatly arranged, and it must have been Homer's fancy which had deemed it scanty, for now there was an abundance. He was alone when he heard Myra's step on the walk. The sitting-room door was slightly ajar, and he heard her enter, also her mother's greeting. "Why, Myra, where have you been?" cried Mrs. Fuller. "You're much as 10 minutes late." Myra's reply was tart in its impatience. "Oh, I had to stop and listen to that ninny of an Ezra Blodgett," she explained. "He didn't really have a thing to say, but he is rich and is going to be on the committee next year, so I had to look sweet and pretend I like it. Silly thing, deliver me from soft-headed old men, and the married ones or the widowers are the worst. I only wish that old maid sister of his could have seen the way he looked at me. Well, what are you making signs about? What's the matter with you?" Then followed a brief silence as far as the visitor in the sitting-room was concerned. Then Miss Fuller said, "Oh," and followed it with, "My goodness." But there were no traces of ill temper when she ran in to greet her lover, and she was so pretty and so vivacious, and her expressions of joyful surprise were so flattering, her welcoming hug and kiss so intoxicating, that Calvin, whose opinion of Mr. Blodgett, an opinion founded upon the latter's local reputation, was anything but favorable, forgot his momentary resentment. She closed the door with elaborate and playful carefulness, and they sat together once more upon that ancient sofa. There was so much to say, so Myra declared, and such a provokingly short time to say it in. Wasn't he going to stay for supper in the evening? Oh, he must. She had to go back to that horrid school right after dinner, and, just think, they hadn't seen each other for ages, and so on. It was pleasant and as wonderful as ever. But when he explained that he had promised Captain Bartlett to be back at the station by supper time, the young lady's smile vanished. "Promise," she repeated scornfully. "You don't have to keep a promise to that man, I hope. What right has he got to ask favors of you?" It was not a favor asked, but an order given, so Homer explained. This explanation did not help greatly. "The idea of his giving you orders! You ought to be the one to give orders down there, and you will be giving them before long. Tell me, how is he getting on with the men? They hate him, I know that." Calvin turned to her. "You know they hate him?" he repeated. "Why, who said they did?" "Ellis Badger, for one. He told me lots of things. He was up here on Liberty, you know, a little while ago, and I made it my business to see him. At first, he wouldn't say much. He was afraid to, I guess. The poor thing doesn't dare to call his soul his own when he is within a mile of home. But I was ever so nice to him." She laughed at the recollection. "And before we finished our talk, he told me all he knew. That wasn't too much, for he doesn't know more than enough to get out of his own way, but he told me how mad the crew were because you had been slighted and Bartlett made keeper. He said every man was on your side and would do anything to help you. Of course, I couldn't speak plainly. I wouldn't have him guess what I was up to for the world, but I think I dropped some hints that will do good. From what he said, I don't imagine that Bartlett will have the smoothest time that ever was. We'll see that he doesn't, won't we? And now tell me, what have you done?" "Why do you look at me like that? What is it?" He was regarding her uneasily. All this sounded like confirmation of the meaning he had at first fancied lay between the lines of her letter, and which he had dismissed as impossible. Even now he could not believe she really meant it. She could not expect him to. Then came a discreet knock at the door, and Mrs. Fuller called to announce that dinner was ready. The meal was by no means a bad one, in spite of Sarepta's profuse apologies for its picked-upness. Homer would not have noticed if it had been. His appetite was not hearty just then. Myra had not said much, it is true, but she had said enough to trouble him greatly. The consciousness of impending crisis was strong upon him. And back once more in the sitting-room, with the door closed, she repeated her question. What had he done at the station since the new keeper came? He hesitated. Done, he said. Why, I have done my regular work, of course. Oh, I know, impatiently. You have to do that, or pretend to, but what else have you done to help our plan? He looked at her and then looked away again. I'm not sure that I know just what you mean, he said. This was not true. He was beginning to fear that he did know only too well. She laughed incredulously and tossed her head. Rubbish, she exclaimed. Of course you know. I mean, what are you doing to help yourself, to help us down there? I haven't done much yet. I haven't really begun, but I have done something. I gave Ellis Badger, oh, if he wasn't such a fool, as broad hints as I dared about Bartlett's being unfit to be keeper, and how people felt about it, and how no one expected him to get on with the crew, and that no one blamed them for not paying attention to what he said. I told him, I said he mustn't breathe a word to anyone, but of course he will, and I meant him to, that everybody worthwhile here in Orem expected Bartlett to fail, and was only waiting to see it happen. And I praised you to the skies, not out and out, I had too much sense for that, but in a roundabout way, and he agreed with every bit of it. Oh, he will tell the others. You see if he doesn't, and it will help a lot. Now, I want to know about you. Are you keeping yourself in the front of everything as you promised me you would? I am doing my work as number one, and I am making the men do theirs. She cried out sharply. But you mustn't, she protested. That is the very thing. Never mind the men. If they don't do as they should, that isn't your affair now. It is his, that Bartlett's. Don't you see? If he can't keep order, and if things don't go right, as they used to go when Oswald Merrick was keeper, or when you took his place, then there will be no one to blame but Bartlett. And everything that goes wrong will be so much the worse for him, and so much the better for you. Don't you see, dear? Oh, you must see. He saw. The crisis had arrived. He drew a long breath. You mean, he asked slowly, that you don't want things at the station to go right? Why, of course. The worse they go, the sooner there will be a change. Kellogg will have to put him out, and you will get the appointment. That is what we both want, what we are both working for, isn't it? He did not answer. She was regarding him now, and she leaned forward to see his face. Well, what ails you? She demanded crisply. Why don't you say something? Look at me. He turned then and looked, but his look did not please her. Calvin, she cried, what is the matter with you? What are you thinking? Has something happened that you haven't told me about? He shook his head. No, he answered, nothing has happened. I... See here, Myra, you don't expect me not to play straight with Captain Bartlett, do you? Captain? For mercy's sake, don't you call him Captain. And what do you mean by playing straight? Why, working against him behind his back, with the men and all that. You wouldn't want me to do that. Why wouldn't I? Has he played straight, as you call it, with you? Yes, I guess he has. It isn't his fault that they made him keeper. Not really, it isn't. Nonsense, of course it is. He knew well enough that you should have the place, but he schemed and planned until he sneaked in. The miserable, contriving... Now, Myra, he isn't contriving. He wouldn't know how to be. He's just, well, simple, sort of, and queer. I kind of pity him sometimes. Honestly, I do. Miss Fuller moved away from him on the sofa. Her eyes were sparkling now, but the sparkle could hardly be called a love light. "Pity him," she cried shrilly. "Pity him! Calvin, Homer, are you crazy?" "No, I guess not. No more crazy than usual. But, you see, Myra, I do pity him. He's so all alone. He must know the men don't like him. I think he realizes, in a way, that he wouldn't be liked by most people. He talks to me more than he does the rest. I don't know why, unless it is because he is trying to keep you friendly, of course. He knows you could make trouble for him, and ought to, and he is smart enough to make up to you and head that trouble off. If he can soft-soap you, why, he thinks you will help him with the men and the superintendent. It is plain enough. I should think any fool could see that." Calvin shifted uneasily. "It isn't that, Myra," he declared. "You haven't seen him. You haven't heard him talk. If you had, you would know he couldn't soft-soap anybody." "Oh, I don't like him especially." "I should hope not. But I don't hate him or anything like that. And honest, Myra, I don't like the idea of working underhand against him while he is my skipper. It doesn't seem fair to me." "It is just as fair as he has been to you. Yes, and fairer. Can't you see this is a fight for your rights? Are you going to knuckle down and let him walk all over you? What ails you? Haven't you any fight in you?" "I guess I have, but that kind of fight isn't square. Men, decent men, don't fight that way. If it was a fair stand-up scrap, I could—" "Oh, don't be so ridiculous. And how about being fair to me? You are going to be my husband some day. I tell you here and now, I don't intend to marry a man who is contented to play second fiddle in a life-saving station. You and I promised each other to work ever and ever so hard for each other. You were going to try in every way to push yourself forward, and I was going to help you. And I am doing my part. What have you done? Nothing, except make friends with the very person who stands most in our way. Is that fair to me?" Calvin hesitated. His resolution was as strong as ever, but the question made a certain appeal to his sense of justice. After all, she had been planning and working to help him, and they had promised to work and plan for each other. At the time when the promise was made, he had had no clear idea of its meaning. Surely not of any such meaning as hers must have been, but she, perhaps, thought he had, and always with him was the conviction of her superiority, her beauty, her popularity, the incomprehensibility of her choosing him from her list of suitors. He shook his head. "No," he admitted. "Maybe you're right, Myra, from your way of looking at it. Perhaps it isn't just fair to you. I guess it isn't. But what? Go on." "But I can't. It seems as if I couldn't play politics down there at Setuckit. And such dirty backdoor politics, too." "Thank you for the compliment, I'm sure." "Oh, I don't mean you see it that way. I know you don't, but I can't see it any other. And I can't do it, that's all. I just can't." She rose from the sofa. The fire in her eyes was ominous. "You can't?" she sneered. "That means you won't, I take it." He nodded wretchedly. "I hate to have you put it that way," he said, "but I can't do what you want me to, Myra." "Indeed? Then I suppose you understand what that means, so far as you and I are concerned?" "Yes, I suppose I do. I am sorry. It isn't your fault. It's mine, I guess. I'm afraid it was all a mistake. Anyway, you're taking a fellow like me." She made no answer to this confession. He, too, rose from the sofa and stood there, waiting for his dismissal. But that dismissal was not given. There was a long moment of silence, and then, to his amazement, she came to him, put her arms about his neck, and looked up into his face. "Calvin," she breathed. Were there tears in those expressive eyes of hers? There must be, for her voice trembled as she spoke his name. Calvin, oh, Calvin, dearest, she whispered. He groaned in conscience-stricken misery. It isn't fair to you, Myra, he stammered chokingly. I know it isn't. You're doing everything for me, but I can't help it. I'm made stubborn, I guess. Oh, I don't know what is the matter with me. She kissed him. I do, she declared. You're just a dear, sweet, innocent boy who is so honest himself that he thinks everyone else is the same. And he needs someone to look after him, doesn't he? Yes, he does. And he has someone, only he mustn't be cross to her, and he must pay attention when she tries to help him, because she knows best. And now we won't quarrel any more, will we? We won't say another word about the old life-saving station. We'll sit here on the sofa and talk about no one but just our very selves. And they did, Miss Fuller doing most of the talking. The station, nor Bartlett, nor her plans, nor the sharp difference of opinion concerning them were mentioned at all. And when he attempted to mention them, she would not let him do so, but whispered that he must not be naughty any more. And wasn't he ever and ever so happy? Of course he said he was, but even as he said it, a disturbing doubt returned to trouble him. When the time came for her to go back to the school, he walked with her as far as the turn of the main road. There they separated. The real farewells had, of course, been said in the Fuller sitting room. This public parting was but a casual handshake and goodbye for the benefit of watchful Orem. He called at the post office, the express office, and the grocery store. The various boxes and heavy packages he arranged to have sent to the wharf in the grocer's delivery wagon. And toward that wharf he strolled, meditating deeply. He took the longest way, over the fields and around the 2-mile curve of the Shell Road. There was plenty of time. He must wait until the grocer's boy came. And meanwhile, he did not care to meet acquaintances. He wanted to be alone and think. He had foreseen a crisis, and that crisis had come and burst, and then, apparently, was not. But had it gone definitely and forever, or was it merely waiting around the next corner, ready to jump at him later on? Had Myra been convinced that she was wrong and he was right, and would she hereafter be contented to let matters at Setuckit take their regular course, trusting to luck and his own hard work to bring him promotion and advancement there or elsewhere? Knowing her and her ambitions, he could scarcely believe it. She had yielded for the time, or at least had refused to let him go. But had she actually given up one iota of her schemes for ousting Bartlett and Kellogg? And wouldn't she continue to play politics and do her best to make him play them too? He would not play them. He was as resolute as ever on that point. But would she understand that and not keep trying? He went over their recent disagreement and reconciliation word for word, and he could not remember that she had said anything which indicated relinquishment of her designs. If she meant to go on, then the final settlement between them had been only postponed. Nothing at all was really settled. He almost wished it had been. If she had bade him go and never speak to her again, well, then at least his trouble would have been present and tangible. He would have known the worst and could face it, whereas now it was clouding his whole future like a fog bank with all sorts of possible perils behind it. He wished it was over and done with. He wished. Then he awoke to a realization of what he was wishing and felt ashamed of himself. He swore aloud, jammed his hands into his pockets, and one of them came in contact with a small, square package. It was the package containing the ring he had bought of Laban Bassett that forenoon. He had meant it as an engagement ring and a Christmas present combined. The distressed scene in the Fuller sitting room had driven all thought of it from his mind. He had actually forgotten to give it to her. Now he knew there was something the matter with him. End of Chapter 5. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 6 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. His first move, after realization of his criminal forgetfulness, was to look at his watch. Was there time in which to return to the Fuller home and leave the ring? Scarcely, and yet he could do it if he hurried. But Myra would not be there. She was at school, and Sarepta had said something about going to sewing circle. If he ran, he might reach there before she left. But what would the neighbors think if they saw him galloping up to the door as if he were going to a fire? The idea of visiting the schoolhouse and facing a brigade of sniggering youngsters was not tenable. He could not present the ring in person. He must send it by a messenger, if he could find one. Wide awake now, and with the thought of that messenger foremost in his mind, he walked briskly on. As he climbed the hill where the shell road emerges from the pines beyond the big swamp, and came in sight of the bay, he realized that he had lingered too long. The morning haze, a haze more befitting a day in May than December, had become something more definite and disturbing. The whole western horizon was piled high with fog. The mainland of the Cape beyond Denborough was gone. The beach ended just past Harness. Setuckit was still visible. That is, he could see the speck which he knew was the tower of the life-saving station above the last low-lying dune. But behind it was but a gray curtain. The breeze had died almost entirely. There was scarcely enough left to give steerage way. If he was to make good his promise to Bartlett and get back to the station before supper, he must start at once. Even then, unless the wind freshened, he would barely make it. He heard the rattle of a cart on the road below and to his left, and turning, saw the grocer's wagon approaching. That was good. He would not be kept waiting for his Christmas freight. The cart was a covered affair, and he could not see the packages and boxes, but, of course, they were there. There seemed to be 2 persons on the driver's seat. He did not stop to look longer. It was the contents of the vehicle, not its passengers, which interested him. He left the road, vaulted the rail fence, and hurried down through the bayberry and beach plum bushes to the landing. The cart reached there before he did, and was drawn up at the outer end of the wharf, only its rear showing beyond the walls of the fish house. Jimmy Kelly, the grocer's boy, a chubby youth of 17, was unloading the bundles and boxes and piling them on the planks at his feet. Among them, to Homer's surprise, was a leather suitcase. Jimmy heard his approach and greeted him with a grin. "Hello, Captain Cal," hailed Jimmy. "Beat you to it, didn't I? Here's your stuff. Want me should help you stow it aboard?" Calvin shook his head. "I guess I can handle it," he said. Then, mindful of his determination not to do any more forgetting, he added, "I'd rather you took the time to go back by way of the neck road and do an errand for me. Can you?" Jimmy's grin widened. "Sure thing," he declared. "Where's the errand to? Up to Myra's?" Homer's hand was in his pocket, and the package containing the ring was in the hand. But there it stayed. He hesitated. "Take it just as well as not," urged Jimmy. "Glad to. Myra ain't to home now, though. She's up to school." The hand was removed from the pocket. Empty. Its owner frowned. "Who said anything about her?" he demanded tartly. "Was it absolutely impossible to keep a secret in Orem?" Why, nobody did, as I know of, only you said the neck road, and she lives there, and of course, well, everybody says, I just thought—" Calvin interrupted. "Never mind," he snapped. "Let the errand go. You can help me with these things here. Whose suitcase is that?" But Jimmy was troubled. "Ain't mad, are you, Cap'n Cal?" he queried. "I didn't mean nothing. I was just—" "Oh, forget it. What is that suitcase doing here?" Young Kelly's grin returned. He winked and pointed over his shoulder. "It's hers," he said. "Hers? Whose?" "Shh, she'll hear you. She's right here on the wharf. Gee, she's a pippin, too. You won't be mad when you see her, Cap'n Cal. She's going down to Setuckit along with you. Her old man don't know it. It's his Christmas surprise." Homer stepped forward and peered around the corner of the fish house. At the further edge of the wharf, a girl was standing. Her back was toward them, and she was looking out over the water. He stepped back again. "Who is it?" he whispered. Jimmy was eager to supply the information. "It's that, what's her name? Normal Bartlett. 'Tain't normal, but it's something like it. Old man Bartlett's girl, you know. The one they put the picture of in the paper. The one that tends library up to Fairborough. She came down on today's train and wanted to be took to Setuckit right off. Nobody did know how they was going to get her there till Mr. Eldridge at the store, he recollected you was up to town and was going back this afternoon. He calculated you'd just as soon take her down as not. Old Seth Burgess, he was hanging round as usual, and he says, he said, 'Cal won't mind taking her. Judas,' he says, 'I'd be willing to take her most anywheres myself.' And he was dead right, too. Say, she's a peach, Captain. Honest, she is. Wait till you see her." Calvin did not speak. At that moment, he was profoundly irritated. In his present state of mind, solitude and his own thoughts were unpleasant enough, but they were far preferable to the society of anyone else, least of all a stranger, and a girl. Young Kelly chattered on. He was an impressionable youth and enthusiastic. "She said she'd ride down to the wharf along of me in the team," he confided, "and she done it. Asked me a lot of questions about things down to the station and the like of that. Gee, she's all right. Not a mite stuck up. Lots of fun to her, and you ought to hear her laugh and see her do it. Gee!" Homer could not help smiling. "She hit you hard, didn't she, Jim?" he observed. Jimmy blushed under his freckles, but he stuck to his guns. "I don't care. She's all right," he declared. "I ain't the only one. You ought to seen old Ezra Blodgett stare at her when she came out of the store. He was going by and he stopped dead still and just gawped. But Calvin had no more time to waste. "Come, pick up some of this stuff and put it aboard," he ordered. "I'll take the rest. Hurry up." Jimmy made a grab for the handle of the suitcase. "I might as well take this," he said quickly. "It's handy to lug. Come on, Captain." The girl turned to meet them as they came out from behind the wagon. Calvin, although in no mood to receive favorable impressions, was nevertheless willing to concede that Jimmy's enthusiasm was not altogether unwarranted. A pair of clear gray eyes, a provoking nose, a wide mouth parted in a smile which seemed not at all forced, and a firm little chin. She wore a heavy coat of rough cloth, with the collar turned up, and a neat and becoming turban. Under the edges of the hat and against the background of her coat collar, her brown hair was bunched in rebellious masses. She was a good-looking girl, there was no doubt of that, not handsome and statuesque like Myra Fuller. No, not at all like Myra, and least of all like what he had expected Benoni's Bartlett's daughter to be. Benoni had spoken of his daughter, and more than once, but if he possessed her photograph, he had never shown it to his number one man. She came to meet them, smiling and unembarrassed. "I suppose you are Mr. Homer," she said. "I am Norma Bartlett. How do you do? Oh, please don't trouble to shake hands. Now, your hands are full." They were, both of them, and Calvin was embarrassed, as he usually was when meeting strange young women. He started to put down his load of boxes and bundles, then decided not to do so, and immediately wished he had. "How do you do, Miss Bartlett?" he stammered inanely. I... She saw that he was embarrassed and helped him out. "You are surprised, of course," she said. "I don't wonder, but I hope I am not making you a lot of trouble. I came to spend Christmas week with Father. I didn't write I was coming, for I wanted to surprise him. It never occurred to me that the station might be such an out-of-the-way place to get to. When they told me you were going down there, I invited myself. If there isn't room..." He assured her there was plenty of room. "Get the dunnage aboard, Jim," he ordered. "We'll have to hustle with no more wind than this." The packages and the suitcase were stowed in the little cabin of the catboat. Jimmy personally attended to the stowing of the case. He refused any assistance so far as that was concerned. He would have helped Miss Bartlett into the boat, but she did not appear to need help, catching a halyard and leaping lightly from the string piece to the deck as if she were used to boats. Homer lingered a moment before following her. Young Kelly reluctantly clambered up and stood beside him. "How about that errand, Captain Cal?" he queried. Calvin frowned. Then he took the ring box from his pocket. "Leave this at the Fullers," he said. "Tell Mrs. Fuller it is something I meant to... something I forgot. Tell her I'll write or telephone and explain." Jimmy regarded the little parcel with consuming curiosity. "'Tain't for Sarepta, is it?" he queried. "Shall I say it's for her?" No, sharply. "You tell her what I told you. She'll understand." Jimmy winked. "I'm on, Captain," he declared. "I know what to say, I guess likely, and I guess likely you don't want me to say nothin' to nobody else neither, eh? Ain't that so?" Homer did not answer. His passenger did not appear to be listening, but she must have overheard the dialogue. Not that that made any difference, but the whole business was vexing. He had a feeling that Myra would not like the idea of his having forgotten to give her the ring. She might not like his sending it in this offhand fashion. He was tempted to change his mind for the third time and wait and deliver his gift in person later on. But Jimmy's next remark decided the matter. "I understand, Captain," he whispered. "Day after tomorrow's Christmas, eh? I'll fix things all right for you. I'm used to doing errands and things for folks. Why, one time old man Blodgett gave me $25 for taking a letter to... never mind who 'twas to. I told him I'd never tell, and I ain't, so far." It was apparent that he wanted to tell very much, but he received no encouragement. Calvin took a coin from his pocket. It happened to be $50, and gave it to him. "There, take that," he commanded, "and clear out." He jumped aboard the catboat and set about hoisting the sail and casting off. As the boat swung lazily away from the wharf, Jimmy called after them. "Merry Christmas, Captain," he shouted. "Merry Christmas, Miss Bartlett." The young lady returned the wish. She laughed merrily. "He isn't exactly a shy boy, is he?" she observed. Calvin grunted. He was busy with the wheel and the sheet. "He talked steadily all the way to the wharf," continued the passenger. "I asked him 1 or 2 questions, and he answered at least 20. He likes you, Mr. Homer. He told me ever so many things about you." Homer glowered at her. He wondered just exactly what had been told. Jimmy Kelly, in his opinion, was altogether too wise for his age. The breeze had freshened a little by the time they reached the harbor entrance, but there was no promise of constancy in it. The fog was drawing nearer. Miss Bartlett gazed ahead over the smooth, oily waves of the bay. "Where is it we are going?" she asked. "Where is Setuckit?" Homer pointed. "About 10 miles off yonder," he replied. If it was clear, you could see the lighthouse and the tower of the station. "But you can't see them now. That is fog ahead, isn't it?" "Yes, it is coming in fast. It will be thick enough in half an hour." "Really?" "Yes, but there is nothing to worry about. We'll get there all right, and before supper, if the wind holds." "Oh, I'm not worried. I suppose you will steer by compass when the fog comes." "Yes, you're used to boats, I guess." "I ought to be. I lived in Trummett until I was 15, before I went away to school. I was in a boat or about boats a great deal of the time. I love all this, the salt water and the sand and the gulls. Yes, even the fog. You don't, I imagine. The fog part, at least?" "No, I've seen too much trouble come from the stuff." "Of course. Father hates it, too. So do all the men in the life-saving service. Tell me a little about Father, Mr. Homer. How is he?" "Why, he is all right, I guess. He is well, or he was this morning." "Do you think he is quite himself? Does he seem nervous or anxious? Oh, you know what I mean. Does he eat and sleep as he should?" "Yes, I should say so. He is. Of course, he is new to his job there at Setuckit and new to the station. Naturally, getting used to things may worry him a little at first. So you think he does worry? I was afraid of it. I don't know that he worries any more than any other man would. There is a good deal of care about the keeper's job, and, well, Captain Bartlett has been through a lot lately. It was enough to upset any man's nerves, that Crooked Hill business. She shuddered. I know, she said. It was terrible, terrible. I knew all the men who were drowned. Some of them I had known since I was a baby. I went down there, you see, just after it happened, and stayed with Father until he was well enough for me to leave. I was there when they picked up the bodies, and I met some of the widows, and... But I don't want to talk about that. I won't. I dream about it even now. I must get it out of my mind. She paused. Homer remembered her father's confession concerning his own dreams. You said something about upset nerves, she went on. Do you mean you think Father's nerves are upset? Why, no, not especially. I meant it wouldn't be surprising if they were. I'm afraid his are. Mr. Homer, I suppose you think my father is a very old man. You do think that, don't you? It was not at all the question he expected, and he was not ready with an answer. She noticed his hesitancy and drew her own conclusions. Her tone changed. I can see you do, she said quickly. Most people do. They don't know him, that's all. There is no better man in this world than my father. Why, I don't doubt it, Miss Bartlett. I didn't say. It doesn't make any difference what anyone says. I know him, and they don't, that's all. He is very religious, and that is unusual, goodness knows, in the life-saving service. And those that don't understand him call him a crank behind his back. They never call him one before his face, or mine, with a defiant toss of her head. Homer had, in thought at least, more than once called his new keeper a crank. He did not know what to say. How is he getting on with his work? She persisted. Do the men like him? Here was another embarrassing question. Why, yes, sure, he answered with almost too much emphasis. He's doing first rate. We haven't had but one call since he has been here. That was a lumber schooner aground on the Hog's Back, and he got her off in no time. I never saw a job handled better. Didn't he write you about that? Yes. She turned and looked at him, and again her expression had changed. He writes me every day, she said. Sometimes I don't get the letters for 3 or 4 days, but then I get them together. He writes me everything. He has written me often about you. Oh, has he? Yes, he says you are as dependable a mate as he ever signed with. That is a good deal for Father to say. You ought to be proud, Mr. Homer. He did not feel particularly proud. He was rather glad to know that Bartlett had seen fit to praise him in those letters, and undeniably thankful that, in his own conversations with Kellogg and the men, while they had hinted and criticized, he had said nothing. It made him feel less like a hypocrite. A girl as straightforward and outspoken as this one seemed to be would have little use for hypocrites. Not that her opinion was of great importance to him, but his own was. Father says you obey orders, and he thinks he can trust you, she went on. Loyalty is a strong point in his religion. He is a crank on that, if you want to call him so. So am I, for that matter. Calvin murmured that loyalty was a fine thing. He was thinking of Myra Fuller and the after-dinner scene in the sitting room. The fog is almost on top of us now, he observed. But she would not look at the fog. I want to ask you a little more about Father, she said. I may not have as good a chance as this again. Mr. Homer, please tell me the exact truth. Do you think his taking this place at Setuckit was a mistake? This girl should be a lawyer. She certainly had a talent for cross-examination. Why, I don't know what you mean, he said. I mean just that. Do you think it would be better for him if he had not accepted the appointment? Why shouldn't he accept it? He wanted it, didn't he? He didn't apply for it. Of course, you know that. It was offered to him, and I think no one was more surprised than he when the offer was made, and he wasn't sure that he ought to take it. Neither was I." This statement was surprising. Calvin looked at her. "He told me, yes, and he told the men, that he took the place on your account," he said bluntly. "He said you wanted him to do it." She was troubled. "Did he say that?" she asked. "I'm sorry, and yet it is true in a way. If I had said no, he would have refused. He would do anything to please me. But of course, I wouldn't say it. He had been in the service for years, and it was time he got some recognition. And he certainly deserved the appointment, or anything they could do for him, didn't he?" Why, yes." "What makes you say it that way? Don't you know he deserved it? Can you think of anyone who should have had it rather than he?" He could, but he could not tell her so, and he was growing tired of the witness stand. "Look here, Miss Bartlett," he said in good-natured desperation, "I don't just see what you are trying to get at. I didn't say Captain Bartlett shouldn't be keeper at Setuckit. I didn't say anything like it. You were the one who started this thing. You asked me if I thought his taking the job was a mistake." She caught the change in his tone instantly. She, too, smiled and then burst into a laugh. That laugh was all that Jimmy Kelly had said of it. Pleasant to hear and see. "I'm sorry, Mr. Homer," she cried. "I beg your pardon. You and I haven't known each other but a few minutes, and I've been scolding at you like a schoolmarm. I am sure you must think that no matter whether father is a crank or not, there isn't a bit of doubt about his daughter. You see, I am very anxious about him. That is what I meant by a mistake. I am, I suppose, in a way responsible for his staying on in the service and taking those new cares. Perhaps he shouldn't have done it. Perhaps I should have insisted on his getting away from the Cape and the sea and everything connected with them. It might have been better for his health and happiness. That is why I flew at you so. I have been flying at myself in just the same way. It is my conscience. Don't you wish sometimes you didn't have any conscience, I mean?" Here was something to be answered without the least equivocation. "You bet," he exclaimed devoutly. She laughed again. "And now I'll try to behave," she declared. "Oh, my, here is the fog." It was. Plenty of it. It dropped upon them like a blanket, but with none of the blanket's warmth. Heavy, wet, and raw, it swept over the boat and the sea. The moment before, all astern had been pleasant and, for the season, almost warm. Now there was nothing. Astern, ahead, and at the sides, nothing. They were cut off from the rest of creation, wrapped in a salty, soggy stillness. And the raw chill penetrated through wraps and underclothing to the skin. Fog at any time is likely to be cold, but this was a December fog. Miss Bartlett buttoned her coat and drew the collar more closely about her face. Homer was looking up at the sail. There were flabby bulges in its surfaces. "Is anything wrong?" she asked. "Nothing but the wind, and the only thing wrong with that is that there isn't any worth talking about. It's next door to a flat calm." "You'll have to use the compass now, won't you?" "Yes, the compass box is in the cabin, I suppose. Could you take this wheel just a minute?" She took his place beside the wheel. There was no hesitancy in her manner. "It seems like old times," she said. "I used to love to steer." He disappeared in the cabin, the interior of which was a conglomerate of oilskins, rubber boots, nautical odds and ends, semi-darkness, bad air, and odors. She heard him rummaging. "Have you found it?" she asked. "Not yet. I found about everything else. Whew! Smells like a codfish graveyard. Here's something for you." His head and shoulders appeared through the hatchway, and he tossed a stained and crumpled oilskin slicker in her direction. "Put that on over your other things," he said. "That is, if you don't mind fish scales. There's nothing like oilclothes for keeping out cold." She donned the slicker. It engulfed her from ears to toes. She was obliged to turn back several inches of sleeves in order to free her hands. "Now I do feel like a sailor," she announced. "Might as well make a clean job of it. Better give me your hat. The fog will turn it into a dish rag in no time." "Never mind. It isn't a new one. Not very." "No use spoiling it. There's half a barrel of sou'westers down here, more or less. Try that one." He threw out an ancient sou'wester, creased and sticky, and, like everything else aboard Mr. Jarvis's boat, decidedly odoriferous. He watched as she, in seaman-like fashion, steadied the wheel with her body, and then used both hands to remove her hat. She caught his look and laughed. "I know I'm a sight," she said, the eternal feminine prompting the eternal observation. "But I don't care. This is fun." He could have told her what sort of sight she was, bareheaded and laughing against the gray background, but complimenting young ladies was not one of his accomplishments, and the thought was but momentary and casual. What did cross his mind, as it had crossed it more than once before during their very brief acquaintance, was the incredulity of the fact that the grumpy, rough old fanatic who commanded at Setuckit should have a daughter like this. Benoni had said she was like her mother. It must be true. Certainly she was not like him. She pulled the sou'wester down upon her head and buttoned it beneath her chin. "There," she exclaimed, leaning forward to hand him the discarded hat. "Now I'm ready for anything. But how about you? Are there more things like these in that place?" "Enough to fit out a bank schooner, if the hands weren't particular. There's everything here except money, and that compass. I haven't found that yet." Nor did he find it. 10 minutes of rummaging and overhauling the contents of that cabin resulted only in absolute proof that the compass was not there. "By George," he exclaimed, emerging, "I remember now. Philander said that he had got to make himself a new compass box. Said it last week. I'll bet he took the old one, compass and all, ashore with him, and it's in his shanty now. Huh. Then you can't tell how to steer, can you?" "Not very well, so long as this fog holds. Oh, we'll be all right. There's nothing to be frightened about." "I'm not frightened." Indeed, she did not look as if she were. He struggled into another of the Jarvis slickers and, after several trials, found a sou'wester which fitted well enough. "I'll take the helm now," he said. "Do you want to? I don't mind steering if you have anything else to do. I like it, really I do, but there isn't anything to steer for." "No, not much. The foghorns ought to help a little, but unless the wind breezes on, we shan't make any headway. The tide is about full. When it begins to go out, it'll carry us along some." "Then there really isn't anything to do but wait. And there's so many foghorns, aren't there?" There were 12 of them, some faint and distant, others nearer. They sounded from aft, ahead, and to port, and their tones varied from thunderous bass to querulous treble. "Those little ones are aboard vessels off yonder," he explained. "The big one astern is at Orem. There, hear that? That's the one we want to head for, if we can. It's at Setuckit Light, a couple of miles this side of the station. 2 long toots and then a short. Get it?" She listened. "I think I do," she said doubtfully, "but they're awfully mixed up. There's hardly any wind now. How far away is Setuckit?" About 6 miles. "It will take us a long time to get there at this rate." "Take forever if we don't get a breeze. But don't worry, there isn't any danger." "I'm not worried about that," scornfully. "I'm not a landlubber, but I know you feel you ought to be there. I suppose they know we're on the way. Know you are, at any rate. They must have seen us through the glass before the fog came, don't you think?" He smiled. "You do know the ropes, don't you?" he observed. "I ought to. I've looked through the crooked hill glass ever so many times. It was a treat I used to tease for when I was a little girl. Oh," suddenly, "you don't suppose they saw me, do you? If Father knew I was coming, it would spoil the surprise, and he might worry. Nobody down there knows you but Captain Bartlett, and the fog hit Setuckit long before it did us. No, they may have seen the boat, but they couldn't tell who was aboard of her. One thing we've got to look out for, and that is not to get aground. There isn't too much water around here. If you don't mind hanging on to that wheel, I'll go forward and watch for shoals. Every chance you get, keep her in towards that foghorn." He left her, and going forward, stood there in the little space between the mast and the catboat's bow, peering into the fog, or, stooping, tried to see the sand or weeds on the bottom. This, easy enough in the sunshine, was practically impossible now. An hour passed. The breeze was as light as ever. Once she called to him. "Do you think that foghorn sounds any nearer?" she asked. "Precious little. The tide is setting out, and it may have carried us further out into the bay." At last he gave up his task as lookout and came aft again. "This is too bad, Miss Bartlett," he declared. "It looks as if we might be here all night. It is 4:30 and getting dark already. Are you frozen?" Her laugh was reassuring. "Frozen," she repeated. "With these things on? I'm roasted or boiled. A roast doesn't drip. Look at me." The fog was hanging in drops on her sou'wester and slicker, and her cheeks were beaded with it. He knew she must be uncomfortable because, toughened by experience as he was chilled, and even as she spoke, he saw her shiver. "Here," he exclaimed, "this won't do. We've got to get ashore somehow." "I don't mind, except on your account. I'm having a real adventure. This is a change from handing out books in the Fairborough Library. But I know you feel you should be back on duty. If the Setuckit people saw us, don't you suppose they might send a boat?" "Oh, I beg pardon. That was a landlubber's question, wasn't it?" He grinned. "If they sent a boat for me," he said, "in Orham Bay in a flat calm, well, I'd jump overboard when I saw it coming. It would be better than waiting to hear what the men said when they got here. If Captain Bartlett knew you were aboard, he might send for you, but not for his number one man. Well, hardly. Of course, it was stupid of me. When I was 10 or 12, I knew better than to dream such a thing. So we'll just keep on waiting and hoping for less fog and more wind. We ought to whistle for a breeze, hadn't we? I wonder if I could whistle. I used to." She tried and succeeded remarkably well. The effort, too, was becoming, particularly when the whistle changed to a laugh. "I was thinking how Father used to scold me for whistling," she said. "He was forever quoting the proverb about whistling girls and crowing hens. Mr. Homer, you brought him down to Setuckit on his first trip, didn't you? I remember now he wrote me you did, and now you are bringing me. That's an odd coincidence. Father will say it's the workings of Providence. He sees special acts of Providence in everything. But he means it. He is absolutely sincere," she added loyally. Calvin sniffed. "If it is Providence that got us into this scrape, it must have a grudge against me," he vowed. Then, realizing that the speech was not altogether gracious, he added, "Of course, I don't mean that I wasn't glad to bring you down, Miss Bartlett, but I don't see how sticking us out here in a fog is going to help anything much. Do you?" "Well, it makes us better acquainted." Yes, I—" He could not think of anything to add to the affirmative, and she did not wait for more. She changed the subject. "I know what is the matter with me," she exclaimed. "I'm actually hungry, and it isn't 5 o'clock. It must be the sea air. I'm ashamed of myself." He looked at her. "Where did you get your dinner?" he asked. She hesitated. "Oh, that was all right," she replied hurriedly. "My dinner was all right." "Did you have any?" She colored slightly. "Well, no, I didn't," she confessed after a moment. "But that doesn't make any difference. I quite often go without lunch. It is good for me, and I just know I shall eat too much down here. Why, what is it?" He had been sitting on the wheel box. Now he rose, briskly and with determination. "There's a little more breeze," he announced. "We're going ashore." "You mean we can get to Setuckit?" "I don't know about that, how soon we'll get to the station, but we're going ashore as straight as we can and without any more fooling." He put the wheel over, and the sail swung lazily across. "Here, Miss Bartlett," he ordered. "You take the helm and keep her just as she is. I'm going forward again." For another 20 minutes he peered over the bow. Then he came back. "I'll take her now," he said. "And would you mind going up there and keeping a lookout? We ought to be getting in close by this time, and I don't want to run on a flat. If you see anything, either ahead or underneath, sing out." She obeyed. "It seems to me that big foghorn sounds nearer than it did," she said, pausing a moment and listening. "It ought to. We must be pretty close to the beach." "But I don't see how you can tell where the beach or anything else is now." "It's all beach, miles of it on this side. We'll hit it somewhere." "And then, when we do hit it?" "Then we'll anchor this craft and go ashore. Unless I'm completely turned around, we can't be far from Halfway Point, and there are some shanties there. Somebody lives in one of them, an old fellow named Merrick. He'll give us a cup of coffee and maybe something more substantial. After that, well, we'll see." "Mr. Homer, you're not doing this just because I was silly enough not to eat any lunch." His answer was emphatic. "I'm doing it," he declared, "because I'm sick of roosting out here in this ice chest. Keep a sharp lookout, and be sure and sing out if you see anything." Seeing anything was next to an impossibility, for, between the fog and the lateness of the hour, it was almost dark. The boat moved slowly on before the fitful breeze. "Sighted anything yet?" he called after an interval. "No." A few moments later she spoke. "Mr. Homer," she said eagerly, look off there to the right. Isn't there something there? Something tall like a tree or a pole? Yes, it's a mast, isn't it?" He peered under the sail. "It's a boat," she cried. "It's another boat with the sail down." It was a boat at anchor. He steered close by its stern. "Good," he exclaimed. "It's the Wild Duck. She belongs to the old fellow I was telling you about. We're luckier than we have any right to be. We've hit Halfway Point right in the bullseye. Come aft now. I'm going to anchor." A minute more, and their catboat, its anchor over the side, swung lazily in the tideway. The sail lay in a crumpled heap on the deck. "And now what?" asked Miss Bartlett excitedly. "Now I'm going to yell. You can help if you want to." Leaning over the rail, he began to shout. "Peleg!" he roared. "Peleg Merrick! Ahoy there, Peleg!" She called too, but stopped, breathless and laughing. "All I can think of to scream is fire," she declared. "That'll do as well as anything. Oh, Peleg! Peleg Merrick! Here! Turn out! Peleg!" From the darkness came the sound of a door banging open. Then a hoarse voice made answer. "Here I be," it bellowed. "Who is it? What's the matter with you?" "It's me, Cal Homer. We want to come ashore. Got your dory there?" Yes, I've got her. Hold on a minute and I'll come off to you. Keep a-hollerin'." They kept a-hollerin'. Then followed the clatter of oars, grunts, and profane ejaculations. Then the measured click and squeak of those oars moving between thole-pins. Out of the darkness emerged the dory and Mr. Merrick. "Hello, Cal," observed the latter, bringing the dory scraping along the catboat's side. "What's the matter with you? Kind of off your course, looks like to me. Ain't took sick, be you? Who's that? Anybody I know?" "No, I'll tell you all about it when you get us up to that shanty of yours. Now, Miss Bartlett, easy does it." The caution was unnecessary. She was in the dory even as he spoke, and, once in, she showed none of her father's nervousness. Calvin followed. Peleg pushed off. "I don't see how you can tell where to go," observed the young lady. "It all looks alike to me." Merrick grunted. "Chuck me overboard anywheres in Orme Bay, and I'll guarantee to drift here or hereabouts," he declared. "It comes natural to me, I calculate. I can smell home, same as a cat." By way of proof, he jammed the dory's bow hard and fast on the slope of the beach. Above, on the crest of that beach, a blur of yellow lamplight showed. and see amid the darkness shine out the lights of home, quoted Miss Bartlett joyfully. Eh, said Peleg. Yes, yes, and it's 9 chances to 1 the dern lamp's smoking, too. 'Twas starting out to when you folks hollered. I've got to buy a new wick next time I go up to the Main. The robbers charge 6 cents apiece for 'em, too, they do. Living's expensive these days, Cal, did you know it? I wished I was rich, then I might be with money. End of Chapter 6. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 7 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. And now what? Asked the young lady. She and Homer were seated at the oilcloth-covered table in Mr. Merrick's combined parlor, dining room, and kitchen. Peleg had played the hospitable host so far as in him lay. He had set before them warmed-over baked beans, pilot crackers, half of an evaporated apple pie, and a decoration which he called coffee. There was more of the latter left than of anything else. Miss Bartlett had eaten until, as she said, she was thoroughly ashamed, but thoroughly happy. Have another cup, won't you, Cal? Begged Peleg, flourishing the by no means glittering coffee pot. Calvin declined. His fellow voyager had refused already. What's the matter? Good and hot, ain't it? Demanded Peleg. Yes, it's hot. It was the only good thing he could truthfully say concerning it. Flavored right, too, ain't it? Hey, ain't it? It is flavored. I betcha. That's good coffee. You came just the right time for it. I made that pot full fresh, day afore yesterday. Well, if you won't, you won't. Get down, you sou'west. Think I set table for you to eat often? Beats the divil what dumb animals know, don't it? Got sense, same as a human, that cat has. Leave anything to eat around, and he'll locate it inside of 10 minutes. Seems to know he does. The cat, a huge gray and white one, was anything but dumb just then. He made another attempt to jump on the table. His master caught him just in time. Shh, he ordered. There, I'll put you outdoors if you don't stop bellerin'. Make more noise than the Setuckit foghorn. There's another thing about that cat. When he's hungry, he'll ask for his grub, just the same as a Christian. Smartest cat as ever I owned, that Sou'west is. Is that his name, Southwest? Asked Miss Bartlett. I named him that 'cause he's so nice and pleasant, same as a sou'west wind is liable to be. I had one time, and I labeled him Nor'easter. He was cranky. Don't talk. Brush past him with your breeches leg, and he was just as liable as not to haul off and fetch you a scratch that would make you hop to Jericho. Had claws onto him like the teeth on a clam hoe. I don't wear no shoes and stockings long in summer. Don't need 'em down here, you understand. And I give you my word, that critter made my underpinning look like a piece of plowed ground. I got tired of it after a spell and give him away to a friend of mine. That dog of yours died, didn't he, Peleg? Inquired Homer. Let's see, what was his name? Skeesix? Yes, he died. The weather down here kind of worked through and killed him finally. Seemed so. He was one of them Mexican chinny dogs, them kind that don't have no fur on 'em, you understand. Bald all over, like an egg. A feller off an English ship that was wrecked abreast here give him to me one time. He was a good dog, too, but he couldn't seem to stand the winters. He'd sit there back of the cook stove and shake and shiver and shiver and shake till I calculated he'd come apart. And the worst of it was the kind of sad, blamin' sort of way he'd look at me with them big pop eyes of his, as if 'twas my fault 'twas so cold. Calvin laughed. Probably he thought it was, he said. He knew you were the boss weather prophet in these latitudes. Merrick shook his head reminiscently. I don't know about that, he observed. All I know is he just shook himself to death, as you might say. Got thinner and thinner. Say, Cal, you know how sort of loose the hide is on one of them kind of dogs. Hangs slack and slats like a sail in a calm. Uh-huh. What is it, ma'am? Miss Bartlett, whose eyes were sparkling, chokingly declared that she had not spoken. Peleg nodded. "Oh, I thought I heard you say something," he said. "Well, the skin on that Skeezicks dog was slack enough to begin with, but it kept getting slacker and slacker till I snum if he didn't look like something sewed up in a bag. Finally, he hauled down the flag and died. I was sorry enough to lose him, poor thing, but 'twas a kind of relief in a way to have him quit shivering. Yes, 'twas. I've stuck to cats ever since. The colder it gets, the more hair a cat gets on, seems so, and the warmer it gets, the more comes off onto everything else," he added, regretfully. "Well, Cal, to change the subject, what you figuring to do now? That was what you was asking a minute ago, wasn't it, Miss What's-name?" The young lady answered that it was. "I wondered what the next part of your plan might be, Mr. Homer," she said. "I am on dry land, thanks to you, and thanks to Mr. Merrick, I'm not a bit hungry. But what am I to do next, please?" Calvin was ready with an answer. "You'd better stay right here for a while," he said. "I've been thinking it over, and I guess the quickest way to get things moving is for me to go across the beach and up to the halfway shanty. I can telephone from there to the station, and probably your father will get one of the men to come down here with a horse and cart after you. That is, if you don't mind riding in a cart. It's too dark for anybody to see you. And anyway, we aren't very fussy around here, are we, Peleg?" But Miss Bartlett was not entirely satisfied with this arrangement. It was not riding in the cart to which she objected. It was riding at all. "All this telephoning and harnessing and everything will take time and make a lot of trouble," she declared. "You are not going to wait for any cart, I suppose, Mr. Homer?" "Oh, no, I'm going to walk. It is only 3 miles or so." "That is what I thought. Well, I am going to walk too, and we'll start this very minute." Calvin protested. It would be difficult walking, part of it at least, and it was wet and pitch dark, and you think I'm a city girl and might collapse and have to be carried, I suppose. Well, I'm not, and I shan't. I walk more than 3 miles every day of my life for exercise. As for the wet, do you think it will be any wetter than it was aboard that boat? And we can borrow those oilskins, can't we? Or keep on borrowing them? She had her way, of course. Homer left the Jarvis catboat in Merrick's charge. He would come after it in the morning, or send someone. He borrowed a lantern of Peleg, a battered and smelly affair, which even its owner confessed gave, quote, "about as much light as a white bean," unquote. "It's liable to go out on you," he exclaimed. "The wick's kind of short in the reach, and you can't see much by it. The glass is so smurry. But you better take it, Cal. It'll be kind of company for you." So, arrayed once more in the oilskins, they started, Merrick and Sal West whooping farewells from the door of the shanty. Into the dripping, soggy blackness they trudged, he leading the way with a lantern, and she following. Up and over and down dunes, sometimes through sand more than ankle deep, then through tangles of blackberry vines and stunted bayberry bushes, or stretches of coarse beach grass, amid which bits of driftwood and sun-bleached wreckage were scattered like the white bones of long-drowned sailors. After one particularly trying ascent, she stopped. "What is it?" he asked, turning. "Are you tired? Shall we rest a while?" No, I'm all right," she panted. "I'm out of breath, that's all. These oilskins are so dreadfully long. I try to hold them up, but I can't seem to do it." "I told you shouldn't try the walk," he said anxiously. "We might go back, you know. We haven't got very far yet." "Go back?" indignantly. "I guess not. I was just wondering if... What?" "Why, I thought perhaps if I took your arm we might get ahead faster. You see, I should be nearer the lantern, and I could see where to step, but it would tire you, I'm afraid." He was angry at himself for not having thought of it. As a matter of fact, his thoughts had wandered from Setuckit Beach and were hovering about the Neck Road in Orem. He was again wondering what Myra would think of his having forgotten to give her the ring, and then sending it by the Kelly boy. And the scene in the sitting room. He went over it once more. No, It had not settled anything. Why hadn't it? It should have. He should have gone on with it to the finish. If he had not been a coward. His musings had brought him to this unpleasant conviction when Miss Bartlett's breathless appeal shook him out of them and back to her and the present. He turned hastily. I'm sorry, he stammered. I don't know what ails me anyhow. He went back to where she was standing and offered his arm. She hesitated. You're sure it won't tire you? She asked. I'll try not to hang too heavily. No. The only thing that makes me tired is that I didn't have sense enough to think of it, cruising on ahead there and leaving you to get along on your own hook in the dark. I don't know what your father will say to me for getting you into this scrape. But you didn't get me into it. I invited myself into your boat, and you couldn't get me out of it. Besides, it has been a lot of fun. Fun? Why, yes, I'm enjoying every minute of it. It is just what I told you it was, the whole of it, an adventure. Of course, adventures don't mean anything to a lifesaver, but they do to librarians. Now I've got my breath again. Shall we go? They floundered on, but now Calvin was not thinking of Myra Fuller and the late unpleasantness. How could he, with this girl clinging to his arm, stumbling occasionally, but never complaining, treating it all as a joke, and making light of briars and bushes and holes and hummocks? Another half-mile of this, and they came over a high dune and down upon the hard, sloping sand. Before them, and close to them, were the surge and boom and liquid hiss of great waves in tumultuous advance and retreat. There, he exclaimed, here is the outer beach. We're across, thank goodness. Now it will be plainer sailing for you. Are you tired to death? She was breathing quickly, but she could still laugh. Of course not, she declared. Why should I be? What do you think I am? His reply was involuntarily uttered, but it was emphatic. You're a good sport, he declared. I'll say that for you. The way thereafter was, as he said, almost plain sailing. The tightly packed sand, uncovered by the ebbing tide, was easy to walk upon, and they could really hurry. The fog was as thick as ever, and the darkness as pitchy, but the exercise and the oilskins kept them warm, and the knowledge, on Homer's part at least, that the anxiety of their adventure was happily past, brought a carefree sense of relief much more stimulating than the Myrick coffee. Miss Bartlett chatted and questioned, and, without realizing it, he began to speak of himself, to tell her of his early life, his father's death, and his boyhood with his mother at Orem. This led, naturally enough, to his entering the service, and then to the Setuckit crew, and what fine fellows they were. He told of the life down there, the jokes and gossip, of Sir Lucas Gammon, and of Mrs. Gammon's unexpected arrival. As he thought it over afterward, it seemed to him he had told this comparative stranger, this girl, everything even remotely connected with himself or those associated with him. But he had not. He had never mentioned his hopes and disappointment in the matter of the keeper's appointment, nor had he so much as hinted at the existence of Myra Fuller. Peleg's lantern had sputtered itself out long before, but they did not need it now. They passed the lighthouse, its beacon a yellow smudge high up in the fog, an eighth of a mile from the beach, and the clamorous screech of the foghorn vibrated against their eardrums. They made a wide circle where the shore curved inward and began to mount a high dune which, so Homer told her, was only a little way from the station. And, as they climbed, a new sound made itself heard, a whistle and dry rush and rustle, quite different from the tumult of the sea. "Hello," cried Calvin. "Hear that? That's wind through the grass and bushes. Here comes a good breeze at last. That ought to blow things clear." It was a true prophecy. The wind met them at the top of the dune, crisp, sharp, and piercing. It whipped the light sand against their faces, and in another minute the fog had gone. They stepped from a wet blackness out into the clear cold of a starlit night. Below them, and only a little way off, was Setuckit Station, its lighted windows agleam. "Oh, how lovely!" exclaimed Miss Bartlett. It is like getting home, isn't it?" "It is home," declared Calvin, "and here's the patrol going out." The patrolman was Sam Burse, oilskinned, sou'westered, Coston signal at his belt, and lantern in hand. He met them at the foot of the dune and raised the lantern to peer into their faces. "Why, hello, Cal," hailed Sam in surprise. "What in time you doing out here on the beach? We calculated you was becalmed off in the bay somewheres. Hez spied you from the tower just after you left Orem, and we didn't know but you'd anchored to wait till it blew clear. The old man's having a conniption fit. A body'd think you'd never been to sea afore, of all the fuss." Homer hastily interrupted. He explained the situation. Burst nodded. "I see. Yes, he said. Hez said it looked to him as if you had a passenger aboard. So 'twas the captain's daughter, eh? Pleased to meet you, ma'am. Your father will be glad enough to see you both, I guess, likely. So long." 5 minutes more, minutes during which both were silent, they opened the door of the station mess room. The men there, off duty, greeted their associate with a shout, and then, seeing his companion, stopped, abashed. "Where's Captain Bartlett?" asked Calvin. He was in his room, they told him. "In there, through that door," he said. "Go right in, Miss Bartlett." She did so. They heard a gasp of surprise and then a choking exclamation. The door closed, and Homer turned to face the eager questions of his fellow surfmen. His romantic adventure as squire of dames was over, but the talk concerning the unexpected visitor had only begun. She occupied her father's room that night, as, in fact, she did during the nights to follow, Bartlett sleeping in the spare room on one of the cots. She did not join the crew at their 5 o'clock breakfast, but she came to the table for the 11 o'clock dinner, and that meal was more decorous and orderly in consequence. Not that she put on airs or was unduly dignified, but the men themselves were bashful and quiet. She insisted on helping with the cooking, and the results of the latter were apparent and welcome. After the dishwashing, she called Homer to one side and announced that she was going to try to make the place look a little more Christmassy. "I don't suppose there is a bit of evergreen on this beach, is there?" she asked. He shook his head. "Not a bit nearer than the Orem woods, so far as I know," he said. "Oh, why didn't I think to bring some holly or something from Boston? I could have just as well as not. Doesn't anything grow around here? Anything that stays green all winter, I mean?" He thought it over. "Well," he said doubtfully, "seems to me there's a little patch of hog cranberry in the hollow up back of the lighthouse. That might be better than nothing." "It would be splendid. Now tell me just where to find it." "Some of the men would be glad to get it for you, I know. I'll ask 'em to." "Indeed you won't. They are busy, and I haven't anything to do. I'll get it myself." And she did, returning from her quest with an oat sack full of the glistening vines of the wild cranberry. "Now," she said, this time addressing her remark to Mr. Gammon, who happened to be in the mess room, "I wish I had some of those bayberry plums, or the branches with the plums on them. There must be lots around here." Seleucus snorted. "Them bayberry balls, you mean?" he queried. "Crimus, if that's all you want, I can get you a bushel in no time. Bayberries ain't no more good to nobody than mosquitoes and hop-toads. That's why there's so many of all of them running wild in these latitudes." He brought a huge armful of the fragrant bayberry limbs with their clusters of gray berries. She looped the windows and the lamp brackets with the green vines and tucked the bayberry sprays among them. Seleucus and Ed Bloomer and Ellis Badger watched the decorating and expressed approval. "There," vowed Gammon, "ain't that pretty? Ed, you and me and Ellis never'd thought of that. If anybody'd told me that hog cranberry vines was good for anything but to catch your feet in and trip you and set you to swearing, I'd have laughed at 'em." "And all I ever calculated bayberry balls was for," said Badger, "was to load a young one's blowgun with and shoot around in school when teacher wasn't looking. You never can tell, can you?" "Not till you try. I'm standing here learning. Next summer, I'm going to hang some strings of hop-toads and wood ticks up around and see how they look. I'll let you catch 'em for me, Ed." Mr. Bloomer grunted. "Won't be any trouble to catch the ticks," he declared. "All I'd have to do is cruise a little ways through the beach grass yonder, then brush off my pant legs." Hez Rogers had walked up to Merrick's after breakfast, and the Jarvis catboat was now at anchor before its owner's shanty. Its cargo of bundles and boxes and Miss Bartlett's suitcase was brought ashore. As Sam Burse said, they were now all sought for Christmas. "Be our luck, though," he added, "to have it blow a howlin' nor'easter and snow like a busted featherbed by tomorrow morning. 'Member last Christmas, fellers? We spent 2/3 of the day trying to haul a 3-master off the sandhill, and we had to give her up finally at that and be satisfied to get the crew ashore. We've been luckier this year, so far as weather's concerned, than I can remember since I've been at the station. We'll make up for it by and by. Maybe tomorrow'll be the beginning. Of course, the government signals are set for fair, but they ain't final. Peleg Merrick's the real thing. Pity old Peleg ain't here, so's we could hear from his port elbow." Apparently, however, the Merrick joints were in normal condition, and the government's weather prophets right, for Christmas Day was, although much colder, clear and fine. After breakfast, the various bundles were opened. There were the presents from home. Every man had some, inexpensive always, homemade very often. But down there at Setuckit, the value of home or gifts was not judged by price or quality. "Look at that," shouted Rogers, proudly exhibiting a mysterious casket, gorgeous in crimson and blue silk tufting. "My Emmeline made that all herself, out of a cigar box and a shirt-waist of her mother's. Yes, and a piece of her grandmother's wedding dress, and only 9-year-old, too." "Which is 9-year-old?" demanded Badger. "Her grandmother or the wedding dress?" "What's your wife doing with a cigar box?" asked Burse. "Getting kind of extravagant, ain't she? If I was you, I'd tell her to stick to a pipe and save money." There, Hez, keep your hair on. Can't you take a little foolin'? It's real kind of cute and pretty, though, ain't it?" examining the gift and sniffing at the tufting. "All dolled up with smell 'em sweet, too. What's it for, Hez?" The proud parent looked a trifle foolish. "She got the receipt for making it out of a magazine or something," he explained with a grin. "She says it's for me to keep my neckties in." "Yes, neckties is what she says. All right, I'll keep all I've got there, except on Liberty days. Then I'll have to wear it." There was an abundance of this sort of thing. The jokes, like the presents, were crude and homemade, but nobody was overcritical. Seleucus was on tower watch that morning, but had breakfasted at the Jarvis shanty. He returned to duty looking rather glum, and Homer, noticing this, tried to cheer him up. "How is Philander this morning?" he asked. "He's all right again, pretty nigh. Him and her'll be over for dinner." There was no doubt as to the identity of the her. The gloomy emphasis was unmistakable. Mr. Gammon seemed inclined to say more, but hesitated. "What is it?" queried Calvin. "Nobody can hear you. They're making too much noise. What have you got on your mind?" "Say, Cal, look here. You know that crazy bed comforter I won up to the Harness Old Fellers Fair? The one Captain Ozzie took a 10-cent chance for me on?" "Yes." "Well, I've had it down here, you know, ever since Olive fetched it for me. I was calculating to take it home some one of my Liberty days, but I ain't had but one since, and then I forgot it. So after Jemimy come, thinks I'll give it to her for Christmas. 'Twas sort of bright and gay, Cal. I'll leave it to you if 'twasn't." "It was gay, all right. Did your wife like it?" "Like it?" Seleucus groaned. "Say, Cal, when she found it 'twas Olive fetched it down, she, oh, crimusti. I told her Olive never made it, nor'd give it to me either. I told her I won it in a 10-cent raffle." "Well, that ought to have settled it, I should say." "Settled it? She switched round and laid into me for giving her a 10-cent present." "What did she give you?" "Eh? All she'd give me was the divil, but I got plenty of that. Bartlett took his number one man aside and showed the latter a sweater and a pair of fur-lined gloves which his daughter had brought. He was overflowing with pride. She didn't forget the old man, Calvin, he boasted. Of course those gloves are too good for me to use, but I don't tell her so. I'll keep 'em to look at, and for going ashore. And here's something else she brought. I haven't showed it to anybody, and I don't want you to say anything about it. Those men out yonder are wandering in darkness, most of 'em, and they wouldn't understand. But you, well, I shouldn't be surprised if the Lord had put his mark on you, boy, and he'll lead you to the fold some day. That's the way I feel about her, Norma. It troubles me sometimes when I realize she ain't found salvation yet, and what might happen if she was took away sudden afore she done it. Yet, he seemed to be arguing the matter with himself, I can't think she'd go to hell. Seems if the Almighty'd make allowances. Don't you think he would? Homer stared at him. What are you talking about? He exclaimed in amazement. Eh? Oh, nothing. Was I saying something I hadn't ought to? I get to thinking too hard, I guess. Comes over me by spells lately, it does. Seems so. Well, this is what else she brought me. Look at it, boy. It was a leather-bound Bible with his name on the cover. He held it in his big hands and patted it reverently. I opened it when I was alone in my room just now, he went on, and what do you suppose 'twas I found? Hadn't been reading but a little ways afore I come to it. Listen. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Thou excellest them all. That's what I found, boy. Those are the words he sent to me, and they're right to the point. She does excel 'em all. Amen. Praise the Lord. Calvin made no comment. His mind was in a state between pity and foreboding, and yet Benoni's next speech was rational enough. She tells me, Norma does, he went on, that you was mighty kind and accommodating to her the other afternoon. She says nobody could have been nicer and more thoughtful than you was, getting her down here. She's much obliged, and so am I. I tell her that I've come to count on you a whole lot, Calvin. You're straight with me, and I ain't so sure about some of the rest of 'em. The interview ended there before Homer could ask what he meant, but the concluding sentence was surprising, for it showed a degree of perspicacity which he had not believed his eccentric commander possessed. The Christmas dinner was an elaborate affair. Its materials had been ordered in Orem and, of course, brought down in the Jarvis catboat with the presents. They, the turkey and canned plum pudding and the rest, were paid for with the contents of the station kitty. This was a time-honored institution in the service. On the mantel in the mess room stood a battered earthen bean pot. Each payday, every member of the crew, keeper included, put a certain very small percentage of his wage into this pot. Sometimes extra dimes and nickels were added, as, for instance, if someone had had a windfall or happened to be flush. This accumulation was the kitty and was to be spent to provide the wherewithal for special occasions, such as Thanksgiving, Washington's birthday, or Christmas. Mrs. Gammon and Philander Jarvis joined them at dinner. It was the first time the former had met Norma Bartlett, and her gimlet eyes looked as if they might bore holes in the young woman. Norma and her apparel were scrutinized and itemized from head to foot. If a vote of the rest of the assemblage had been taken, it would have been unanimous in the opinion that she was worth any amount of scrutiny. The men's gaze followed her as she bustled about, clear-eyed, laughing, self-possessed, and unaffected. Ed Bloomer tapped Wally Oakes on the knee beneath the tablecloth. "Steady, Wally, steady," he whispered. "Remember that wife of yours ashore." Oakes started and grinned sheepishly. "For thunder's sakes, Ed," he whispered in return, "how did old Baloney come to have a girl like that?" It was the question Calvin Homer had asked himself during the voyage down in the Jarvis catboat, and which, at that moment, he was asking again. It is possible that Seleucus Gammon also was asking it, for he, like the rest, watched Miss Bartlett intently, and then, turning, caught his wife's eye. Jemima evidently had been watching him. Seleucus was a large man, and he filled his clothes well, but under the influence of that searching glare, he seemed to shrink into them. As Hezekiah Rogers described it, he puckered up like a baked apple. At 5 o'clock was performed a ceremony which, ordinarily, was a part of the Sunday routine. The keeper was supposed to be the principal performer. Captain Merrick had always filled that position, but as Benoni Bartlett was a newcomer and unacquainted with the families of his surfmen, Homer had, by request, taken charge and kept it. He did so now. Standing before the telephone instrument in the living room wall, he called up, one after the other, the houses of his comrades, in Orham, in South or West Harness, wherever they might be. Some of the men had no telephones of their own, but these had arranged by letter for some representative of the family to be at the house of a neighbor possessing one, to receive and exchange news and gossip. Calvin did all the telephoning. The men stood about in an eager circle. They took their turns according to ranking, and were allowed 3 minutes each, no more. "You're next, Hez," announced Homer. "Yes, is that you, Mrs. Rogers?" "Yes, he's well, and wishes all hands a Merry Christmas." "No, we haven't been turned out for a week. Having an easy time down here just now." "Eh?" "She wants to know how your chilblains are, and if you're using the Eureka liniment, same as she told you to." "Yes, he says they're better, and he'll need another bottle pretty soon." "Yes, he liked the mittens, and they fitted tip-top." "He wants to know what's the news." "I see. Hez, she says your Willie got into a scrap with the Burse boy." "That's your Ike, Sam, and blacked his eye. She says it was all Ike's fault." A strenuous protest here from the indignant Mr. Burse. "I know a darn sight better. Ikey's as quiet a kid as ever lived. Me and his ma tell him to mind his own business, and he does. That young one of yours, Hez, is all the time raising hob over in our yard, and—" "Shh!" This from Homer at the phone. "Settle that by and by." "All right, Mrs. Rogers. I'll tell him what you say. Goodbye. Time's up, Hez. Wally, you're next." And so on. The after-supper hour was a lively discussion of the telephoned news, spiced with spirited argument between the fathers of the recently embattled William and Isaac. Norma was hugely amused by all this. She listened eagerly, her eyes shining. Her father, grave and absent-minded, did not seem to heed, but she was tremendously interested. When she and Calvin happened to be alone for a few moments, she voiced her thought. "How like children they are, every one of them," she declared. "Just like grown-up boys, that's all. Interested in little childish things and making so much of them. And yet they are all grown men with families. Isn't it funny and queer?" He smiled. "It's funny enough," he admitted. "Sometimes a lot funnier than it was just now. Mrs. Oakes and Josh Finney's wife got into a row a while ago over a hen that some kid had killed with a slingshot, and Wally and Josh all but had a mix-up right here in the mess room. They didn't speak for 10 days, and even now it isn't a safe subject to play with. Yes, it's funny, but I don't know that it is so queer. When things do happen around a life-saving station, they are big things, but they happen only once in a while. The rest of the time, nothing happens, and the little things get to look big, that's all. Yes, we are like children, and the longer we stay in the service, the more childish we get, I suppose." She looked at him. "But you are not," she said, with a directness which seemed so essentially a part of her. "You are not childish at all, Mr. Homer, and you aren't like the rest of the men here, either." "That is because I haven't been here but a year or two," Give me time and I'll develop backwards. I don't know. I don't believe you will. But, at any rate, I am very glad you are here now. Why? On Father's account. On the way down in the boat, you remember I asked if you thought he was worried, if the cares and responsibilities here were troubling him. I can see for myself now, and they are, and I am almost certain that it was a mistake his accepting the appointment. There was no almost in Calvin's certainty, although he made a pretense of protesting. Oh, he's all right, he said. He'll get along first rate, I guess. It was merely a Yankee habit which added the I guess, but it was an error in addition. Those two words were the ones she pounced upon. You guess, she repeated. Why do you only guess? Then, before he could reply, she put out her hand. Oh, never mind, Mr. Homer, she added. Of course you didn't mean anything in particular, and please don't think I am going to persecute you with more questions, as I did in that boat. Father is perfectly able to get along as keeper of this station. I never had a doubt of that, with a scornful little laugh. What I started out to say was that I am glad he has a mate like you to relieve him of some of his petty worries. You will help him all you can, won't you? Why, I'll do my best, Miss Bartlett. He knows you will, and so do I. We are both relying on you, you see. Thank you, Mr. Homer. She nodded and went away, leaving him in what might be called a mixed state of mind. It was pleasant to have her say such things and think them, but they made his position more difficult, and additional difficulties were quite unnecessary. If things went wrong, she would blame him. She would think he had failed to give the help he had promised, and he did not wish her to think that. She had said she trusted him. It was quite wonderful to be selected as a confidant by a girl like Norma Bartlett. But there was Myra Fuller. She, too, believed in and trusted him. His conscience smote him. Before turning in, he wrote Myra a long letter explaining his forgetfulness in the matter of the ring and asking her forgiveness. He said nothing concerning their disagreement. That subject he avoided in the letter, but he could not avoid it in his thinking, for both she and Norma were demanding of him loyalty and a kept faith. The next morning, Josh Finney should have returned to duty, but he did not. At 10, the telephone bell rang, and Bloomer answered the call. He chuckled as he hung up the receiver and went to the tower to report to Captain Bartlett. Later, he made a more elaborate report to his fellow surfmen. Josh just called up, he said. There's a new Finney up to his house. A boy, and all hands getting along fine. Josh says for us to drink an extra dipperful of water to George Dewey Finney. That's the young one's name. He'll be down, Josh will, this afternoon. Orrin Hendricks is going to drive him down with a horse and team. Say, he added in a whisper and with a significant wink, I shouldn't be surprised if Josh had had more than one dipper of something stronger in water. He sort of sounded so to me. Hope he don't land here scuppers under. Calculate old Baloney'd froth up some if he did, eh? As it happened, Captain Bartlett and his daughter were not at the station when the missing member returned from his liberty. The afternoon drill was over, and the skipper and his daughter had gone for a walk to the lighthouse. Homer was in the boat room inspecting some of the gear which he was inclined to think needed replacement. He heard the station dog, Hard Luck was the animal's name, and it looked it, barking excitedly, but paid little attention. A few minutes later, however, he heard shouts of laughter in the mess room. Sauntering leisurely in, he found a group of surfmen gathered about the stove and firing questions at a man who, bundled in heavy coat, mittens, and sweaters, shore-going togs, was sprawled in a chair, his countenance expressing the most hopeless misery. This was Joshua Finney. In another chair, a person whom Calvin recognized as Orrin Hendricks, an Orem longshoreman, was reclining. Mr. Hendricks, however, was smiling, broadly, even vacuously. No one noticed Homer's entrance. The crew were enjoying themselves. "Brace up, Josh," advised Ed Bloomer. "It might be worse, you know." "If you're going to cry, Josh," observed Sam Burris, "let me fetch the slop bucket to catch the tears. No use splashing up the clean floor. Look at Orrin. He ain't crying, be you, Orrin?" Mr. Hendricks, thus appealed to, declared that he wasn't crying by a considerable sight. To prove it, he burst into song. He stridently advised his audience to "drop the anchor, furl the sail. We are safe within the jail." "Ha ha! That's a good one, ain't it? Eh, Cal? That's stuff, ain't it? Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Let her go." Burris, Bloomer, and the others, thus apprised of the presence of their number one man, looked somewhat abashed and a trifle apprehensive. Hendricks favored the company with another selection. This time his choice was "After the Ball." Homer turned to Gammon, who was grinning in the doorway. "When did they get here?" he asked. "Few minutes ago. Come in Orrin's horse and buggy. It's outside here now." "All right. Put Orrin aboard the buggy, and one of you drive him down as far as the Orme station. Seleucus, you do it. Then turn him over to the men there and let them get him home. Hurry up, lively." Seleucus looked peeved. "And then I'll have to hoof it all the way back, I presume likely?" he said. "Yes." "Well, say, Cal." "You can say it afterwards. Do you want Captain Bartlett to see him here like this?" Seleucus was stirred to instant life. "You're dead right, I don't," he declared. "Come on, Orrin, come on. You can do the rest of your Moody and Sankian outside. Nobody'll have to hear you there but me and the gulls ain't particular. Come on." He pulled the protesting vocalist to his feet and piloted those feet to the door. Homer crossed to where Finney was sitting and laid a hand on his shoulder. "You better turn in, Josh," he ordered. "The skipper will be back pretty soon, and he'd better not see you." To his surprise, Mr. Finney burst into tears. He sobbed bitterly. "What's the matter with you?" demanded Calvin. "Stop that crying. Stop it." But Josh did not stop. He lifted up his voice and wept. You don't know what's happened up to my house," he sobbed. Calvin remembered the important event which had called the man home. His tone changed. "Why, what is it, Josh?" he asked sympathetically. "The baby isn't... Nothing's happened to the new baby." The tears flowed down the Finney cheeks, but the Finney head was shaken. "Baby's all right," said Josh. "Baby's fine. George Dewey, that's the name. Little Georgie Dewey Finney. Poor little kid." "Poor little? Why, what, is your wife?" "My wife's fine. She's fine woman. She's all right. But, oh dear." Homer's apprehensions were relieved, but his patience was wearing. "What are you crying about?" he demanded sharply. Josh raised his head. Then he gave utterance to a remark which was destined to be added to the list of Setuckit Station jokes and to go down in history. I calculate you'd cry if your mother-in-law had burned her foot with a flat iron," he wailed. Even Calvin was obliged to join in the hilarious howl which greeted this touching disclosure, but he was the first to recover. "Get him to bed," he commanded, "and hurry up. Keep him quiet there if you can, and he'll feel better in the morning. And look here," he added gravely, "don't say anything about this. If Captain Bartlett hears of it, well, you know how he feels about drinking." The grief-stricken son-in-law of a scorched parent was dragged up to the sleeping quarters. When the Bartletts returned, all was quiet. Calvin reported that Finney had come back, but that he was pretty well used up and, under orders, had turned in. "They've got a new baby up there," he added, "and Josh is tired out, I guess." The explanation was accepted as satisfactory, and Homer was relieved. Finney, when on duty, was a first-class surfman. His lapses from rectitude were few, and Calvin did not care to have him get into trouble. It looked as if that trouble had been avoided. But later on that evening, Wally Oakes touched his arm, winked, and asked him to step outside for a moment. "Say, Cal," he whispered, "you know what's happened this afternoon, don't you? About Josh and Orrin, I mean?" "Happened? They were both drunk. I know that." Sure, but that ain't the whole of it. They fetched down a jug along with 'em. It's hid around here somewheres, too." Homer turned on him. "How do you know?" he asked sharply. "Shh! Don't talk so loud. I wouldn't want none of 'em to know I was telling you. I didn't see the jug myself, but I smelled whiskey on Hez Rogers' breath when he went out on patrol just now, and I've seen him and Ed and the rest of 'em whisperin' and laughin' together. They never told me. They've got a grudge against me anyhow, but I tumbled all right, and I thought you ought to know about it. Only," anxiously, "don't let 'em know I give the thing away, will you?" Calvin hesitated. This was not entirely unexpected. Smuggling liquor to the life-saving stations was done occasionally. Not that the men were drunkards, far from it, but liquor was strictly forbidden. Therefore, obtaining it was in the nature of a lark. It was one more instance of the schoolboy's delight in outwitting his teacher. That was all. But the situation must be handled with diplomacy, as the clever teacher handles mischief in the schoolroom. Over-severity would be a fatal mistake, and Benoni Bartlett was a fanatic. Wally whispered again. "You'll tell the captain, won't you, Cal?" he asked. In his eagerness, he clutched his companion's arm. Homer shook him off. "No, I shan't tell him," he said emphatically. "And don't you do it either. You keep your mouth shut. Do you understand? I'll attend to this thing myself." Wally's disappointment was obvious. "Why, see here, Cal," he protested. "One of the very things Captain Bartlett, I mean, said when he took this job was that he wouldn't stand for any rum drinking. If he knew—" "He mustn't know. There's no need of his knowing. I'll see there is no more drinking. But as for you, Wally, you keep still. If the men knew you were telling tales, they would—well, it wouldn't help that grudge you were talking about." But Cal, good Lord, you ain't going to give me away, are you?" "Not if you keep quiet." End of Chapter 7. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 8 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Finney came to breakfast with the rest. His appetite was far from robust, and his spirits were still low. There was a general atmosphere of the morning after surrounding him, but he made no reference to the accident which had befallen his wife's mother, and Homer was certain that Bartlett would notice nothing unusual in his manner. So far, the situation was satisfactory. It remained to be seen, however, what might develop later on. If Oakes's suspicions concerning the jug were founded on fact, developments were to be expected. The first symptoms of these developments appeared before the forenoon was over. The weather was thick and threatening, so beach patrol was necessary. The spirits of certain members of the crew were unusually high. The skylarking in the mess room became so noisy that Norma remarked it. She was quite unsuspecting. "They are full of fun this morning, aren't they, Mr. Homer?" she observed. "They were making such a racket just now that Father said he was going to tell them to stop, but I wouldn't let him do it. Rogers and Bloomer were teasing Walter Oakes, plaguing him about something he said when you were all off at some wreck or other, something about his wife. They were shouting so that I couldn't help hearing it. They're boys, just as I've said so many times, but they are more boy-like than ever today, it seems to me." Calvin made some sort of excuse for leaving her and went to investigate. Outside, at the rear of the station, he found the two she had mentioned. Badger was there also, an interested spectator. Wally Oakes, a sullen expression on his face, was backed against the wall, while Hez and Ed were putting him through some sort of exercise. "Hello there, Cal," hailed Bloomer. You're just in time. It's Wally's birthday, and he's going to sing a song for us. He's going to sing Nancy Lee. It's one of his pet songs, all about his wife ashore. And there she stands and waves her hands and waits for me. Come on, Wally, now, go to it. We'll all join in the chorus. Oakes puffed sullenly at his pipe. Rogers, a broad grin on his face, slapped his big hands together. Go on, Wall, he ordered. If you won't sing, then Ed and I'll walk you Spanish 3 times around the station. Man's got to either sing or dance on his birthday. Maybe Ed and I can't make you sing, but we can make you dance, and step high, too. Hey, Ed? Oakes took his pipe from his mouth. You lay a hand on me, and you'll wish you hadn't, Hez Rogers, he threatened. I can stand fooling all right, but enough of it's enough, especially when— The remainder of the sentence was an inarticulate mutter. What's the last of that? Demanded Bloomer. Say it out loud. I'll say it when I get good and ready, and maybe I'll say it— Homer broke in. That'll do, Wally, he snapped. No, you keep still. Look here, Hez, you and Ed and Ellis are making more noise than a camp meeting. Did you know it? You'll have the skipper out after you, first thing you know. Rogers laughed. Let 'em come, he proclaimed. We ain't scared of any Crooked Hill heroes, I guess. Let 'em come. Maybe he'll sing a hymn tune for us after Wally gets through. Good idea, ain't that so, Ed? Bloomer joined in the laugh. Sure thing, he agreed. What are you butting in for, Cal? You ain't skipper nowadays, worse luck. And you ain't playing up to old Baloney after the mean trick he worked on you. Calvin smiled. I'm not playing up to anybody, and you know it, Ed, he said. But we've got a visitor down here. You don't want her to think we're a gang of roughnecks, do you? She says you are the finest crew she ever saw. You've made a hit with her, boys. Hez grinned. Say, she's a peach, that girl, even if she is old Bibleback's daughter, he announced. We're the finest crew afloat, eh? Good for her. Good judgment, that is, and I can lick any man that says we ain't. You say we ain't, will you, Wally? She won't think so if you start a fight with her father. If you've got to raise a ruction this morning, why not raise it where she can't hear you? Take your racket somewhere else. Badger offered a suggestion. I tell you what let's do, boys, he said. Seleucus is over to the shanty cleaning fish for Jemime's dinner. Let's go over and start him and her going. We'll tell her Seleucus is dead gone on this Bartlett girl, follows her around like a dog. That ought to raise 1 or 2 sprouts, eh? The idea was received with delight. Oakes was forgotten. But where's Josh? Asked Hez. He'll want to be in on this. Oh, Josh! From the door of the stable, Finney himself made answer. His morning after depression had mysteriously disappeared. He appeared to be in high good humor. Here I be, fellers, he answered. Ah, I feel better. Where you bound? I'm with you wherever 'tis. He concluded with another ah, expressive apparently of complete satisfaction. Also, he smacked his lips. Bloomer and Rogers explained matters in concert. The trio, accompanied by Badger, moved noisily away in the direction of the Jarvis shanty. Oakes and Homer were left alone. Wally, said Calvin, you go on patrol as soon as Burst comes off. You'd better go now and get ready. It's my tower watch. The skipper's up there now, but I'll relieve him in a minute. Oakes turned toward the door of the station. He was still gloomy and morose. I'll stand this kind of thing from those fellers about so far and no farther, he muttered. I'm getting sick of it. You know what's the matter with that gang, don't you, Cal? You know what I told you last night? Homer did not answer. As soon as he was alone, however, he walked briskly to the stable, entered, and closed the door carefully behind him. Port and starboard turned their heads to regard him over the sides of their stalls, and Slabsides, one of the station cats, in the barn on a mouse hunt, came running to rub against his legs. He and Slabsides were great friends, but just now the latter was not treated to his customary petting. Calvin, too, was on a hunt, and he must locate his prey quickly if he hoped to do so unobserved. He sniffed the air in the dark, shut-up stable. There were the usual smells, of course, horse, hay, and leather. But, unless his imagination was affecting his nostrils, there was also a faint suspicion of another fragrance, an odor which he had noticed while in conversation with Bloomer and Rogers, and in particular when Josh Finney passed him as he came out of that barn a minute or two before. He sniffed again. Then he began a systematic search of the lower floor. The mow, according to his experience, was as likely a place as any, but he would try the lower floor first. The mangers under the horses' noses were empty except for the rations of hay which should be there. Leaving them, he walked over and threw up the lid of the oat bin. The moment he lifted that lid, he knew he had found the hiding place. That bin was redolent less of oats than of rye. His fingers, burrowing amid the grain, encountered a smooth, rounded surface. He dragged from the bin a gallon jug, the contents of which gurgled liquidly. He thrust the jug beneath his coat, lowered the lid of the bin, and walked to the door, slab-sides galloping playfully before him. His idea was to go somewhere among the dunes at the rear of the barn, pour out the whiskey, and then bury the empty jug in the sand. But as he stepped across the threshold, he realized that this ceremony must be postponed. Not only was Sam Burse returning from patrol, approaching the station, but Norma Bartlett was standing by the back door and had seen him. Moreover, she was already walking in his direction. The morning was raw and damp, and, when he left the station, he had hurriedly donned a long oilskin slicker, one which he had borrowed from Philander Jarvis's store in the catboat's cabin, and which had not yet been returned. It was hanging by the kitchen door, and he had taken it because it was more convenient than his own heavy coat, which was in the sleeping quarters. Now he blessed the luck which had prompted the action. A gallon jug is hard to conceal, but the skirts of a long slicker hide it as well as any garment can. Nevertheless, a jug doesn't hide itself, and it requires support. To cling to the handle beneath one's coat and appear unconscious and casual while carrying on a conversation with a young woman is no easy task. Also, the jug was bulky, and although the slicker was large, Calvin was conscious of a manifest bulge of the garment in its vicinity. Miss Bartlett, however, did not seem to notice the bulge. Nor, at first, did she appear aware that Homer was ill at ease. She walked briskly to meet him. She was wearing her father's pea-jacket, which enveloped her from chin to knees, and above its turned-up collar her hair tossed in the wind, for she was bareheaded. Already the sea air and breeze had replaced the city pallor with a light coat of tan. Her cheeks were crimson, and her eyes bright. "Where are the men?" she asked. "It was so quiet all at once that I came out to see what had happened. I hope you didn't take too seriously what I said about their being so noisy. I didn't mind a bit, really. You didn't send them away on my account, did you?" He shook his head. No, he replied uneasily. "I believe they've gone over to the Jarvises to see Seleucus. It's a nice day, isn't it?" She laughed. "Is it?" she repeated. "It doesn't seem so very nice to me, almost as if it were going to rain or snow. And Father has just hoisted the weather signals, and they forecast high winds and a storm of some kind. But I suppose Mr. Merrick might give us a real prophecy if he were here. I hope I shall see him again before I go. He is lots of fun." Homer agreed absent-mindedly. The jug was occupying his thoughts. "And you can't think the weather's so very good," she went on. "You are wearing your oilskins. Where have you been?" "Oh, just out to the barn, that's all. To see the horses." "Is it your turn to do that? I understood Father to say Mr. Bloomer was stableman this week. But I suppose you, as number one, have to keep a sort of general eye on everything." "Yes, sort of. Going for a walk, were you?" "No, I just came out, as I said, to see why it was so quiet all at once." "What is the matter, Mr. Homer? Has anything gone wrong?" "Wrong? No, nothing is wrong. Why, what made you ask that? There is nothing wrong with the crew? No trouble of any kind? Trouble? What sort of trouble could there be? Everything is all right. Where is your father? He is in the tower with Walter Oakes. Eh? With Wally? What is Wally doing there? He ought to be starting on patrol. He is going to, I believe. He is dressed for it, but he went up to see Father. Said he wanted to see him about something. Are you sure everything is all right, Mr. Homer? Yes. Yes, Miss Bartlett, I'm sure. Yes, indeed. Have you hurt your arm? Why do you hold it that way? Oh, that's all right. I must be going. It's my watch in the tower. He walked hastily away. With every step, a musical swash sounded from beneath the skirt of the slicker. As he turned to enter the station, he looked back. She was watching him intently. He felt remarkably like a fool and was quite sure that he must look like one. He went directly to the crew's quarters. Fortunately, there was no one else there, for Burse was warming his hands by the kitchen stove, and turning back the blankets of his cot, hid the whiskey jug beneath them. Then he hastened up to the tower. He met Oakes on the stairs. "What are you doing up here, Wally?" he asked suspiciously. "You're late for patrol. Did you know it?" Oakes scowled. "I don't know's that's any of your business," he said. "You ain't skipper no more, are you?" Calvin ignored the question. "What are you chasing the captain for?" he demanded. Wally stopped. "Who said I was chasing him?" he blurted. "Who said?" "Miss Bartlett said you told her there was something you wanted to see him about. Look here, Wally, you remember what I told you about keeping your mouth shut? It was mighty good advice if I did give it." The other's face flushed. "I ain't saying 'twasn't, am I?" he protested. "I went up to ask Captain Bartlett if I couldn't have an extra day off next week. That's all, if you must know." Bartlett, when Homer reached the tower room, had almost nothing to say to his mate. He seemed, so the latter thought, gloomy and morose, and a few minutes later went below. Rogers returned from the Jarvis cottage a short time afterward and visited Calvin in the tower. It was his week as cook, so he had left Bloomer, Badger, and Finney and come back to get dinner. He was full of chuckles. "They're raising hi-ho over there, them fellows," he declared. "Stringing Seleucus about this Bartlett girl. You recollect Norma's reading that piece out of last week's Globe about the seagull? Piece of poetry 'twas?" "Mm-hmm. Well, Josh, he sort of hinted that she was reading it to Seleucus a special, and that set Jemimy going. She wanted to know if that was all Seleucus had to do in his spare time, sit around and read poetry with women. Well, you know Seleucus, he got all het up and laid into Josh, and of course that only made things worse so far as his wife's concerned. How any sane critter can be jealous about a homely old pickle tub like Seleucus, mercy only knows. But Jemimy ain't sane. She's crazy as a loon on them subjects. If I was married to her, I'd straighten her out with a thole pin. But Seleucus, he just sets and takes it. And he's big enough to eat a shrimp like her for breakfast at that. Only if he did, I calculate she'd poison him." "You'd better get down to your cooking, hadn't you, Hez?" suggested Homer. "Yes, I calculate likely I had, but there ain't any rush. Not today. I've got a second steward, did you know it? Norma's making turkey soup out of the Christmas leftovers. Yes, and she's making a sugar cake for us, too. What do you think of that? We'll live high while she's around, won't we, Cal? Well, I guess I'll go down and give her a hand. Ain't a bad job standing close alongside of that kind of steward. I wouldn't mind signing up for a considerable cruise with a pippin like her. Eh? What do you say, Cal?" Calvin looked at him. "If I were you, Hez," he observed, "I wouldn't stand too close to her just now." "Why not?" "Because she might notice that you'd been taking something besides coffee." Roger's hand moved involuntarily to his lips. "Sho," he muttered. "Huh, I'll have to chew a stick of cinnamon or something. Wouldn't want old Baloney to get on. Say, Cal, how'd you tumble? Josh tell you?" "Nobody needed to tell me. Stuff like that advertises itself. Don't forget that cinnamon has. The turkey soup and cake received high praise, but Homer had little appetite. He was awaiting the explosion which he believed was in the air. Benoni Bartlett's behavior was what troubled him most. The skipper was silent and frowning all through the meal. Calvin, remembering Oakes's conference with Bartlett and putting two and two together, was fearful. There was the incriminating evidence hidden in his bed. He must get rid of it somehow, but opportunities for doing so before nightfall and unobserved were likely to be few. Bartlett, bigoted and fanatical, might do almost anything. His standing with the crew was precarious enough already. If he made a mistake now, if by some ill-advised action he changed the men's prejudice to active enmity, then the situation at Setuckit Station would become serious indeed. For himself, Homer cared little. Nothing that could happen to him was worth consideration. If the worst did happen, and the whiskey was discovered where he had hidden it, he made up his mind to say nothing and take the consequences. Later he could tell Kellogg the truth, and the superintendent, a wise man of long experience, would understand. But the fat would be in the fire so far as Bartlett's relationship with the crew was concerned. That relationship would become impossible. A life-saving crew that hated its captain could and would, for similar experiences at other stations where matters of service gossip, make the latter's life miserable and, more than all, absolutely wreck the efficiency of the outfit. Tact, and more tact, that was what was required. And Benoni Bartlett, so Calvin Homer believed, possessed no tact whatever. And there was his daughter. She would not understand. The dinner ended without any untoward happenings, but within an hour the trouble came. It was the afternoon set apart by regulation for beach drill, but the keeper gave no orders to that effect. Instead, he left the table and went away, apparently to the boat room. The surfmen, those off duty, lounged in the mess room or went outside. Calvin, anxious and apprehensive, joined the outside group a little later. Rogers, Bloomer, and Finney were standing near the back door, whispering excitedly. The whispering ceased when he appeared. Bloomer turned to him. "Say, Cal," he queried, "what's the old man doing out in the barn?" Homer looked at him. "Out in the barn?" he repeated, with as casual an appearance of unconcern as he could muster. "I don't know. Is he there?" "Yes. Come out of the front door a few minutes ago and went straight to the barn. I sung out to him, but he never answered. What's he up to, anyway?" "Give it up. Looking things over, I suppose. What of it?" "Nothing. Only what set him—" He was interrupted. Ellis Badger came hurrying to join the group. "Say, boys," he whispered excitedly, ignoring Calvin altogether, "he's pawing around in there like a dog chasing rats. He's been to the bin." His comrades stared at him, then at each other. Finney spoke. "To the bin?" he exclaimed. "He has? Well?" "That's the funny part of it," went on Badger. "I peeked in through the side window just as he lifted up the lid. I see him with his head and shoulders down inside that bin for as much as 5 minutes. He took time enough to count the oats, seemed so to me, and then he just slammed down the cover again. That's all there was to it." His comrades continued to stare. "What do you mean, that's all?" demanded Rogers. "I mean just that. He never found nothin'. Or, if he did, he—" "Oh, hello, Cal. Well, what of it, Hez? Cal's all right. He's no tattletale. Anyhow, Baloney never found anything. I saw his face when he slammed down that cover, and 'twas sour as last week's milk. He was huntin', and he didn't strike oil, I'll bet on it. He's up in the mow now, huntin' there, I presume likely." Bloomer turned to Finney. "You was the last one in that barn, wasn't you, Josh?" he asked. "Nobody's been there since dinner?" Josh shook his head. "Nobody that I know of," he declared. "Seleucus came over from a shanty with you and me and Ellis. And anyhow, he didn't know anything we didn't tell him. He relieved you up in the tower, didn't he, Cal?" Homer nodded. grunted Josh. I thought so. He's up there now. And Sam's inside, smoking. You can see him. And we didn't tell him yet, either. And Wally. Hey, where's Wally? Calvin answered. He is out on patrol, he said. It's time he was back. You go out next, don't you, Ellis? They paid no heed to the question. Finney was frowning. Wally was on, I guess, likely, he observed thoughtfully. He as much as said so when we was guying him a spell ago, and he's always playing up to the old man, making out to us that he ain't got any use for him, but playing pet dog to him every chance he gets. Say, you don't suppose Wally... Again, Homer cut in. It seemed to him high time. What are you fellows talking about? He asked. Wally went on patrol just after you went across to Philander's, and he hasn't got back yet. What is all this, anyway? Bloomer laughed sheepishly. Oh, nothing, Cal, he answered. Just a little joke, that's all. Tell you sometime. Josh, if it wasn't Wally, then who was it? The only one left is Cal here, and he didn't know. And Norma, where's she? She's reading a book in the keeper's room. Shh, here's Baloney. He looks like heavy weather, don't he? Be innocent. All hands. Bartlett, his hands in his coat pockets, came striding from the barn. His brows were drawn together, and his jaw, beneath the beard, was set. He stopped before the group. Well, Captain, observed Rogers cheerfully, be getting ready for drill pretty soon, I presume likely, won't we? The skipper grunted. Come inside, all hands of you, he ordered. I've got a word to say. They followed him into the station. As they did so, Oakes appeared, returning from patrol. He joined them in the mess room. Burris was already there. Seleucus was in the tower, but Bartlett called him down. The men stood or sat. Their captain paced the floor a moment. Then he swung about and faced them. He was tugging at his beard, and in his eyes was that peculiar glitter which Homer had seen there before when the man was excited. Look here, he began suddenly. Look here, you. When I first came here to this station, when I took this job, Captain Kellogg asked me to say a word, and I did it. You was here, all hands of you, and you heard me. You recollect I said I'd act square with you, and I expected you to act square by me? That's what I said, and I told you that, with the help of the Lord Almighty, we'd get along together. You heard me say that, didn't you? No one answered. Didn't you? He repeated, raising his voice. Still no answer. Calvin, glancing at his companions, saw the look of puzzled bewilderment on the faces of Burris and Gammon, the pair not in the secret. Finney, Bloomer, and Badger were, according to instructions, pictures of bland innocence. Wally Oakes was the most interesting study. Unless Calvin was very much mistaken, Wally was frightened. Why don't you say something? Demanded Bartlett, almost in a shout. You heard me say that about acting square, didn't you? Seleucus grinned. I did, for one, he observed. I can hear you now, too. You don't need to holler. The door of the skipper's room opened, and Norma came out. She looked at the men, then at her father, and coming over, put her hand on his arm. Why, Father, she exclaimed, what is it? What is the matter? Bartlett looked at her. Then he shook his arm free. Never mind, he growled. I don't want you to bother me now. I'm talking to the crew. But, Father, what is it? Shh, let me alone. I know what it is, and so do they. You men, you heard me say that one thing I wouldn't stand for was rum drinking. I said I wouldn't have rum around this station. I meant it. Rum is the devil's work. I tell you I know it. I've seen it. I tell you... Father, don't shout so. They hear you. They're going to hear me. I know somebody has brought liquor down here. I tell you, I know it. There's been rum drunk here today, and there's some of it hid somewheres. I ain't found it yet, but I will find it, and I'll find out who brought it and who hid it. He paused, choking and inarticulate, his clenched fists shaking. His daughter again put her hand on his shoulder. Father, please don't, she begged. She looked at the faces of the crew. Her gaze met Calvin's and rested there. There was appeal in the look. He had not meant to speak, but he found himself doing so. "Captain Bartlett," he said quietly, "don't get excited. Tell us about it. What makes you think—" Benoni interrupted. "Think," he shouted. "There's no thinking about it. I know rum was brought here, and I can guess who brought it. I don't know where it is now, but I know where 'twas. 'Twas in the grain box out yonder in the barn. I smelt it. That bin is rank with it. Don't tell me I was mistaken. I know the smell of the devilish stuff too well. Too well I know it. When I was a young man, afore I found salvation, it biteth like a sarpent and stingeth like an adder. I won't have it here. There, father. Hush, hush. You'll make yourself sick. You frighten me. Please, for my sake." "That's better. Now, tell them quietly." Bartlett's fist opened. He drew his hand across his forehead. Well, all right, Norma," he said. I didn't mean to let the thing run away with me so. And I didn't want you to know about it. I knew 'twould plague you. Now, you men, listen to me. I won't have liquor here. I won't have it. I'm a just man, I am, but I won't stand that. No, and I ain't through with this either. I've only begun. Somebody took that bottle or jug or whatever 'twas out of that bin and hid it somewheres else. I'll find it, though. I will, if I have to hunt through every man's kit, every one. And the man that's got it had better look out, that's all. He better look out. All right, Norma. What made you mix up in this? All right, I'm through for now. But, with an ominous scowl in the direction of the others, I ain't through with a man who fetches rum to this station, or drinks it after it gets here. I ain't through with him, and I'll find where it's hid. Now, go back to duty. We'll turn out for drill in 5 minutes. He drew his hand across his forehead once more and turned away. His daughter put her arm about him. "Come in here, into my room, father," she said gently. "You must rest, and I want to talk to you." The men looked at each other. Homer led the way to the back door, and the others followed. Once outside, feelings were expressed, and with fluent emphasis. "Gosh," exclaimed Burris with contemptuous disgust. "That was a pretty piece of play acting, wasn't it? What the blue blazes does he mean talking to us like that? Say, I'll tell you one thing. The man that starts overhauling my kit is going to wake up on the floor with a black eye, no matter who he is, keeper or not." "Crimus," snorted Seleucus. "Don't call him a keeper of no life-saving station. He's a Sunday school teacher, and a loony one at that. Well, I told you he looked like a damn fool when he come here. Now, didn't I? Cry musti." Homer put in a word. "He's cracked on temperance, boys," he observed, "but we knew that before. Now let's take it easy and pay no attention. He'll get over it. He isn't going to search anybody's kit. Besides, his daughter is here, and we don't want a row to spoil her vacation. She's going tomorrow. Think of that cake she made for dinner, and be thankful." Oakes spoke next. "Anyhow," he protested eagerly, "what's he mean by saying there's rum hid around the station? I ain't heard of none. There ain't any, is there?" Ed Bloomer's laugh was not entirely humorous. "Maybe that ain't the main question, Wally," he said. "The thing some of us want to know is who told the skipper there was." Drill passed without unusual incident. Bartlett conducted it in businesslike fashion. He seemed nervous and shaken and, or so Homer fancied, rather abashed and self-conscious. Nothing further was said by him during that afternoon or evening in reference to the liquor or his outburst concerning it. But heavily upon Calvin's mind weighed the thought of the jug hidden in his cot. He must get that away, out of the station and out of sight, and soon. He turned in with the rest of the crew, except those on duty in the tower or on patrol, at 10 o'clock. He lay there wide awake, his feet touching the jug, until 11. Then, certain that his comrades were asleep, he cautiously rose, partially dressed, slipped on the Jarvis slicker once more, and tiptoed downstairs, through the mess room, and out at the back door. The jug was clutched tightly in his hand. Outside, in the raw cold of the winter night, he breathed easier and walked faster. Behind a dune, he dug a hole in the sand and, after pouring out the whiskey, put the jug in the hole and covered it carefully. Then he walked back to the station. That source of trouble was dead and buried. But his self-congratulation was short-lived. He was tiptoeing cautiously through the mess room, past the door of the skipper's room, his daughter's room now, when that door opened. Miss Bartlett herself came out. She was fully dressed. Apparently, she had not been in bed at all. He looked at her, and she looked at him. He wanted very much to say something, but he did not know what to say. She spoke first. "Well, Mr. Homer?" she asked coldly. Why, Miss Bartlett," he stammered inanely. Are you up?" "Yes, and so are you. Why?" I was..." She motioned toward a chair. "Would you mind sitting down a minute?" she went on. "I want to talk with you. I have been waiting for you. I saw you when you went out." He hesitated and then sat down by the table. She sat opposite him. "I saw you when you went out," she repeated. "I expected to see you. Mr. Homer, I think you and I ought to have a plain understanding. I know what you have been doing, or I can guess." I don't know what you mean." "Of course you do," impatiently. "You know exactly what I mean. You have been getting rid of that whiskey that Father is so excited about, and you were the one who took it out of the grain bin. You had it under your coat when I met you coming from the barn this afternoon. Oh, don't deny it, please. I'm not quite an imbecile. I knew then that you were hiding something. When you walked, I could hear it, and I didn't need to hear. Your face was enough. You looked... But there, we won't waste time arguing over a certainty. I want to hear your explanation, if you have one." Her tone was coldly sarcastic, and it was a mistake. It helped him to recover from his surprise and chagrin. Also, it aroused his resentment. After all, why should he answer her questions? And he had done nothing of which to be ashamed. "I don't know that there is any explanation," he said. "If there is, why should I make it to you?" Her eyes flashed. "Why should you make it to me?" she repeated. "Because you owe it to me. I am Captain Bartlett's daughter." "But you aren't Captain Bartlett. If he asks me, I shall tell him, perhaps, or perhaps not. I'm not sure of even that." She rose and stood facing him. "Indeed," she exclaimed scornfully. "I see. You might tell Father, perhaps, but you didn't tell him. You knew how he felt about such things, and how nervous and broken he is just now. You knew all this, and yet, instead of helping him, you help the sneaks that are working against him. Oh, they are. Do you think he doesn't know it? Do you think I haven't seen it since I have been here? How some of them hate him and are jealous of him, and, oh, it is wicked, wicked." He was silent. She looked down at him, her fiery indignation flaming in her cheeks. "And he trusts you. You know that. He has told you so, and he has told me. Yes, and I told you that very thing, how he liked you and believed in you. And I trusted you, too. I was going away from here tomorrow, believing that, at least, Father and I had one loyal friend whom we could count on. You promised me you would help him all you could. You promised. Oh, but you are like the rest. You are worse because you know more than they do. You are different altogether. Or I thought you were. And yet, all the time, while you were pretending to him and to me, you have been... Oh, I'm ashamed. I am ashamed of you, but I'm more ashamed of myself for believing in you. There, we have had our understanding. That is all that is necessary. It is quite sufficient." It might be sufficient for her, but it was not for him. She had turned her back upon him and was on her way to her room, but he sprang after her and caught her arm. "Miss Bartlett," he said. She tried to free herself. "Let me be," she commanded. "No, I won't. Not yet." She tried again to shake off his grip, but he merely tightened it. "You hurt me," she cried. "Let me be. I shall call Father." All right, call him. I'm perfectly willing he should hear what I've got to say. But if I were you, I should hear it myself first. After that, if you still want to, you may call him and welcome. Now, come back here and sit down, please. She hesitated. She was almost in tears, but, inexperienced with the sex as he was, he did not make the mistake of thinking them tears of grief. Then she drew herself erect. Very well, she said icily. If you will take your hand away, I will sit down and listen. I suppose I shall have to, but I shall never speak to you again as long as I live. All right. At any rate, I'll do the speaking for a while. All you need do is listen. Now then, Miss Bartlett, I suppose you think, because you caught me with that whiskey jug this afternoon and tonight, that I brought the stuff down here and am responsible for the drinking and for your father's trouble with the crew. Well, I'm not. She kept her word so far as speaking was concerned. He might have been on a different planet if entire indifference to his existence could be offered as evidence, but he went doggedly on. Mentioning no names, he told of his suspicions concerning the drinking and the liquor smuggling, of his finding the jug, of the recent internment behind the dune. Also, he told why he had acted as he did. I didn't intend that your father should know anything about it, he said. I didn't tell him for 2 or 3 reasons. One of them is that I knew what prejudices he had against drinking, and that, if he found it out, he was likely to act and speak as he did this afternoon. That performance of his was about the worst mistake he could have made with this kind of a crew. About the worst. The very worst would have been to start overhauling their chests and kits, as he talked of doing. I was trying to save him, yes, and you, from going on the rocks. Another thing was the crew themselves. They're good fellows. There isn't another bunch along shore that can match them when it comes to doing the jobs they're put here for. But they have to be handled carefully. They aren't drunkards, not a bit of it. So far as I know, there isn't one who really cares a red cent for whiskey. But, as you yourself have said a half-dozen times, they are like kids in some ways. Shut off down here, they're looking for fun, mischief, skylarking, whatever you want to call it. You can't lick 'em, they won't stand it, and the fellow that tries it had better quit before he begins. To get along smoothly, you must pretend not to see some things. To get rid of those things, you must use reason, not force. Your father ought to know all this, I say. He has been in the service long enough, but it begins to look as if he didn't know it. He paused momentarily. She was looking at him now, and her expression had changed. He noticed the change, but he went on. Suppose Captain Bartlett had found that whiskey, he said, and who brought it here? The regulations are pretty strict. He might, being as cranky as he is, oh, I know that is pretty plain, but I'm telling the straight truth now, he might start in to fire that man out of this station and out of the service. What then? Well, in the first place, a good man, yes, a good man and a mighty good lifesaver, is lost to Setuckit, and more than that, his wife and family lose their bread and butter for a while. All that man needs, really needs, is to have somebody, a fellow he knows and believes in, talk a little common sense to him and ask him to play the game. That was what I was going to do, if I had had a chance. She spoke then. Who was the man? She asked impulsively. Oh, but of course you won't tell. You shouldn't. I beg your pardon. That's all right. No, of course I won't tell, and I guess that is about all there is to say, Miss Bartlett. As for my being a sneak and working against your father, that is, well, it isn't so, that's all. I had an idea I was working for him. I've still got it, the idea, but I tell you honestly, he has made the job a lot harder by his blow-up this afternoon. He nodded and walked towards the stairs, but now it was she who interrupted. Mr. Homer, she cried, please don't go yet. I am so sorry. I beg your pardon. Oh, I do, and I am really ashamed of myself now. I might have known. Yes, I think I did know, even when I pretended not to, that you weren't the kind of man I said you were. I understand now, and I thank you for making me understand and for being such a friend to Father and me. Will you shake hands and forgive me?" He took her hand. The look in her eyes now was not one to be avoided. He certainly had no wish to avoid it, and her fingers were like electric points, sending a peculiar and entirely unfamiliar shock throughout his system. He forgot everything else except that look and that hand clasp. Yet he should not have forgotten. As an engaged man, he should have remembered another hand and another pair of eyes. He should. There is no doubt of that, but there is just as little doubt that he did not at that moment. It was she who broke the little tableau of reconciliation. She withdrew her fingers from his and smiled. The smile was a happy one, though there might have been a shade of embarrassment in it. Her eyes, too, were smiling, but there was a mist in them. "I shall tell father in the morning," she said. "Oh, not what you have told me, of course, but I shall try and make him see that he must be more diplomatic and careful with the men. I shall let him think that the advice is all due to my own brilliant sagacity. Of course it isn't. It is all yours, and I am ever and ever so much obliged to you, Mr. Homer." "Oh, that is all right. I knew you didn't understand." "I didn't, but I do now, and try to forgive me for saying those dreadful things. Good night." They separated. Calvin went up to the sleeping quarters, cautiously undressed, and climbed into bed. For at least an hour, the darkness surrounding that cot was decorated with eyes, misty gray eyes, looking at him, looking into his, in a way that Then other thoughts crept in. The eyes disappeared. Before he did fall asleep, which was a good while afterward, he had made up his mind to write Myra Fuller another long letter at once. She had not replied to his recent one, but that should make no difference. He would write her because he ought to, because he wanted to. At any rate, because he ought to want to. End of Chapter 8. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 9 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Miss Bartlett left Setuckit for Fairborough and her work there the following afternoon. That morning Calvin took Finney aside and had a straightforward talk with him. He told Josh that it was he who had removed the jug from the grain bin and got rid of it and its contents. At first Finney was inclined to be angry and resentful. What did Homer mean by butting in? What business was it of his? Calvin, keeping his temper, explained carefully. "I did it mainly on your account, Josh," he said. "You know what a crank the old man is. He might have thrown you out of the service." "Well, suppose he had. This ain't such a fancy job as I know of. 65 a month and find my own grub ain't liable to make a millionaire out of me. I guess likely I could strike something ashore that would fetch me in as much as that, and not wait very long for it, neither." "Maybe you could. If you had quit here on your own hook, of course you could. But if the whole Cape knew you were fired because you were drunk and were in the habit of carrying a jug of whiskey around with you, that might make it harder, and it wouldn't be the nicest piece of news for your wife to hear. Not just now, it wouldn't." Finney thought it over. "I guess maybe you're right, Cal," he admitted after a moment. "But, good land, it ain't such a terrible wicked thing, is it? It has been done as much as once afore, I calculate. Why, when Oz Merrick was skipper, he was pretty easy, yes. He knew you fellows and knew you were straight enough, or meant to be, and that you didn't drink because you couldn't get along without it. But even he would have cut your liberty for 3 months. And you remember Frank Jameson? Captain Oz sent him packing." "Huh, Frankie J. was a regular souse, that's why." "Yes, and the captain knew it. He gave him 3 or 4 chances and then discharged him. He knew him, but Captain Bartlett doesn't know you. If he had seen you the other night, as the rest of us did, and it is only by luck that he didn't, and if he had found that jug with Orrin Hendrick's name on the express tag tied to the handle, well, wouldn't he have had a pretty fair excuse for thinking you were as much of a souse as Frank?" Josh grinned sheepishly. "Maybe so," he agreed. "I'm glad he didn't. I wouldn't want Sarah and the kids to hear about it. Much obliged, Cal. That's all right. It was your wife and the kids I was thinking of. Mm-hmm. The whole business was kind of darn foolish for a man as old as I am. I was all nervous and worked up on account of Sarah. And then, when 'twas all over and she and the baby was doing well, He stopped and groaned. Godfrey's Cal, he confided. There was a spell there where even the doctor wasn't sure she'd pull through. When he was sure, that next day, I went outdoors and run across Orrin, and he'd had a couple of gallons sent down for Christmas, and that's how it started. Of course, I understand, but if I were you, I'm no parson, you know that. Old Baloney is, or worse. Never mind him. I'm preaching now. If I were you, Josh, with a good wife and 6 smart children, I'd keep out of Orrin's way when I went on liberty. I know I ought to. Guess likely I will. Orrin's lots of fun, but he ain't much account. All right, Cal, I'm glad you done what you did. Shall I tell the boys? Yes, tell those that know about the whiskey. No need to say anything to Sam or Seleucus or Wally. It would only start them talking. Well, Wally, say, Cal, how did Baloney find out anyway? You didn't tell him. You say you didn't. No, I didn't tell him. He just got on to things, I suppose. It was plain enough. All he had to do was to watch the way you fellows acted and get near enough to you. But there's one more thing, Josh. I want you to help me keep things running smoothly down here. Don't make any more trouble for the captain than you can help. Finney stared. Good Godfrey's mighty, he cried. You ain't playing pet to Bartlett, are you? I'm not playing to anybody. All I'm thinking of is this Setuckit Life-Station. It's got a reputation. The last thing Captain Ozzie asked was for us to keep that reputation where it is. I'm asking you and the rest to help do it. Josh whistled. All right, Cal, he said again, but we'll have one sweet job with the keeper we've got. He hasn't done so badly. He hasn't had any chance to do anything yet. We've only had one craft to go since he come, and that didn't amount to anything. Let's see how he acts in a February snorter with a 5-mile row and a toss-up between keeping afloat and going to the bottom. Let's see how he handles that. Probably he'll handle it all right. Perhaps, maybe, but Seleucus Gammon don't think so. Seleucus still sticks to it that he's got a yellow streak. Well, time'll tell, I calculate. I'll fix you up with the boys, Cal, about the rum jug, I mean. Norma's goodbyes to the crew were said at the dinner table. They were more in the nature of au revoir than farewells, for she declared she should see them all again before very long. I have had a perfectly lovely time, she said. You have all been very nice to me, and I shan't forget it. Thank you ever and ever so much. With Calvin Homer, she was a little more explicit and confidential. I'm going to try and come down again next month, she said. I'm still troubled about Father. I hate to leave him, but I feel better since our talk last night, Mr. Homer. I know that he has one loyal friend here. You will do all you can to make it easy for him, won't you? He nodded. I told you I would do what I could, he said. And that is a great deal. No one else could possibly do as much. And you have forgiven me for being so stupid and hateful last night? I hope you have, because I haven't forgiven myself. You will just forget it all, won't you? Promise. He promised, but even as he did so, he knew he was not speaking the whole truth. Forgetting that midnight meeting in the mess room was not going to be easy. He had arisen that morning with a fixed resolve to put certain memories from his mind, to keep them from his thoughts. But even now, as she stood there before him, his thoughts were playing traitor to that resolution. If only she would not look at him like that. She put out her hand. Goodbye, she said. Goodbye, Miss Bartlett. I hope you have a good trip. She rode away a few minutes later in the buggy for which her father had telephoned the night before. Benoni accompanied her. He was going as far as Orem to see her safely aboard the train. Then Peleg Myrick was to bring him down in the Wild Duck. The crew, those not on duty, waved to her as the buggy moved off. She waved in return. She's a mighty smart, nice girl, declared Seleucus. As his wife was not present, he was free to express his opinion. We're going to miss her, I swan if we ain't. Too bad she had to go so soon, eh, Cal?" Calvin did not answer. He was inclined to the opinion that, for his peace of mind, it was an extremely good thing that Norma Bartlett had gone. As for missing her, well, that was different. He went in to write the letter to Myra Fuller. It was not a love letter exactly, but it was more intimate and affectionate than it might have been if his conscience had not troubled him so acutely. He could not help feeling guilty. He had promised the Bartlett girl to help her father. Myra expected him to do just the opposite. This last he could not and would not do. He had told Myra so, and there was some comfort in that thought. But also there was foreboding concerning the future. Why had he been so foolish as to yield to Kellogg's pleading and remain at Setuckit? Captain Bartlett returned that evening from his trip to Orem and was, for the next day or two, more than usually silent and non-communicative. He spent his spare time in his room, that so recently occupied by his daughter, and Homer, visiting that room to report or ask for orders, found him either reading in his new Bible or sitting by the window, gazing out at nothing in particular. He was as watchfully strict as ever in matters of daily drill and routine, but he never again alluded to the smuggled whiskey. His threat to search the men's belongings had either been forgotten or, as Calvin was inclined to think, its fulfillment had been abandoned because of Norma's reasoning and persuasion. Josh Finney had, apparently, kept his promise to help in soothing the ruffled feelings of his comrades, for rebellious murmuring ceased, and good nature was the rule. Only Wally Oakes appeared peevish and discontented. Wally's popularity, never at summer heat, was now below zero. Then came the long-expected break in the stretch of good weather. The government signals, day after day, were set for high winds and cold. Peleg Merrick's elbows and knees were filled with disquieting pangs, and his prophecies were gloomy and disturbing. On the first Thursday of the new year, the Setuckit crew was called out at 4 o'clock in the morning to the aid of a coasting schooner in trouble near the Sand Hill. The sea was high and the wind steadily increasing, but there was no danger, as danger was reckoned at Setuckit. And yet the skipper was nervous, very nervous. For some minutes after the call came, he was in the tower, watching the schooner through the glass, and when Homer ventured to hint that they were losing time, he made no answer. At last, however, he gave orders for the launching, and they started. The job was an easy one. The vessel, a 3-masted coaster, on her way down from Nova Scotia with a cargo of lumber and shingles, was badly iced, and some of her crew were sick. She was short-handed, and her skipper, worn out and half-sick himself, had lost courage and set distress signals. They boarded her, cleared away the ice as best they could, made hot coffee for all hands, and brought her out of the dangerous rips into the comparatively safe waters of the ship channel. There, a revenue cutter happening along, they turned her over to the cutter's protection and pulled back home. A regular puddin', so Seleucus characterized the whole proceeding. But look at the old man, he added in an undertone. Blessed if he don't look as if he'd been through something tough. Solemn as an owl in a meetin'-house steeple, ain't he? Well, if this gale keeps on to blow, he may have something to be solemn about. Ah, home-a-day, this world's a sea of trouble, and them that's got wives ashore better learn how to swim, eh, Wally? Oakes, this time, was provided with a ready retort. All right, he observed. You can start your swimming right now. Here comes Jemimy looking for you. Take long strokes, Seleucus. The signals, flying at the top of the pole, spelled easterly winds increasing to gale velocity. By noon the gale had arrived. The sea was pounding and thundering along the outer beach, and all to the southeast was a tumbling smother of green and white against an iron-gray sky. Far out against the horizon were scattered white dots, vessels making an offing, edging away from the shoals. Homer, on his way to the tower to relieve Badger, met the latter coming down. "What are you quitting for, Ellis?" he asked. "I'm ahead of time." "Sure you are," was the reply, "but the old man told me I needn't stay if I didn't want to, and I knew you'd be right along. He's up there with his starboard eye glued to that spyglass, and he's all of a twitter, seems so, uneasy as a tomcat out in a rainstorm. What's the matter with him?" "Oh, nothing in particular, I guess. He's been down in the dumps ever since his daughter left. We'll all have to make allowances till he gets his bearings. That Crooked Hill business knocked him on his beam ends, and he feels the care of this job more than he would if it hadn't. Even an easy thing like that schooner this morning is a good deal of a strain for him. He'll be all right. Give him time." "Huh. Maybe so, but he's liable to be strained again before long. There's a little two-master off back of the sandhill that's making heavy weather of it. I pointed her out to him, and he ain't taken his eye off her since. Keeps talking to himself, he does. Gospel talk, too, most of it. Sounds as if he was running a missionary meeting all on his own hook. I begun to be afraid he'd be asking me to sign a subscription paper for the heathen next. Say, Cal, do you calculate he's crazy?" "Crazy? Do you think Captain Kellogg would give that job to a crazy man?" "Huh, I tell you what I do think. I think Kellogg was crazy when he give it to him. But there, I'm going below to rest up a little mite. It'll be our luck to have to go off to that two-master afore the day's over. We've had a soft time so far this winter. Now the trouble will come in bunches, same as bananas. See if it don't." Homer found the skipper at the telescope. He spoke to him, but Bartlett did not answer. Calvin paced back and forth by the windows overlooking the bay and the group of fish shanties on the beach below. There was activity there, centering in the vicinity of the shanty occupied by Philander Jarvis and his sister. Philander and another Orham fisherman named Alvin Crocker had recently purchased a fish weir which had belonged to one Laban Poundberry of Harness. Poundberry was dead, and the weir was part of his estate. It had been, like all the fish traps along Setuckit Beach, taken up when the winter set in, and the poles and nets were stored in another building a mile or so up the shore. Jarvis and Crocker intended resetting it in the spring before the mackerel began running. They were to work it in partnership. The weir, its nets and ropes and floats, needed overhauling and mending, and Crocker had come down from Orham that morning, bringing with him 4 men, longshoremen like himself, who, being out of work, were glad of the opportunity to earn a few dollars by helping with the mending. They, Crocker and the men, were planning to sleep and eat aboard the craft in which they came, an antique but seaworthy affair, once part of the outfit of a New Bedford whaler, but now decked over forward and fitted with a mast and sail. She was anchored in the cove alongside the Jarvis catboat. The men, a quartet of tanned and square-shouldered huskies, were ashore. They had had dinner and were grouped about the door of the Jarvis shanty, smoking, chatting, and apparently awaiting orders. Alvin and Philander, their employers, were, so Homer guessed, inside, probably discussing ways and means. Jarvis, although a hard worker, never did things in a hurry, and his partner had the reputation of being mighty moderate. Calvin, glancing at the clock on the wall of the tower room, was inclined to think that little, if any, net mending would be accomplished that day. The consultation would probably last an hour or two longer and end in the decision to begin operations bright and early the next morning. He stood by the window, looking down at the group by the Jarvis shanty. It was now augmented by 3 members of the Setuckit crew, Gammon among them. There were shouts of laughter, and Calvin surmised that, as usual, Seleucus was furnishing the cause. The gale was fierce, and the cold penetrating. Ordinary weak mortals would have found it pleasanter inside by the stove, but these fellows were weatherproof. And besides, Philander's domicile was not planned for the housing of a convention. "Lord A'mighty!" It was Bartlett who uttered the exclamation. Homer turned hastily from the window. The skipper was still peering through the telescope. His right hand steadied the glass, but his left was outstretched and shaking. "What's the matter?" demanded Calvin. "What is it, Captain?" Bartlett turned. His face, beneath its tan, was pale. She's struck, he gasped. She's aground, look. Calvin, stepping forward, bent and gazed through the telescope. Its rim framed a dismal circle of tumbling water, gray and white. In the center of that circle was the little schooner, reefed fore and mainsail set, the remnant of a jib whipping, the whole seen through fringes of flying spray. The masts leaned at an angle, but they did not move. Ellis Badger was a true prophet. The schooner had not been able to fight clear of Sand Hill Shoal. She was hard and fast aground upon it. Here was another job for the Setuckit crew, the second that day, and the day but half over. Homer straightened and turned to his commander. "Shall I order him out?" he asked. "All ready, are you, Captain?" Bartlett did not speak. He was again peering through the glass. Calvin tried again. "Shall I get out the boat?" he asked, moving toward the door. His hand was on the knob when the skipper shouted at him. "Where are you going?" he demanded. Why, I thought, don't you want to order out the crew?" "No, not yet. Wait." Homer waited. What there might be to wait for was beyond his understanding. The Sand Hill, on a day like this, was not likely to wait for them. It was already busy with that schooner. But he had been ordered to wait, and it was his business to obey orders. Bartlett still stared through the glass. Steps sounded on the stairs, and Hezekiah Rogers opened the door. "Oh, Cal," said Hez, "I want to speak to you just a minute. Nothing special, only I wanted to ask if you knew whether that box of salt in the kitchen is all we've got. It's running low, and beans I'm cook, "Shh!" ordered Bartlett savagely. He was still at the telescope. Homer motioned to Rogers and stepped out on the landing. "Never mind the salt now, Hez," he whispered. "Tell the boys to get ready. That two-master is on the Sand Hill, and we'll be starting for her in a minute." Rogers nodded and hurried down. Calvin re-entered the tower room. Bartlett was waiting for him. "What did you tell him?" he asked sharply. "Why, nothing, except that the men had better get ready. I thought—" "You thought? You don't have to think, do you? I'm captain of this crew, ain't I?" "Of course you are, but—" "Never mind then. When I get ready to give my orders, I give 'em. You understand that?" Calvin did not reply. He was furiously angry, and to speak would have been a risky proceeding. He swung on his heel. "Where are you going?" demanded Bartlett. "Nowhere in particular. Outside, that's all." "You're on duty here, ain't you?" "Yes." "Stay here, then." Calvin hesitated. Then he walked back to the window. Below, on the beach, he saw Rogers hurrying from the back door toward the group by the Jarvis shanty. He joined that group. There was an instant of eager talk, and then Hez, Seleucus, and the other two members of the crew, they were Bloomer and Burse, started on the run for the station. He felt a hand on his arm. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the skipper's face close to his own. It was still pale, but it wore a feeble, half-apologetic smile. "Don't mind the way I talk to you, Calvin," stammered Benoni. I'm nervous and dreadful worried. I ain't mad at you or anything like that. I just don't know what to do about this thing. I don't know what it's my duty to do." Homer thought he understood. On other occasions, one that very morning, he had seen his commander hesitate when called to the rescue of a stranded vessel. He had seen him hesitate and linger when waiting seemed quite inexcusable. But when the moments of hesitation were over, he had carried the rescue work through with adequacy and dispatch. No doubt he would do the same now. The man was not strong. His nerves were in a wretched state. Yes, as he had told Badger, allowances must be made, irritating though the making of them might be. "That's all right, Captain," he said. "Don't worry. We'll be in time. She looks to me as if she was lying fairly easy. We'll get there before she breaks up. I'll order out the boat." Again he started to go, and again he was stopped. The keeper once more caught him by the arm. "Wait," he commanded. "Wait. I've got to think this out. I've got to." He stooped again to the telescope. Calvin, his own anxiety increasing, looked out of the window. The 4 longshoremen, the Jarvis and Crocker quartet, had hastened to the top of the dune behind the shanty and were standing there gazing off to sea. Philander and Alvin came out and joined the watchers. Mrs. Gammon, an apron over her head, stood in the doorway looking after them. Bartlett left the glass and began pacing up and down the floor. He was muttering disjointed phrases and sentences. They sounded like scriptural quotations or prayers. Suddenly he stopped. "What would you do, boy?" he commanded, his voice quavering. "What do you think ought to be done? Speak out. Say something, why don't you? Do you think it's right for us to go off to that schooner?" "Right? Safe, do you mean?" "Yes. Have I got a right to risk lives, the lives of them that's dependent on me? Risk 'em again, right off like this?" Homer was thoroughly alarmed now. There was a risk, of course. There was always risk in their work, but no unusual risk. "Captain Bartlett," he began, I don't think you need to worry. We'll make it easy, and there is time enough if we start now. The longer we wait—" Bartlett interrupted. "I didn't ask you that," he shouted. "I'm captain here, ain't I? I didn't ask you whether we'd wait or not. I asked you if. Why don't you answer me?" "I'm trying to answer you. You asked if it was safe. I say it is." "You say so. What do you know about it? You ain't seen the wrath of God Almighty moving over the face of the waters the way I have. You ain't seen the fellers you've lived with and been with for years drowning alongside you. You ain't seen anything. You say go. Of course you do. But what does it mean to you? Nothing, except your own chance, and you can take that, same as I'd take mine. But what about the lives of them I'm responsible for? What about them that's put in my charge, eh? Homer thought he understood at last. It was not personal cowardice, it was the overwhelming sense of responsibility for the safety of his crew which was breaking Benoni Bartlett's nerve. Gently but firmly he shook off the clutch on his sleeve. There, Captain," he said. "It's all right. You're tired and worn out. This morning's job was too much for you. You go and turn in. Leave it to me. I'll attend to everything. We'll get to that schooner and handle her all right. You turn in and leave it to me. I'll tell the boys you were sick." "Eh? What's that? Who said I was sick?" "Why, well, you are next door to it. You aren't long out of the doctor's hands, and you had a hard strain this morning. Quiet, you. I ain't sick, and I won't have any lies told on my account. I ain't responsible to you nor this crew for what I do. I'm responsible to God Almighty. He's the one. When he tells me what's my duty, I'll do it. You can go now. I want to be alone." "But, Captain, we've got to go. What shall I tell the crew?" Well, you tell 'em to get ready to turn out. Then you and they can wait for orders. That's all. Go below and tell 'em." Calvin went. The telling was not likely to be an easy task. The truth, the bare truth without attempt at explanation, would never do. The men would not understand and would think almost anything. They were in the mess room when he reached there, oil-skinned, sou'westered, booted, ready for work. They greeted him with a yell. "Well, here you be at last," cried Finney. "Thought you and Baloney had gone to sleep aloft there. What are we waiting for?" "The old man converted you, has he?" queried Badger. "He was holding special service when I left. What did you stop to sing the last hymn?" Seleucus chimed in. "Wally here is just chomping the bit," he declared. "I had to hold him to keep him from swimming off to that schooner all on his own hook. He's one of them daredevils, Wally is. Shall we start, Cal?" Homer shook his head. "Not yet, boys," he said. "Captain Bartlett isn't... Well, he'll be down in a minute. He told me to tell you to be ready when he came." There was a roar of laughter. "Be ready," repeated Finney. "We've been ready for much as 10 minutes. All hands are here but Ed and Sam, and they're out harnessing. Ready? If Baloney had left it to us, we'd have had the boat through the surf by now." "The orders are to wait," said Calvin. "But Cal—" "Oh, take it easy, Josh. We needn't worry if the skipper doesn't." 5 minutes passed, then 5 more. Philander Jarvis opened the outer door and looked in. "What are you fellers hanging around that stove for?" he demanded. "All dead, are you? That craft'll go to pieces if you don't get to her sometime this week." The Setuckit crew were sufficiently critical themselves, but they did not brook criticism from outsiders. "Go pick the hair and scales out of your hair, Phil," ordered Seleucus. "This ain't your funeral." Jarvis grunted. "There'll be a few funerals if you fellers don't get on to your job," he announced. "And if you don't want that job, I calculate I can find somebody that does. That schooner would pay for a salvage, maybe." A lump of coal missed his head by an inch or two, and he dodged out of the door. "For Christmas sakes, where is Baloney?" fidgeted Gammon. "Osmeric, yes, or any other live man, would have been halfway off there by this time." Another 5 minutes elapsed before the skipper made his appearance, and when he did, they were amazed to see him in ordinary clothes instead of his rough weather rig. He was paler than ever, or so it seemed to Calvin, and his glance wavered a little as it surveyed the crew. Yet the hand which he raised for silence was steady enough. His tone was conciliatory. Homer thought it almost pleading. "Men," he said, "there's a schooner ashore on the sand hill. She seems to lay easy, and I think there's no present danger. We may most likely have to go off to her, but we'll wait and rest a spell first. There's a rugged sea running, and it's blowing a gale. 'Twould be a hard pull for you after the one you had this morning. I'll go aloft now and keep an eye on her through the glass. Stand by till you hear from me." He turned, and they heard him climbing the stairs. The crew stared at each other in silence for a moment, but only for a moment. Then the silence was broken. Everyone had something to say and said it. They crowded about Homer, demanding to know what it meant, what they were waiting for. "It's blowing harder every minute," protested Finney. "She'll break up before we get to her. What's the matter with him, Cal? Don't he know that?" "Rest," snorted Bloomer, who had come in from the stable. "Does he think them seas off yonder are resting? Is he loony? What did he say to you, Cal?" Seleucus was at his elbow. "Yellow, that's what's the matter, Cal," he whispered. "It's the yellow streak showing. He's scared, that's what ails him." Homer tried to quiet the tumult. He was as perturbed and as disgusted as the rest, but as number one man, he felt that he must not show his feelings. He had promised Kellogg to use his influence for order and obedience, and he had promised Norma. Yes, it was up to him. "Here, hold on, boys," he urged. "Don't go up in the air. The old man must know what he's doing, and it's his business, not ours." There was another babble. "His business? To sit around here and rest while that schooner's going to pieces? What do you think Osmeric would say to that? Cal, what's the matter with you anyway? Godfrey's, it's catching, and Cal's got it now." These were some of the angry protests. "Come on, boys," yelled Finney. "This place makes me sick. Come on outside. To hell with baloney. Come on." Calvin blocked the doorway. "Hush," he shouted. "Josh, you fool, use your common sense if you've got any. What do you want to do, get this whole crew fired? You've had your orders. I don't like 'em any better than you do, but they are orders. Shut up. Stay where you are, I tell you." They stayed, but only because he was at the door, and they could not pass without a fight. He went on talking. "The skipper's made his plans, I suppose," he said. "He never starts until he thinks it is the right time. He has never backed out yet, has he? He says, wait. Well then, wait. Do you want to be hauled up before the superintendent, every one of you?" This had some effect. They ceased attempting to push by him, but they were still rebellious. "Scared," repeated Gammon, aloud this time. "He's scared blue. Couldn't you see it in his eye? Shut up, Seleucus. Because a skipper is careful of his men, it doesn't follow that he's scared. He orders you to wait. Well, I say it too. Do any of you think I'm scared? If anybody does, let him step out and say it." "Come, Seleucus," with a laugh. "You're doing most of that kind of talking. Tell me that I'm frightened and see what happens. Come on." It was a grandstand play and was so intended, but it had an effect. It distracted attention from the main issue and focused it upon Mr. Gammon. The uproar changed to gleeful shouts. Go on, Seleucus. That's the boy. Put up your fists. Square off. Battle in Seleucus, the holy terror. Look out for the solar plexus punch, Cal. Seleucus grinned. I'm a little mite off training, he answered. Besides, Cal and me ain't in the same class. You wouldn't fight a man that wasn't your weight, would you, Cal? Calvin was smiling too, but there was a certain grimness in his smile. Anybody else, then? He inquired, his glance moving from face to face. How about you, Wally? You're talking to yourself back there. Say it out loud. Oakes immediately became the center of interest, an unwilling and much surprised center, but an overwhelmingly popular one. Homer seized the opportunity. Go outdoors if you want to, he suggested, but hang around and be ready. We'll start any minute now, you can bet on that. It was Oakes who led the way out, and he was pursued by a hectoring crowd. The telephone bell rang. Calvin answered the call. He came away from the instrument more troubled than ever. It was the Orem station which had called. They were watching the stranded schooner and wanted to know why Setuckit had not started to her rescue. Homer assured them that Setuckit was about to start. But was it? He moved toward the stairs. He was strongly tempted to make another trial at urging prompt action by his skipper. What caused him to hesitate was the habit of obedience which service under Merrick and Kellogg had made part of his nature. Discipline in a life-saving station might be lax enough in minor matters, but at the final test, the orders of the keeper were not to be questioned nor disputed. Nothing excused disregard of those orders. So he hesitated, and as he stood there, suddenly, outside the station, arose a tumult of shouts and excited profanity. He ran to the window. The crew had been standing near the door. Now he was just in time to see the last man running in the direction of the Jarvis shanty. He threw open the door and hurried out. In the cove, the Crocker whaleboat, under the merest rag of sail, was moving out into the bay. It was filled with men. Crocker himself was at the tiller, and with him were Jarvis and the 4 longshoremen from Orem. The boat was headed not down the beach toward the weir shanty, but in the other direction, toward the point and the open sea. For a moment, Calvin did not understand. Where on earth were they bound, those men in that whaleboat, in such a gale and through such a sea? And then the meaning of it flashed to his mind. He ran headlong down to the beach where his comrades were standing. He seized the nearest, Burse, as it happened, by the shoulder and swung him violently around. Are they going off to that schooner? He demanded savagely. Sam Burse was, ordinarily, a quiet, sober man. Now his answer was decorated with a savage fringe of oaths. Yes, that was just where the whaleboat was going. Crocker and Philander had learned of the orders to wait and had stolen a march on them. If they salvaged that schooner, they could claim payment from the underwriters. It was a risk, but those fellows were a tough crowd and would risk anything for money. And we, bellowed Burse, we stand here and see 'em go. For God's sakes, Cal, what do you think the whole Cape'll say about us when it hears the yarn? We loafing here and that blank-dashed yellow dog up there in that tower. Calvin heard no more. He was racing up the slope to the station. Up the stairs he bounded and into the tower room. Bartlett was on his knees, his hands clasped and his head bent. He did not look up when his subordinate entered. Apparently, he did not hear him. Homer seized his shoulder and shook him. The skipper's eyes opened, and he turned dazedly. What is it?" he faltered. "What's the matter?" Calvin told him, and wasted no words in the telling. Bartlett rose to his feet. Say that again," he ordered. Calvin said it again. Benoni did not wait for him to finish. He sprang to the window, stared after the rapidly moving whaleboat, and then whirled back. "Turn out all hands," he roared. "What are you standing here for? Turn 'em out, lively!" That was enough. Homer leaped to the stairs. The boat, on its car, was out of the house before the skipper dashed from the door of the station. He was bareheaded, his oilskin coat unbuttoned. He shouted orders as he came. "Lively," he bellowed. "Get her going." The oars fell into place with a clatter. Homer and Seleucus jumped to their seats in the bow. "Off with her," roared the skipper. He was, of course, the last aboard, and so reckless was his frenzied disregard of personal safety that Burse had to literally drag him over the stern out of the boiling surf. The bottom of the boat was awash as they swung up to the crest of the first breaker. "Row," ordered Bartlett. "Row! Lay to it, you loafers! Haul, why don't you?" It was a row, that one. Not that the seas were higher than many they had found, or even as high, nor the gale as strong, nor the cold as punishing, but with every stroke the skipper bullied them, roared at them, drove them on. Seleucus, swinging his great shoulders back and forth, managed to turn his head and gasp a word to his nearest neighbor. "Plumb crazy, Cal," he panted. "Plumb crazy, if you ask me." Crazy or not, and Homer was inclined to share Gammon's opinion, the torrent of abuse and bullying was achieving results. They were gaining on the whaleboat. Crocker and his companions had given up trying to make headway with the fragment of sail they could carry, and were also rowing. And they were not novices at the work. The Setuckit boat gained steadily, but it gained slowly. They were perhaps 50 yards apart as they came down the stretch, the sand hill shoal and the stranded schooner a quarter of a mile away. But the whaleboat made it first. She was drawing under the little vessel's lee as the lifeboat came leaping up. The schooner's men, there were but 4 of them, were in the rigging. Crocker and Jarvis were preparing to make fast to the rail. "Lay to it," screamed Bartlett. "Haul, you weak-livered swabs, haul!" The lifeboat swung on, its bow headed straight for the little space between the schooner and the whaleboat. A collision was certain, and it meant the staving and perhaps sinking of the Crocker craft. The lifesavers gazed at their skipper. Their stroke involuntarily slackened. Bartlett noticed it. "Pull!" he roared. "What are you hanging back for? Pull!" The rival crew was growing anxious. Jarvis had not yet made fast to the schooner, and unless he did... Crocker shouted. "Look out," he warned. "Keep off." Benoni Bartlett, erect in the lifeboat's stern, did not move his steering oar 1 inch. "Out of my way," he cried. "Damn your black souls. Get out, or I'll ram straight through you." And the whaleboat did get out of the way. The men aboard her were anything but cowardly, but they had no time to think or prepare for resistance. Their boat swung off just in time, and that of the Setuckit crew shot into the space it had occupied. Seleucus and Homer seized the schooner's rail. Bartlett, abandoning the steering oar, tumbled on board. Finney would have followed, but Calvin got ahead of him. "Hold her, boys," he shouted. "I'm going." The skipper had attempted to scramble up the sloping deck, but a sea, breaking over the forequarter, threw him headlong back. Homer caught him as he reeled to the rail and held him tight. "Let go of me," gasped Bartlett. "Let go of me, or I'll kill you." But Calvin did not let go. It was perfectly obvious that nothing could save the schooner. The vessel's crew were climbing down the rigging. 2 of them were already in the lifeboat. "Steady, Captain, steady," he pleaded. "We can't do anything here. She'll go any minute. The men are in the boat now. Come on." Bartlett fought like a wild man. He ordered, begged, even, to Calvin's amazement, swore. Then, all at once, he seemed to wilt, to collapse completely. "What do you want?" he panted feebly. What shall we do?" "We can't do anything. We've got the men. Get back into the boat." He pushed his commander to the rail. Burse and Oakes reached up to help. The skipper, passive enough now, was assisted aboard. Homer followed. "Shove her clear, boys," he ordered. Bartlett had not spoken. He seemed to be in a trance. The lifeboat swung clear of the wreck. Calvin, at his place in the bow, looked anxiously aft. The skipper had taken up the steering oar, but he was not using it. "Are you all right, Captain Bartlett?" shouted Homer. "I'll take her in if you say so." Bartlett's shoulders straightened. "Give way," he ordered. The oars dipped, and the pull home began. They had progressed not more than 1/8 of a mile when the mainmast of the little vessel they had just left went over the side. Above the bellow of the breakers, the crack and crash were audible. End of Chapter 9. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts.